Chapter 486. Her slightly flirtatious expression dropped, and she turned a bit serious. Ah, Carmen. It is best that I show you. She stood up and then walked past us, stepping over the unconscious priest on the floor. The rest of us looked at each other. I shrugged and then followed her. The girls close behind. We ended up going down a long spiral staircase. It finally came out on a balcony that overlooked the area behind the cathedral. There was a massive backyard and various other buildings that seemed to make up the infrastructure of the sect. There were barracks, storage houses, a garden, a kitchen, and various other things lining a massive courtyard. Within that courtyard, paladins and priests appeared to be training. One such paladin was Carmen herself. "You are training her?" I asked in confusion. The archbishop shook her head, her breasts bouncing with them. "Carmen is training here on her own. Since we didn't know when you'd be here, we've been sending an invitation weekly. We received a note 3 days ago from her saying you weren't in town. After she dropped it off, she stayed and hasn't left. Part of the reason we brought you here so aggressively is that we didn't want to continue to take care of you." Her? Mary seemed to have a slight look of distaste when she looked at Carmen. "What's this about?" I asked, narrowing my eyes. "That reminds me, that clockwork dragon." Mary let out a sigh. The clockwork dragon was supposedly a myth. No one actually thought it was real. I am not saying that it wouldn't be a good method of deterring the other sects and perhaps even forcing them to rejoin us. Ruling by fear is an option I'd rather not take. In truth, we sent Carmen there so she'd stay out of trouble. It was supposed to be a fool's errand. Celicia said you brainwashed her. Humph. Isn't she that sister with the small chest? She actually accused my church of attacking her village? Maybe the Flatchesters would do something like that. She blushed. Ah. Sorry. See, even I still hold some prejudice. But you see, Celicia is a woman who stirs up trouble. She even became a bandit king. Capturing her was only a necessity. What about Carmen? You made her a slave for failing with the clockwork dragon. Mary blinked. Is that why she told you she was enslaved? Ah. Actually, she never said specifically why. It's because she was in a lot of debt. During her trip, she had accrued a lot of debt with creditors. No sooner had she returned than a 500 gold debt was put on her head. The church is generous, but this kind of money. Mind you, she already owed us 100 gold for her armor, weapons, food, and more. Other than her high defense, she's a bit clumsy and useless, is all. Mary shrugged. If a young priest hadn't seen potential in her early developing breasts, we never would have taken her in and cared for her all these years. I see. I frowned. In short, please take your slave back. Chapter 487. The group of us managed to head out to the backyard. Carmen wasn't in her armor. She was wearing a tight shirt. Out of her armor, her chest was actually pretty big. I had never paid that much attention before, but she definitely fit in a church with this particular disposition. As for her sister, Celicia, she was more about the range of Miki's chest. She wasn't an abomination like Tara. But she wasn't, well, liked either. I took a quick look at Tara. She definitely had a depressed look on her face. Other than the Archbishop, all of the men who looked at her gave disgusted looks, and all of the women pushed out their chests and looked down on her. It was clear that the only reason she was welcome here was because of me. I would definitely have to make it up to her later. At the moment, Carmen noticed us approaching with the Archbishop. She immediately gave a bow to the Archbishop, and then looked at me with a mildly frightened expression. "Master! So, you still call me master, then, ja!" She made a noise. I wasn't running away. I really wasn't. It's just that you left us in that mansion. I was stuck there with no one but my sister and that elf. You don't understand how bad it is. My sister is definitely broken. She stole my underwear 5 times, the dirty ones. And one night, I woke up and saw her watching me while I sleep. I couldn't handle being with her any longer. That's why. When I got the opportunity, I stayed away for a bit. Is that the reason? I nodded thoughtfully. Celicia still blames the church for taking her sister away. It was always the exact opposite. She ran away to the church because of her sister's behavior. I found myself relaxing as I realized the truth. In the end, the church was somewhat harmless. I had been avoiding them for so long for virtually no reason. Duasharagar. I guess I had played too many games where the church ended up being the enemy all along. That's not to say I necessarily ascribed to their faith, but I wasn't afraid to work with them either. "What about this debt I heard about?" I demanded. "Is that why Fena didn't seem to mind that you were gone?" Carmen crossed her arms and made a bitter expression. That elf is such a prude. Naturally, I needed therapy dealing with my sister, but she wouldn't offer any coins. I kept begging her, but she wouldn't give me a coin. She even yelled at me when I tried to take some. "Therapy," I blinked. You wouldn't be talking about retail therapy, would you?" Carmen's eyes brightened. "Ah, Master's heard of it. Of course. Master would understand the pleasure and joy of buying stuff. It's almost enough to help me get over my awful sister's actions." Wait. So you bought stuff to get into 500 gold coins in debt. Where is that stuff? It's not that bad. Pedicures. Manicures, massages, maintaining my body is a lot of work. Isn't my body pleasing to Master even as a paladin? I need the finest armor and swords, and I must hire someone to oil it regularly. Wait. Don't you maintain your own equipment and ruin my nails? So, I hope you are starting to understand the problem we had with Carmen. The Archbishop side. She is a too materialistic. Chapter 488. It's not that bad, Master. Carmen defended. I never let my room get messy. That's because you had bought 5 storage rings. Mary snorted. I could stop whenever I wanted, she defended. Rather, if the church hadn't abandoned me, I definitely would have been able to pay back the debt I owed. Carmen! Mary's expression turned angry for a moment. Did we not already give you enough? Carmen winced, looking away like a beaten dog. Something about what Mary said seemed to strike a chord with her. Her expression was filled with a bit of guilt. Mary sighed, trying to take the angry expression off of her face. Crossing her arms across her enormous chest, she turned to me and gave a weak smile. I hope you understand things now, she explained. Carmen was actually the highest paid paladin. This wasn't due to skill, but because we were worried based on her spending that she would fall into debt. Yet, every time we raised her pay, her spending increased. Part of the reason we sent her to search for the clockwork dragon was that we thought her spending would decrease with that. We gave her a salary of 25 gold a year and put her on a 5-year expedition. That is to say, we gave her 125 gold. Unfortunately, I didn't realize by giving her all the money at once. She would then proceed to spend it all at once. It lasted, she said tearfully, for 3 months. So, in the end, that was what happened. She had been given a lump sum and sent where the cost of living was cheaper and extravagances were harder to come by. Yet, even then, she found a way to blow all of her money. If I recalled correctly, by the time I found her, she was living mostly off the goodwill of the town, whom she healed to curry favor and probably coins. Yet, she had also accumulated almost 500 coins in debt during that time as well. You know, although the sales of her storage rings and all of the stuff inside to make the debtors back all of their money, the expenses we accrued were many. We expected her to at least be able to bring back something from her expedition. No one enters a dungeon and comes back with nothing. Yet, after 2 years, she still hadn't acquired anything. I was researching, she said with a pouty expression. When we heard the city she was in was being attacked by a bandit queen, we sent our soldiers to try to save it. They were late. Only managed to clean out the bandits left in a ransacked city. However, they arrived with enough time to hear about the clockwork dragon. Had she successfully obtained it? I could have written off any amount of debt, but she left it buried. After a month of digging to recover it, we found that anything of value had already been smashed to bits. It has left the church suffering quite a bit. She seemed like she was talking to herself, but I had a feeling she was aiming those words in my direction. Are you asking for a tithe? I frowned. Mary gave me an innocent look. What? Why, the church would never do such a thing. It's up to every man for himself to decide how devoted he is. As she said this, her eyes grew watery and seemed even larger. She also smooshed her chest together, making it nearly burst forth. What was it she left you? 100 coins of excess loans to the church. 112 gold, 7 silver, 3 copper. Mary politely coughed. I rolled my eyes and pulled out a bag of money. It probably had around 200 gold in it. I went to hand it to Mary. but she cocked her head. Looking at her robes, she had absolutely nowhere to put the money. Then my eyes fell on a spot. Ah! She made a cute noise as I pushed the bag between her cleavage. My hand went in, going in deep. When I got worried it'd get stuck, I let go and pulled back out again. Oh my! She blushed. Your contribution will definitely go to a worthy cause. Chapter 489. Masturbator. Carmen said, a worried expression on her face. Why, you have a lot of money, don't you? I turned away from Mary to shoot Carmen a glare. Master, don't look at me that way. I am just curious how rich Master is. Just for personal knowledge. If we're being honest, I respond, I don't really know. Most of my money right now comes from dungeon diving. Even things like my stipend as a lord are pitiful compared to that. Right now, it's all tied to Chom. So if we're talking expendable money, I don't have any right now. That wasn't completely true, but I definitely didn't want Carmen to start begging me for money. It was best if she didn't know I had given any to Faina at all. That reminds me. Mary suddenly spoke up. Why have you returned to the capital? I was under the impression you were in Ularith on the prince's orders. I am dealing with that, I admitted. But I found myself held up in the dungeon. It turns out I need a ship. I went ahead and explained to her about the lower dungeon we had entered. She gave a shake, a pitying expression on her face. Dungeon curse is truly a terrifying thing. To think you put yourself through that every day, as expected of the hero of Oberis. She gave me a considering look before continuing. I do know of a skilled shipwright. How about I give you their information? If you use my name, they will definitely give you a discount. Is this going to cost me? She smiled. This can be in the house. The king has always been generous to the church. I am also good friends with the princess. Recovering the king should be of utmost importance. Ah! I let out a noise of surprise, and she put her hand over her face to cover her giggle. What? You didn't think the church knew? We also have a vested interest in maintaining order in the country. Believe it or not, the church believes in peace above all else. We don't easily promote war if an alternative is available. All right, then. Thank you, I said as she wrote down and handed me the shipwright's information. If that will be all. One more thing. She stopped me, reaching into her chest again. This time, she pulled out a coin and pressed it into my hand. I looked at it to realize it was a token. Going by the etching on it, it was familiar. This is a gladiatorial rite. I had heard of these mentioned before. Tokens seem to be a major thing in this world. I had to knight tokens, which would bestow upon someone the knight job. It stood to reason that there were other job-infused tokens out there. High-level adventurers also had a token to record their jobs and performance, but I wouldn't get one until I was a C rank. The gladiatorial rite was a token that allowed you to submit someone into the Colosseum to fight. Lord Rain sent this to me. He was really hoping to buddy up to the church. Frankly, I think he was hoping I'd send a female big-breasted acolyte that he could fondle. I would never get involved in such a blood sport anyway. Then why give it to me? I heard of an award this year. A young dwarf. You could say that she is the reason my opinion changed about the flat sect. Since I owe her, I would like to save her from slavery. However, I can't act directly, as it would look bad in front of the church. You understand? Of course. Ruby was as flat as a board. If she openly helped her, it would definitely cause the Archbishop to lose a lot of her support. Well, I plan to buy her from whoever wins her. But that person might not be amiable, so I thought that if you were to participate, then you could give her a better life. She's like Carmen in a lot of ways, a lost soul that needs a strong hand to tame her. Unfortunately, the competition has already started a few days ago, so... you didn't see... She pointed down at Maito-kan. Since I'm considered a VPP, my gladiatorial right is already a qualifier. In other words, you need not enter the preliminaries. They take the first week, so as long as you can be there in 4 days, you should be able to enter the main tournament. Well, I assume you have confidence in being able to travel quickly, although I won't even ask how. Ah. Thank you. I took the coin. Ruby again. It seemed like I was tied to that lowly by fate. Chapter 490. After everything, we managed to leave the church without incident. On the way out, Carl appeared again. Oh, you've come to take Carmen away. This is for the best. Although her breasts are quite admirable. She has a bad personality. She hides them away in that armor. Not like the Archbishop, who puts it on display for every maga. A book manages to slam into his face, and Carl passed out on the floor. The source of that book naturally came from the Archbishop herself, although where she found that book is anyone's guess. This is apparently a common event, as the other priests, paladins, and acolytes all ignore it. Passing by or even stepping over him if necessary, without a second look. You said you were close friends with the princess? I asked Riley. She straightens proudly, her breasts bouncing. The king sent her to learn under my care when she was younger. I taught her everything she knows. Why do you ask? Oh, nothing. I just see the resemblance. Both women had a skill with throwing things at an incredible distance. It was clear who was the master and who was the student. Mary had taken Carl out twice now. While the princess could barely discipline her brother, we bid our farewells with the Archbishop, and a few eyes were more appreciative upon seeing us being close with their high clergy. Well, poor Tara still received looks of disdain and disgust. Over time, she had lowered her head, reached out, and grabbed the back of my shirt. She seemed to have sunk into herself, and over time, made no responses but to follow me silently while holding on pitifully. When we finally exited the church, she stopped. And a tug on my shirt when I tried to keep going caused me to stop as well. and I glanced back. "M! Master!" she responded, her voice shaky. "Tara, you don't need to worry about them. If we do end up in that other sect, it'll become the exact opposite. Lydia and Xiao will be looked down upon and you'll be appreciated. As Mary already pointed out, I am not a guy who gets caught up on that kind of thing. Thursday, those stairs. That hatred. I am so sorry that you had to face all of that. Master. Let's have sex." Tara finally raises her head, her eyes flashing with excitement. I look back to see that Tara is panting and her cheeks are flushed. I don't know why, but I really want Master right now. Ah, I see. It turned out that her trial through the Church of Big Breasts had awakened a part of Tara that she didn't understand. Unfortunately, I could see what was happening here. Tara's life was marked with failure. From her death all the way to her failure to live up to being a guardian who protected her city. Therefore, all of those disdainful, criticizing eyes seemed to awaken a subconscious desire to be punished. Now, my poor little golem was turning into a pervert who likes these kinds of things. I give out a long sigh and then pat her on the head. Let's just go home and we'll see about it. I wasn't sure this was a condition I could fix. Perhaps I'd be able to contain it with proper measures. Also, while Master does it, can he spit on me? Denied. Chapter 491, Lord of Oberies. It's him! The hero of the capital city? I hadn't bothered to hide my face on the way back to the mansion. Even those that didn't recognize me definitely recognized the girls who were fighting on stage that day. Whether it was the ditzy fairy who cleared the stage, the sexy Lydia who gave a striptease, or the defiant determination of Tara. Every girl had a place in their hearts. The exception was Xiao. But thankfully she had kept her face mostly covered, and few seemed to connect her to the demon lord. Rather, it'd be stranger if they did think a demon lord was casually walking around next to the hero who defeated her. As we left the main area and went into the richer neighborhood, those that called out decreased. In fact, the people who were walking around decreased completely. We were soon the only people on the street. Of course, this was the rich neighborhood, so we were within sight of guard posts. This was not a dangerous area of town by any means. However, it did make it somewhat obvious when there were 3 people standing in front of the mansion. There were 2 large men, and then a smaller man in the middle. They looked incredibly shady. And I wondered a bit why the guards had even let them get this far into the neighborhood. Although, to be fair, we lived on the outskirts, in the small mansion which once used to belong to our neighbors. Ah. Master. Carmen suddenly called out when she noticed the men. What is it? I asked, still eyeing the men suspiciously. You have a lot of money, right? Huh? I glanced over at Carmen. What are you on about? You are rich. Right. Your talk about not having disposable money. You were just joking. Right? Right? I wasn't joking. But I also didn't want this woman to know how much money I had. That wasn't the important thing. Who were these people waiting on us? She seemed to recognize them. I don't know what you are on about. Why are there people waiting in front of my house? They must have heard that you came to town. They are probably waiting to. Ko. Timo. The last part was so mumbled and low that I could barely hear her. What was that? Collect money? She responded in a hoarse whisper. What are you talking about? You were turned into a slave. Your debt was settled. I also just settled your debt with the church. So. She looked nearly in tears. Didn't I already explain that damn elf wouldn't give me any coins? How was I going to buy things? So I took out some loans. Or 12. In Master's name. What? She waved her hands defensively. None of them were for very much. Just 50 coins here, a few coins there. I rubbed my temples, immediately regretting bringing her back from the church. Just tell me, how much money do you owe these people? Not that much! Only 2 or 3. 100! I shouted out, causing the men to finally notice us. Ah! No, master. She looked down guiltily. 1,000, 3,000 gold. Chapter 492. As I was glaring at her angrily, the 3 men walked over to us. The men looked intimidating, but they weren't acting aggressively yet. As for me, I was already sweating at the thought of spending 3,000 gold coins. It had only been weeks. Clearly, her condition was spiraling out of control. I can't help it, Carmen cried as she looked at the sour look on my face. Being trapped with Sister brought it out of me. It's really Master's fault for forcing me to live with her, even though he knew how I felt. I couldn't really argue with that. It didn't really matter. What was done was done. Now, we had this 3,000 gold debt that we had to take care of. Should we just kill them? I whispered quietly under my breath. The girls with animal ears naturally heard me. Lydia touched her sword as if to say that I should just give the order. As for Miki, she grabbed my arm and shook her head. The Lone Guild may not be as widespread and well-known as the Slavers' Guild, but they provide the slavers with a large portion of their slaves. They are about the 5th largest organization in Aboris, only being beaten out by the Adventurers' Guild, the Slavers, the Church, and the Royal Family, Miki explained. Even the loan sharks have a guild. I felt like crying. They take their debt very seriously. They're not above burning down buildings or taking out kneecaps. Even if someone is stronger than them, they wouldn't dare cross the Lone Guild. Their actions are considered barbaric by some, but they are effective for a reason. I could only nod with a numb feeling in my mind. In short, I couldn't afford to offend these people. Even if they couldn't threaten my life, they could burn down my mansion or in some other ways cause me trouble. I might argue that giving loans to a slave in the first place was a bad move, but in Aboris, Slaves were allowed to use money and represent their masters. If you had to do everything yourself, it defeated the purpose of using a slave. The responsibility falls on the master to properly control their slaves. Thus, in the Lone Guild's eyes, I was responsible for the ridiculous debt she acquired. "How much of the 3,000 gold do you have left?" I demanded. "It was only a 1,000 gold loan. The rest is interest." "Master, what the hell is with that interest rate? They said I was a liability, having already failed to pay off a debt and needing to be sold off to slavery once already." "They were right," I yelled and then sighed. "Okay. How much of the 1,000 gold coins have you kept, master?" "Any of it." She shook her head, now actually crying. "It wasn't my fault. The capital city is expensive. Just my storage ring cost 50 gold. My armor and weapons have several magical enchantments. That cost 500 gold to have it made, fitted, and then enchanted. Made from scratch. Why, please, master." "You wouldn't expect me to put on armor someone else wore and wasn't fitted perfectly to me." Right Carmen sniffed at the thought and then continued. "Plus, the guy who carried it back to the mansion wanted a few gold coins." "Wait. Why did you need someone to carry it back if you had the storage ring? Doesn't master know it's bad luck to store new armor in a storage ring before you wear it for the first time?" My hand slapped my face. I felt like I wanted to strangle someone. It was about that time that the three men finally made it to where we were standing and arguing in the street. "So, here is my money," the short man said. Chapter 493. Just out of curiosity. What happens if I refuse to pay Tisk? The small man made an irritated noise. "Officially, we aren't able to hold you personally responsible. Any loan a slave takes out is technically made using their own body a collateral. Therefore, the most we can do is repossess and enslave Carmen and sell her to recoup our losses." "No!" Carmen cried out. Grabbing my shirt, "I see." I reached out and patted Carmen's hand reassuringly. "It's okay. I'll settle this." She let go of my shirt and I walked up to the men. The two guards on either side flexed, ready to step in if I tried anything dangerous. Instead, I reached out and clasped his hand, shaking it. "What is this?" he asked. A confused look on his face. "I can't say it's been a pleasure dealing with you. But thankfully, this was able to be resolved amicably," I responded. "Wait. What? When did we resolve this? Hey, didn't you say you'll repossess Carmen? It's truly unfortunate. But I am sure you can find her a good home. Are you by chance interested in Sisters W? W? Wait a second here." The guy's eyes flashed in shock. M, Master." "What are you saying?" Carmen looked about, ready to cry. "Ah, here is a gold coin. It should cover the slave removal fee." I pulled out the coin and pressed it in his palm, and then turned to Carmen. "I apologize. I wasn't able to be a better master. You keep trying. Come on, girls." I turned and walked away. The other 5 girls in tow. When Carmen and the three men realized I was already almost to the gate that led back into my house, the realization of what was happening finally set in. "Master, you can't leave me!" Carmen collapsed, crying out as she reached in my direction. Wait!" "Don't be so hasty." The guy ran to me so fast that he even abandoned his protection as he went to stop me from entering my mansion. "We can always negotiate." That was just an introductory rate. "We can definitely work with people to help them settle their debts." "Not interested." I tried to walk past him, but he grew even more desperate, trying to block me. Wait. "I can bring it down to 2,000 gold?" "No, 1,500. That's my best offer." Of course, I wasn't an idiot. The entire thing sounded suspicious from the get-go, even if these people were backed by some kind of money-loaning guild. They were clearly acting outside of the proper regulations. From the moment Carmen had started talking, I had predicted a lot of what she said was nonsense. A reputable person from the Lone Guild wouldn't lend money out to a slave without a token of authority. I knew this because I had to get one for Fena. There were various settings and permissions as to what she was and wasn't allowed to do. It was the only way a slave could legitimately do business. Never mind the extreme interest rate, or their attempt to recover it only weeks later. It was likely that they knew about me becoming a lord recently, and knew about Carmen's condition, and then went out of their way to try to ensnare her with the hopes of getting a cut of my lord's salary. He's some country lord bumpkin who doesn't know anything, and Carmen is a pretty girl in trouble. They could keep an impressionable and gullible lord paying them some coins for the next 20 years. When Mary said Carmen was troublesome, she wasn't exaggerating at all. However, it also seemed like she was preyed upon by these guys, so it probably wasn't all her fault. I bet even the people she purchased goods from were set up by these men to quickly cause her to lose the coins she borrowed. So she always came back quickly and they didn't lose a single copper. It's too bad they tried to catch me up in their scheme. My mother was a single parent without an education and a low income. She was the perfect prey for these kinds of scams. In truth, my mom had fallen for a few and we struggled as a result. But by the time I was a teenager, I had seen them all, and regularly had to send these scam artists on their way before they could exploit my gullible mother. The question now became, what was I going to do with these guys? Chapter 494, of course. I couldn't just kill the guys. There was a chance their affiliation with the guild was real. Not everyone who joined a guild would necessarily be a good person. I could go report them to the guild, but I honestly didn't really know what their policy was. For all I knew, what they did really was acceptable. As much as I didn't believe it, that meant that if it became an argument between me and them, they might be able to succeed through plausible deniability. They'd say something like I misunderstood them, and then they'd have evidence where I didn't. At best, it'd be my word against theirs. At worst, they run to the guild and complain, and they interact trashly before finding out the truth. Apologies were all good and fine, but I'd rather not be inconvenienced in the first place. So they tried to threaten me with taking Carmen away, expecting that to be scary for me. In some ways, it was like what happened between myself and Lydia. However, back then, I had the feeling that Figaro was doing his best, and I genuinely did have strong feelings for Lydia. When it came to Carmen, the threat didn't impassion me at all, despite their hope. So, when they gave me a means of not paying, Ocha, I decided to see what would happen. Naturally, I knew that they wouldn't be able to take Carmen's slave status away from me thanks to the curse. That required a bit more money than they had. I was seeing how much they knew, and that turned out to not be very much. If they did take her and try to sell her, they'd find a roadblock. By the time they realized they'd been duped, I would already have consulted with the Lone Guild and reported their actions. It was a delaying tactic. But it didn't turn out the way I expected. I thought they may actually take Carmen. She'd be gone for a few days. But she was a paladin, so I doubted she'd be hurt. Instead, the prospect of not getting any money and also being stuck with Carmen was more than they could handle. It's okay. I am not that attached to the slave. You can have her, I told the little man. You. He truly looked anguished. Sir. We can't take her. Oh, I finally stopped and looked back. Then how will you square your debt away? Je? You... He wiped the angry look off his face and tried to put on an ingratiating smile. I can see you are a man of wealth. How about we come up with some kind of agreement? No thanks. Take her away. Master is so cruel. Carmen cries. I am not your master anymore. Please greet your new masters. What did a man of wealth mean? Was he saying I am stingy? The frown on my face that time was genuine. I don't want her. The man finally broke down. Jay, just keep her. Nope, she's your problem. You don't get it. She's blacklisted all across town. No one will buy her in Oberies. There is no way we can sell her at a profit. We won't be able to sell her at all. Then you probably shouldn't have loaned her money. I shrugged. Fear shot through his eyes as he glanced at the crying paladin, and realization shot through him. It wasn't just that he wasn't going to get paid anything. Rather, he was also going to be stuck with her. That was somehow worse. Pete, please, take her with you, he begged. Nope. Do we need to take this before the guild to resolve it? His eyes flashed with even more panic. And no, it's just... I can't take her with me. Is there anything we can do so you take her with you today? I make a show of scratching my chin thoughtfully. I suppose there is something I would take in exchange for her. WH, what is that? I need about 100 gold. 100 gold, that's a ridiculous amount. What are you saying? This girl here has nearly a 1,000 gold debt on her. 100 gold is a 90% off sale. I'll tell you what, because you guys seem nice, how about I sell it to you for 99 gold and 99 silver? It's 10 silver per geold. Isn't he charging him more? Lydia whispers to Miki. Shh. She shoots back, going once, twice. We'll take it. The short man cries out. Chapter 495. Sometime later, there was a knock on my door. I was receiving a massage from Lydia and Tara both. Tara was starting to press for something more. And if things kept going this way, I was going to enjoy both women at once. That was when Faina knocked on my door. Master, there is someone at the door. I sighed and stood up, putting a shirt back on and walking barefoot to the front entrance. There, standing in the foyer, were the 3 men from earlier. I frowned as I walked up to them. I found a place for Carmen after the agreed upon price. What do you want now? You tricked me, the small men yelled. Didn't we reach an agreement I'd take care of Carmen, and you'd pay 100 gold? I thought we're all good now, as for taking care of Carmen. I handed her to her sister and ordered her to sleep in her sister's bed as punishment. For the rest of it, I performed a few slave orders to make sure Carmen didn't fall for this again. She could no longer make purchases by herself. If she needed anything, it'd have to come through me or Faina. You bastard! That gold wasn't even mine, he cursed. If I can't pay it back, they'll break my legs. Shouldn't agree to debts you can't pay, Hayu? He clenched his fist, but he knew he couldn't yell at me anymore even if he was angry. After all, he came here for a way out. And the worst thing I could do is shut a door on his face. He may be part of the 5th strongest organization in Aboris. But I was a noble. That meant I was a part of the 1st strongest organization in Aboris. At this moment, as he stood in my foyer and I was wearing a silk robe that couldn't be more apparent. After swallowing his anger, he continued. What can I do to get that 100 gold back? I need it by the end of the month, or I am a dead man. What's your name? I asked, crossing my arms and looking at him consideringly. Drake, he responded. I am Drake, and these are my friends, Danny and Brick. The 2 men on either side nodded as they were introduced. Why should I help you? You tried to scam me, I stated blatantly. He bit his lip. I and these 2 grew up on the streets. They looked after me when we were young. They were bigger, but I was the brains. That's how it always worked. I grew up, though, and realized I wasn't as smart as I thought. I was smart compared to them, but I still let people run around me. I tried to do the loaning business, but it was to cut throat. You were our big score. I thought some new lord who rose from nowhere must be gullible. However, then you didn't take that woman. And I knew if I returned back with her, I'd definitely be punished. I screwed up. I am not the boss my guys need. However, you are a lord, right? You have money and a need for tough guys. Even if you won't accept me who has no skills. Please accept my brothers. With that, he gave a low bow. As it turned out, you are not as dumb as you think, I responded. A dumb guy would have stuck to the scam kept escalating things, and perhaps even eventually cost him his life. This guy had something a lot of people in this world didn't. He knew when to quit, when to run, and when to double down. "Sir, as a matter of fact, I do have a use for you. Actually, I think you'd be perfect." Chapter 496. After sending the men on their way with strict orders, the rest of us went to sleep. Had I not planned to take Faina the next day, I might have made more of an effort to spend some time with her. However, after being stimulated at the church, I felt sorry for Tara and decided to give her all the attention she needed. The next morning, after Faina brought me breakfast, I expressed interest in bringing her to my mansion in Chom. It was about twice the size of this one and the location of my return skill, so I would be making more visits there than here. The place was already becoming dusty and messy without anyone to maintain it. I thought that is what Master would want. Since I've already created an account with the Bank of Avarice, I have arranged to have guards at your gate and a cleaner to arrive once a week. It turned out Faina had already made preparations for an extended absence a while ago. This was good, as I also sent Carmen and Celicia away. The mansion would be completely abandoned. These services were probably more expensive than just having slaves, but they required less oversight too. I wouldn't have to worry about a companion suddenly running away or needing to be cared for. It was probably the best situation for my home away from home. With that, she brought out a cart that was much larger than the one she had obtained in Dyridge. It was also filled with supplies she had deemed valuable for the cost. The prince had responded to the letter I sent. Apparently, lords and auberies could fight each other without the entire country falling into chaos. The royal family could put a stop to this infighting if needed, but they generally looked the other way. He warned me to be careful with Lord Rain, but that he would unofficially take my side if things came to internal struggle. That didn't mean much on the surface, but if I did wipe Lord Rain out, it would mean he would keep me from experiencing a backlash. I was a little depressed, having thought he would send knights and soldiers and such. However, he made it clear that without undeniable proof that he was working for the Imperial Cloud Metho, the royal family couldn't make a move. He had enough allies in Aboris that such an action may lead to a civil war. As long as it remained a local conflict between two lords, however, then things could remain small scale. In short, the city of Cham and I would have to resolve this conflict by ourselves. That's not to say the rewards wouldn't be good once we succeeded, but that was the way of this world. People didn't just hand you things for nothing. Things had to be earned. It would be pointless if everything I had accomplished was handed to me by the prince. Even Tybalt understood that he couldn't depend on his family to make himself a name. With that thought, we headed to the Travelers' Guild, where the Blue Mage was waiting to take us to King's Sport. It was just one more step on my journey. I had a long way to go. Chapter 497. You Again, Humph. The old man at the Travelers' Guild said as we walked in, That was actually about as polite as he got. It didn't really matter to me. Every time I used him, I ended up in a new place. And once I was in a new place, I could take advantage of Portal and return there whenever I wanted. However, today's journey would be to Trips. That's why the first portal was done so early in the morning. Otherwise, based on this guy's disposition, it definitely would have been later in the day so he could sleep in. The first transport would take me to the town of Niffle. Niffle was about an hour on foot away from another great dungeons, the Mirror Labyrinth. Since I was interested in all of the great dungeons, I would have wanted to travel there anyway. So, this got one more place out of the way. From what I understood, there would be a 4-hour gap before the next transfer. It was plenty of time to look around. So, once we made it to Niffle, we planned to purchase any information we could and head to the Great Dungeon. Niffle was supposedly on the border of the Ost Republic. I was curious about their culture as well. I heard that there were currently tensions between the Ost Republic and Oberes, but I didn't know what those were about. It didn't really have anything to do with me. I was the farthest from the Ost Republic border, so it was unlikely I'd ever be called to protect that border. Doing so would strip Aberys of any protection on the western front of Daishin. Although there were no wars with Daishin, the relationship between the two countries has always been tenuous at best. All right? Everyone gathered. I got into the transport with my girls. It was actually a very full contingent. It looked like a lot of soldiers were traveling along with us. Perhaps the battles with the Ost Republic were escalating since they seemed to be sending nearly 50 troops. Only 2 of them appeared to officially be knights. The rest were swordsmen of varying ability. It was difficult to tell for me. But Lydia said that she could tell a swordsman's level with the look now. It must be one of her higher skills or a natural ability of a beastkin. I didn't know what. As for the wagon and the supplies, I put that in my largest storage ring, which just had enough room to fit it all. If that didn't work, I would have just created a portal once we got back and brought it through, but I'd rather not waste portals if I didn't have to. You never knew when you might need another one. And shuffling around my dungeon points was annoying, and always ran the risk of me accidentally forgetting to reselect reset, and thus becoming stuck with my layout until I earned more points. I had managed to re-equip all of the girls with storage rings again so that they could store their stuff. I hadn't done this for Faina, Cilicia, or Carmen, because they didn't travel around as much. However, for the girls I brought with me, I felt it important that they are able to bring along all of their stuff. They all had rooms at the mansion and in the capital, but they opted to carry most of their stuff with them when possible. They were a bit more reserved in what they stored after their rings were destroyed last time. But they still liked to bring a lot along. The cost per ring was about 100 gold. But to rings I had found in the dungeon as treasures, so I had only needed to buy 3 more. The portal erupted and the group of us were teleported away to a new location. Like always, the New Travelers Guild wasn't much different than the last one, so the transfer wasn't that dizzying. The people sitting around and behind the counters were different, but that was about it. So, this is Niffle. Huh. The soldiers all moved out of the Travelers Guild at once, and my group traveled behind them. However, we didn't get far as the entire group of 50 had suddenly lined up and stood at attention. Celeste, who wasn't looking, plowed into one of the guys and knocked him down. This caused a disturbance, and Lydia went to help the soldier out, and I went to admonish Celeste. "Why, it's you!" A shocked voice suddenly shouted out. I looked up to see the man the 50 troops had all lined up in front of. At first, I didn't recognize him because he seemed to have lost a bit of weight. He was glaring specifically at me and Lydia. It was at that moment that the expression on his face became recognizable. Lord? Tybalt, Chapter 498. Lord Tybalt's face twisted with indescribable emotions. He was the first noble I had met in this world, and he had been a bad example overall. He had upset the Mina dungeon, and that nearly led to me and Lydia's death. He had tried to cause trouble for me in the capital. After his actions had inadvertently released a demon lord on the city, he was exiled to the border to be involved in some kind of conflict with the Ost Republic. Ah, that was right. They were at a border town of the Ost Republic. What were the chances that these soldiers being sent from the capital were going to be met by Lord Tybalt himself? Actually, they probably would send a lower rank officer to check. If I recalled correctly, Lord Tybalt's entire family was tasked with protecting this border. He had actually been the black sheep wanting to live the lavish noble lifestyle rather than being an officer like his father and brothers. In other words, had I been thinking about it, running into Lord Tybalt here was a very real possibility. Unfortunately, not only had I not thought about it, but I had rolled the dice badly and ended up running right into him as soon as I got here. Worst of all, these soldiers were under his command. They might not be as strong as the Imperial Cloud Knights, but they were literally all around us. There were another 15 soldiers behind Lord Tybalt himself, making a total of 65. We may need to run, and if that was the case, I wasn't sure when or how we'd be able to make it to Kingsport to find a shipwright. Lord Tybalt began to walk up to me. His eyes narrowed as he stroked his blade menacingly. His time on the border was only a few weeks, but he looked like a completely different man. He had lost a lot of weight over that time. His eyes also had an overshadowed look. It was clear that this man had seen war and experienced life and death. The only other person I could have said changed so quickly in such a short period of time was myself. Yet, old grudges were hard to kill. In a way, I was the one who ended up sending him to this place. He had every reason to hate me to his core. The girls behind me began to get ready. If they had to fight their way out, they wouldn't hesitate to do it. It would hurt me if any one of them died, though. We weren't in a dungeon, so it wasn't at the level of a life and death situation. But I couldn't allow him to capture us either. We either escaped Or we died. If I died, I could resurrect back at the capital using my life insurance, and then I could bring the girls back. All of those thoughts occurred only within a few moments as the man approached me. The tension was so thick in the air that one could cut it with a blade if they wanted to. At the moment he reached me, Lord Tybalt suddenly fell to the ground. I thought he had tripped, but a moment later I realized he was kowtowing. Lord Deekson, my only friend, please, save me, he cried out in a wailing and childish voice unbecoming of an officer. Chapter 499. We were sitting in a tavern. After I had peeled Lord Tybalt off the floor, he had given his troops orders to meet him on the outskirts of town. His previous display should have lost all of their respect, but I realized that they never had it in the first place. These troops were clearly sent to babysit him, not to be served by him. They only followed his orders while rolling their eyes. As for Lord Tybalt, he could only wear a tight smile as he sent them away. Immediately after, he pulled me into a nearby tavern while promising to pay for a meal. I was more curious now than worried, so I let him take me. He assured me that this place had the best food in town. I realized as a former fatty like myself, he probably knew what he was talking about. We all ordered, and as soon as I took a bite, I realized that my guess was correct. It wasn't at the level of Faina or myself, but it was a pretty good meal compared to the slop this world's commoners often ate. Lord Tybalt? Call me Otto. Ja. Otto? Since when did we become friends? Otto's face turned red. Thursday? Well, weren't we opponents and then you defeated me? Now, we're equals. Actually, aren't you a baron while I am a viscount? I outrank you quite a bit. Isn't that why you need subordinates, a low-level noble with teas to higher nobles now? I am your master. Don't be ridiculous. I am of the Tybalt family, he cried out and then lowered his head. Although, it would be best if we buried the hatchet. I scratched my head as a cute waitress came out and brought our dessert. Despite this being a border city, I was very impressed with the quality. You'd think a front line would have bad food. When noticing me enjoying the food, he grinned. The Ostrepublik. They value cooks a lot more. The School of Cooking exists in its capital. The one good thing about being sent to fight alongside my brother and father at Fort Detramix is that the food is very good. I crossed my arms and sighed. Fine, say we're friends. Then what is it that you want? I am actually busy on a request from the prince. He winced at that and then nodded. Yes. You are good friends with the prince and princess. I am envious. You are about the same age as him. Yeah. But he appreciates a man's man, Otto snorted. How do you think he'd respond to someone? Ah. Well, that's right. You lean towards men. Then don't you like being around a bunch of strong men on the border? You'd think? He sighed. But my reputation spread quickly, and most of the army looked down on me with disdain. Plus, my father put a ban on it. He thinks he can force women on me. Sends a woman to my bedchamber every night. Says if I can't do anything else of use, I can at least spread the family line. Family is tough. Yes, he perked up like he just remembered something. That's right. I need your help. My life is in your hands. Chapter 500. Why, what's going... I frowned. I assumed he was being a little melodramatic. Wars here were not fought like wars in my old world. That naturally had to do with one major difference. Resurrection? Since death could be circumvented, wars in this world had more to do with resources. When one side ran out of resources, whether that be money, mana, priests, or weapons, then they must surrender. One thing about death is that it didn't bring back equipment. There might be soldiers who get forgotten or they don't feel should be resurrected, but for the most part, a noble would never have to fear death on the border. That's why I was curious about how Lord Tybalt had grown such a haunted look. I died? He said. I promised myself after I died in the capital that that would be the last time, yet I died again. Ah. I had only died once since I had been to this world, but I heard of a condition unique to this world called death mania. Essentially, every time someone died, they took a certain degree of damage to their mind and soul. If someone died too many times in close succession, that damage became an integrated part of them. It was like scar tissue repeatedly building up. For everyone who experienced death mania, it manifested in different ways. Some people grew psychotic, not valuing life and becoming brutal murderers and rapists. Others simply become suicidal, racing into danger without value for their lives. The third kind was like Lord Tybalt here. They grow a haunted look, becoming terrified of their next death. Having seen the nothingness beyond, they become more scared than anyone over a repeat. This is actually a big concern in the Adventuring Guild. Back when I first came to this world and joined the guild, the big sister used to tell me that if I ever died more than twice in a year, that I should find her and she'd take care of me. Adventurers like that were considered at risk. She said if I had any lustful tendencies, she'd take care of them. I hadn't seen Big Sister in a while. If someone reached 5 deaths in a year, or 10 deaths in 5 years, adventuring guilds stop giving you missions. It is kind of like the concussion epidemic of sports in my old world. Except rather than damage to your brain, it was damage to your soul. Even resurrection had its limits. I was glad I had died only once. Regrettably, Mickey had already passed away twice. Yet, she was a spiritualist, and thus was able to mitigate the damage a lot better than most. Either way, I did worry about her dying again. Of course, there was only one problem with what Lord Tybalt was saying. He had only died twice. So how could he be suffering from anything I died 3 times? Otto continued. It's only been a few weeks. I cried out and then blushed. Ah! Sorry. Otto's fist tightened. The last time, I made a mistake. I got captured and wasn't able to commit suicide. My brother stormed the enemy line and managed to kill me. Really? My face twitched. Some family they were. His brother didn't save him but killed him. I may be a low brigade officer, but under torture, I could give away information, Otto explained bitterly. That's why he did it. However, he failed to kill himself and was thus captured in turn. I was resurrected, but my brother Octius took my place. Father was furious. He's a high-rank officer, right? Otto nodded. If he breaks, the intel he reveals would be many times more dangerous than the intel I could have revealed. It may even be enough for the Ost Republic to invade Aberis. Chapter 501. So, what is your father going to do about it? I asked. Otto made a bitter face. The Ost Republic must have known our relationship. He's currently 2 weeks north, and his forces are being held up by a sudden incursion. They're trying to buy time to finish the interrogation. So, they're sending another high, rail-defined official. I am the highest rail-defined official in the area. Dad officially runs the army on the border. His official orders are for me to mount a rescue. He says that since I had already failed so many times, he's giving me one last chance. You'd think, given the importance, he'd pick someone competent. That's what I said. Otto slammed his fist. You actually admitted it. I wrote the prince implicitly, and he responded that he trusts father's decisions and won't undo them. However, he did send me 50 of his best recruits currently in the capital for additional support. Those were the men you traveled with. But they're new soldiers unprepared for war. Other than the 2 knights, they might as well just be fodder. That damn prince? He didn't even send me a single soldier. What? Why does the wilderness need soldiers, ah? Never mind. In truth, this was probably another reason why he didn't send me any help, even though he didn't want to be implicated. He could have given me a few troops. It wouldn't be weird for a kingdom to send troops to a border city. He had already promised help to be sent to Ost Republic to prevent the skirmishes from becoming an outright war. Comparatively, a war between 2 lords internally was unimportant. This led to another thought. If I did choose to help Otto, then perhaps I could get some support for when I dealt with Lord Rain. Even if Otto was useless, he was the son of a High Lord. It wouldn't be a bad idea to get on their good side. I could save his heir, and then they'd owe me one. There is one more thing. Otto looked like he was about to cry. Father said if I don't succeed in this mission and die, he won't bother to resurrect me. In fact, he explicitly ordered I am not to be resurrected. That explained why Otto was so desperate as to come begging to me. So, will you help me? He asked pleadingly. I scratched my chin as I considered my options. On the one hand, I had a boat to acquire and a king to save. If I were to help him now, That would definitely be another delay. My dungeon life was feeling more and more like a video game. Well, technically, it was a video game. Wasn't it I had always treated this as another world? But I had only ever managed to get here through a video game. Right side quests led to more side quests. And suddenly I am so far removed from the main objective that I have to keep reminding myself what was important. I decided to stop thinking about such things. If I kept treating this as a game, then I'd at one point have to decide whether the people in it are real or NPCs. I refused to believe the women I loved weren't as real as I was, so that ended that debate. Otto still waited for a response. A permanent crease on his forehead. Very well, I responded. But we're doing it tonight. Chapter 502. Faina, will you be okay by yourself? Yes, Master. I have done this kind of thing before. I am more worried about Master. Faina flushed, and then looked at me through her long eyelashes. You are always managing to do such dangerous things. It makes my heart ache. You sure know how to leave a girl waiting. I didn't really get what she meant by that. Was she really that worried about my death? She seemed ready to leave my employ before, when the prince gave her a better offer. She had suddenly changed her desires, but I never really understood why. If it was as simple as gratitude for saving her, I'd rather she do what she wanted than be miserable fulfilling some debt she felt she owed in her mind. Although I liked Faina, I felt like there had been a distance between us ever since that act. I had hoped to fill some of that gap on this trip. But pressing matters seemed to be determined to keep us separate. Thus, I traveled with Faina. A younger and more inexperienced blue mage sent us on to the ocean city of Kingsport. I could smell salt in the air once the teleportation was over. I would love to have had some time to explore the place, but I had to help Lord Tybalt first. After bringing out the cart and making sure everything was set up properly, I hired a guard to watch over her. This was another service of the Travelers Guild. She would be alone in this city. Last time, I had just left her alone, but I realized that this was actually pretty careless. The guards the guild offered would watch over the carriage and protect Faina if needed. I didn't have anything against men, but I did end up selecting a female. She wasn't pretty and had as many scars as some of the men, but that only reassured me that she knew what she was doing. Once everything with her was settled, I looked out over the ocean. The Travelers Guild was strategically placed on a hill facing the ocean, so that upon leaving the door, you saw a very scenic beach and dock down below. I really wanted to take all the girls to the beach. Faina in a swimsuit on the beach would do the church proud. Ah, well, I'd have to put off that religious ceremony for another time. Opening a portal, I headed back to Niffle. I hadn't brought the girls with me on this trip, saving a bit of coin. I should have done that from the get-go. But there was something to be said about traveling with company. Since I wanted the girls with me in Niffle, it didn't make sense to blow through portals and DP just to save a few coins. I was past the point where I could argue over coppers. The sun was only a bit past noon at this point. I could probably say it was around 3 p.m., although this world didn't have clocks. Master, what will we be doing until tonight? Xiao asked, a blush betraying her lewd expectations. I was sorry to disappoint her. There is still some time. Let's check out the Mirror Labyrinth. Chapter 503. I had a natural curiosity about all of the dungeons and their subsequent curses. I wanted to visit the Mirror Labyrinth before we left. It was a dungeon that apparently had adopted the labyrinth name. That likely meant it had a lot of confusing passages and didn't focus as much on monsters. It was only about 30 minutes when we found ourselves boarding a ferry. We found out at the Travelers Guild that there was actually a ferry that left for the Mirror Labyrinth 4 times a day. That's right, a ferry. As it turned out, the Great Labyrinth was in the middle of a river, in a small islet that was isolated from the rest of the world. It was for this reason that a city didn't sprout around the dungeon directly, since there simply wasn't the size to support it. Instead, a city was built nearby, and a traveling service to and from the island was established. This got me excited and asking about a shipwright. Perhaps I could knock out 2 birds with 1 stone? Regrettably, the ship was built in Kingsport and was transferred via the Travelers Guild. So, I would have to depend on Fena to get that order set up and make the referral. Her job tonight, other than to sell the goods on her person, was to get a place and establish contact with the shipwright recommended to us by Mary. We'd meet her tomorrow, presuming everything went well tonight. The ship rocked along the river for nearly 30 minutes before it finally docked on a small island. I was surprised to see that the island wasn't filled with people. In fact, the place felt surprisingly barren. No? Bizarre? I asked the ship's captain. I really thought there would be people selling stuff, even if the island is small. It was true that the island was exceptionally small. Other than a large cavehead, the entire place was only about 500 square meters. That still allowed room for countless tents, gates, guards, and so on. The man shook his head immediately. To many people this close attracts monsters. Monsters? He pointed down. In the depths, this river is filled with strong creatures. There is a reason the city was built in the distance and not along the river. Is it safe? He shrugged. There is a reason we make so many trips. As long as the groups are small, they don't seem to mind. It's when people try to congregate that they, get hungry. Your group of 6 is about as large of a group as I'll carry, though. You are lucky no one else had reserved. Ah, yes. Thank you. How long will your journey be? A week or 2? Most expeditions to the dungeon aren't planned on a daily basis like with me. Anyone who wanted to enter would need to plan for several weeks or even a month, even if they didn't plan to dive very deeply. It was simply the cost of dungeon diving. These were expeditions requiring a great deal of thought. Well, with a portal that entered and left dungeons, I didn't possess this restriction, but that wasn't a skill I advertised. Not long. I said, just getting our feet wet, so to speak. The man nodded and said no more. We finally docked at a small wooden dock, only large enough for maybe two small boats. We had arrived. It was time to see the next dungeon. Chapter 504. After tipping the boat captain. The group of us departed from the boat. Since there was nothing of any note outside the dungeon, we headed straight to the entrance. Upon entering the mirror labyrinth, the first thing you notice is the massive crystalline structures that make it up. Miki read from a small book I had bought. It was called What You Need to Know About the Mirror Labyrinth. Her reading had improved substantially over the last few months. The pair of us had worked together to learn the language, and we were both at a level where it was no longer a challenge. Lydia had become envious of this and was expressing an interest in reading as well. Tara and Xiao already knew how to read and write, so they had nothing to gain. For Tara, she had learned this stuff when she was growing up. For Xiao, it was more forced. A desperate skill she learned from other captured slaves in the hope that knowledge would be power. Celeste was the only one who showed no interest in furthering her education. That wasn't quite right. It wasn't that she showed no interest. It was that any attempt to teach her ended up disastrously. She didn't have the patience to sit down and work on it, and after giving her pages of letters to work on, I'd come back hours later to find nothing had been done but aimless doodling. And she had already forgotten why I had even given her the page. As the book suggested, when we walked into the dungeon, the environment immediately changed. It wasn't dark like most dungeons. Rather, innumerable crystals lined the walls and floor and reflected light. Where that light came from was anyone's guess, because the second you entered a dungeon, you entered a different world. Only blackness could be seen behind us from the moment we stepped in. You have entered the mirror labyrinth. Defeat the lore or complete it for greater rewards. Beautiful! Celeste cried out, fluttering around amongst the columns excitedly. Stay close, don't get lost, I warned her. I was beginning to understand why this place got its name. It was, for better lack of a description, a crystalline cavern. It was incredibly beautiful, filled with large and small crystals that jutted out of the walls, floors, and ceilings. There was a fair amount of space in the hallways here, but I imagined they would be tighter on lower levels. These crystals reflected all light, including ourselves. It wasn't as disorientating as a mirror house, but I could see how it would be easy to get turned around and lost. Furthermore, those crystals seemed sharp and dangerous. In a battle, this cave would definitely be a challenge. It'd be all too easy to hit a wall and end up impaled by a large, protruding crystal. Does the book contain any maps? I asked. Miki nodded. Maps were included up to the 20th floor. Although I heard you can buy the next 10. As for how deep the dungeon is, the book says they predict it to be 100 to 150 levels deep. Do they block the safe room like in Diarage number? It says the safe room is, safe to use. All right. Let's head there, shall we? Chapter 505. There really are no enemies. Huh? I asked as we made our way to the safe room. According to the guide, the first enemies don't appear until the 5th floor. The 5th floor only contains the boss. Then, on the 6th floor, regularly enemies can be seen. Furthermore, there are no treasures. Yeah. I was afraid of that. I saw the same as she said, that there were no treasures on my map. It was just 5 levels of confusing mazes filled with crystals, some of which created reflections and really tricked the eyes. On the one hand, the way the light kept tricking you into seeing movement would make levels with true enemies truly stressful. On the other hand, I wasn't feeling terribly thrilled about this dungeon. No matter how pretty the geological crystal formations looked. The key aspect of a dungeon was that it continued to consume mana. It could do this 2 ways. First, it could grow, engulfing more land to suck mana from, much like a tree with roots. The second way is to draw mana-containing creatures, like humans, into it, where it would use miasma to feed on their mana. If they died, it would get a giant meal. If they lived, it could continue to consume them for weeks or even months. This sucking of mana was also the same reason that dungeons wore on a person's mental state over time. There weren't too many long-term studies on people in dungeons. There was one story of a magician who was trapped in a dungeon for almost 18 months before he managed to escape. His mind had deteriorated to the level that he was an invalid, and his ability to use magic had been whittled away to nothing. Another story told of an adventurer who had lived 3 years in the dungeon and experienced nothing serious. He had remained mostly in a safe room, which was free of miasma and wouldn't suck mana away. I had heard rumors that there were entire levels free of miasma, such as those alternative world levels. But these were very distant rumors from a guy who knew a guy. This wasn't even a problem I, nor any of my girls, would ever have. Between Miki and myself, the miasma wasn't able to affect us. We theoretically could remain in a dungeon our entire lives, although I wasn't going to try it, even with my own dungeon creation skill. I had no desire to build my own equivalent of a demon lord's castle. Car's dungeon was all the cursed mansion I could take. With the map at hand and my own map to locate us in the dungeon, it was rather easy for us to find the safe room. After only 30 minutes of walking, we arrived. However, we had taken enough twists and turns that had we tried to make it here on our own, it would probably have taken weeks. When we arrived, I was surprised to see that there were several parties of people already in the dungeon. A new dungeon diving party. No one mentioned a new dungeon diving party. Someone spoke up. You guys just arrived at this dungeon, another guy, who looked to be in charge of a 3-man party, spoke up. Yes. Yes, we have, I admitted, attempting to act polite. Well? Bugger off. This cave isn't for lightweights. Chapter 506. Hey, you all look young and inexperienced, one of them said. Why don't you try to bite on one of the baby dungeons? I hear they really hold people's hands in Dirige. Looking around, I realized these were all more experienced people, about the age of the guildmaster, and they had an air of exuberance about them. They were all large and imposing, including the women. Many had dozens of scars. Every single one of them carried a large backpack almost as big as themselves. Lightweight was actually an apt description because we weren't carrying any packs or anything. All of our stuff was in storage rings, but I had a feeling if I said that, they'd definitely scoff at it. There were 3 parties in all. One group possessed 3 people, one possessed 5, and the last one was 6 like my own. At 20 people, the room was a bit crowded, but only a bit. The level of imposingness seemed to grow as their size shrank. The 3-person party consisted of 3 muscular men, each about twice my size. The second group were all women, but they were also quite large. The final party consisted of more regular-looking adventurer types I might have seen in the capital's adventuring guild. Those clustered on that side of the fire pit consisted of only 1 woman and 5 guys. That seemed like a weird setup until I realized I was traveling as 1 guy and 5 girls. Could they be perhaps part of a fabled reverse harem? The guys in her party did all look attractive in a variety of different ways. I could pick out the bad boy, the Boy Scout, and the Raj easy enough. However, regardless of the group, they were definitely all looking down on us. The woman who appeared to be leading the party of 5 girls was quite pretty, and she didn't seem to have any scars. She had a massive great sword on her back that looked humongous. It was definitely impossible for me to pick up, but it looked like it fit her size. She leaned forward and gave me the kindest look of the 14 of them. We're just looking out for your best interest. A lot of people hear this dungeon doesn't have enemies on the top 5 floors and become convinced that means it is simple. This dungeon isn't so simple. It'll tear up and eat newbies like you. Come back in a few years. What she's saying, the leader of the 3-person party, and the first one who had spoken initially said, is that this place is for true dungeon divers. You can go play kissy kiss with your harem somewhere else. Oi? Is that a slight at me? The leader of the 6-person troop, a red-headed woman, stood up angrily. She actually admitted she had a harem of guys. They were all glaring at the 3-man time angrily. The man receiving those stares chuckled. Relax. Harem, it wasn't intended to insult you, unless you are taking a liking for another for your collection. Humph. She crossed her arms and then looked over at me and bit her lip. Although, you do have an innocent boy type I like. How about ditching the bitches, and I'll show you how deep my dungeon diving goes. Chapter 507. If I might ask? How deep have you guys managed to dive? I asked, trying not to treat her veiled flirting like she was serious. It wasn't just 5 women behind me boring a hole into my back, but also the 5 men behind her. I was being glared at by all sides. Why would I be even interested in that arrangement? She was pretty. With her long black hair over one eye, wide hips, and a dress and attitude that gave the feel of a sorceress. The girl pursed her lips thoughtfully at my words. Harem's Boys has made it as low as level 15. Can't get past the boss. But we will soon. I am sorry. Harem's what? We forgot to introduce ourselves. We're the Hurricane Dungeon Divers. Harem's Boys. She made a gesture to the guys, who actually seemed a little happy. She acknowledged them. I am Harem, by the way. Her name is actually Harem. Is that short for something? I asked, my lips twitching. Yup, it's short for Harem Queen. It was as bad as I thought. To prevent myself from going crazy, I looked over at the next group. Rank S, Titans Fall. The leader from the group of women said, Rank A, Demon's Head. The man snorted after everyone glanced in his direction. Still noticed the large woman put on a mischievous smile. Humph, if I accepted 2 more members of my ability, we'd be an S-rank team, he shot back, and then looked at us. So, what rank is your team? 6 people. You have to be a C. Right, most dungeon divers were adventurers from the Adventuring Guild. So these ranks were their official Adventuring Guild ranks. For various circumstances, I had been fighting in dungeons rather than going on guild-sanctioned missions. The result was that we had only advanced a single rank. As for our group name, I couldn't even remember it. Deek's group, F. Sorry, I coughed. Ranky, get out of the dungeon. Hey now, maybe they have more experience than it looks. They could have been in a higher group and recently broke up and formed around one weak companion. If they haven't done missions, they might really be at least a C or something. Harem offered an excuse. How long have you been adventurers? Like since you were 10, about 3 months now, get out. I let out a sigh. Believe it or not, I have a lot of experience with dungeons. I actually have the official job. Well, duh. If you didn't have at least that much, you probably wouldn't have even made it to this safe room. Really? You got Pathfinder, right? Even with a map, it's near impossible to navigate these tunnels without an anchor. You probably been running around the dungeon for the last few days and finally made it here. Harem hesitated for a second and then sighed. I am just too nice. After you rest, I'll take you back to the entrance so you guys can be on your own. Boo, no buts. If you go any deeper, you'll definitely die. Don't think about yourself, but your women. I can see we're kindred spirits, so you must definitely look after your girls. Don't you care about them? Her words resulted in smug looks from all of her male companions, who clearly enjoyed me being put down. I let out a sigh and agreed with them. I couldn't imagine their reactions if they knew we had arrived and made it here in under an hour. My map skill made the typical Pathfinder look like child's play. There wasn't much of a point in going any further right now anyway. I could portal to this safe room. That was enough for today. I also didn't want to argue and perhaps become enemies with the very first professional dungeon divers I had met. And worst of all, I didn't want to be seen as uncaring to my girls. Even if they did think it was funny and were hiding their laughter behind wooden looks and conveniently placed hands. Don't waste the trip. The leader of the 5-girl party spoke up. We're on our way out anyway. I'll take them. The rest of the girls looked at their leader with unhappy expressions, but they didn't argue with her. Harem looked slightly disappointed, but she eventually acquiesced. Before we left, I registered with the kiosk even while learning snide looks from the other parties. I also checked out the mural. It only consisted of a single tree. That was it. I had a feeling the lore for this dungeon was going to be a long and complicated one. However, the day I would come to crack, it would be a long time from now. Chapter 508. We allowed them to rest for a bit while I told the girls through slave communication my intent. Since I had time to kill, I decided to practice my cooking skill. Part of the reason I didn't just leave it equipped in the dungeon and level it, other than safety reasons, was because rapidly leveling a job without practicing the skill led to an imbalance. One of the books we had checked out on job structures spoke about this. If you are a basic magician, the basic assumption before you become an intermediate magician is that you've mastered the basics. Even though there are mana control skills which allow you to use mana, you should eventually learn to use mana yourself. Call it muscle memory, or simply careful observation. But the general assumption is that by the time you become an intermediate magician, you can handle, while maybe not every spell, at least a good assortment of spells. This is perhaps why by the time you reach the next level, you differentiate. At level 25, you switch to intermediate, and at level 50, you get your official color class. What color class you get probably depends on what mana you are most familiar with. One mage might have practiced a lot with destructive magic and thus maintained it through basic and intermediate. Thus, when they get their next job, they can only become a black mage. I asked to use the fire, and since it was communally shared by all of them, even the ones who wanted to stop me grudgingly allowed it. I pulled out food from my storage ring and went to work, creating something with my cooking skill equipped. You are cooking for them? Harem came over and asked in surprise. I like to cook. You don't? Oh, of course I do. She grew defensive. I am a great cook, right? She shot the men a look, who all nodded when she glared at them. However, as soon as she turned back, they all started shaking their heads and sticking out their tongues. One guy pointed at her and made a gagging motion. The message was clear. Never eat something she cooked. Even these guys who didn't want competition wouldn't subject a potential new guy to their woman's cooking. Cool, I said, pretending I didn't see anything even as she spun back only to see the men looking suspiciously casual. She turned back and suddenly looked more sheepish and just a tad cute. It's just... Usually, Bradley does the cooking. He's the best at it. Although she said that, as the smells began to emit from my cooking, even the one I presume was Bradley kept asking what I was using that smelled so good. Most of the people here were used to dried food that lasted a long time. The fact I brought foods that would go bad only proved to them that I was an amateur. But it didn't stop their stomachs from rumbling after eating only dried stuff for potentially weeks. Of course, none of them knew I was a cook and could preserve foods for longer than a refrigerator, short of finding a time-stopping storage ring, which was said to be so rare that only the king of Oberies had one in this country. This was the best method of keeping my food edible. Even the group of 3 men were licking their lips and lowered their heads to ask for a bowl. I made ramen, essentially, with various herbs, some vegetables, some meat, and an egg. It was a hit. Everyone ate some. The leader of the female group who'd escort us out ate 5 bowls, and I ended up needing to make more before we were done. Cook has increased to level 16. You have unlocked Enhance Flavor. Ah! It looked like I'd be the cook for a while longer. Chapter 509. When everyone had their fill, it became time for our group to head out. While I was cleaning up, the women who had been sitting comfortably around the fire all stood up. I turned to look at them. And then my eyes went up and up. The 5-woman group consisted of 5 women who were all exceptionally tall. I knew they were big women, but they had been sitting, and thus I hadn't noticed how big they actually were. The smallest woman was about 6.5 feet tall, while the leader was nearly 8 feet. It was to the level she had to crouch to leave the safe room. My head only came to just under her chest. If she stood next to me, her breast would be resting on my head. I couldn't help but look, my mouth slightly open, when noticing my eyes. The men who were also standing up to use the kiosk turned out to be only a little taller than me, and smaller than the women by far. Ha ha! You've never seen an Asterian before, the lead male laughed. Asterian, I murmured. Is that like the Esmir the tall woman in front snorted? How are we like the Esmir? Those guys are tiny. Asterian come from the Ost Republic. To be fair, your countries are right next to each other? Humph. She frowned. The mountains divide us from them. Esmir is all hills. Ost Republic is full of beautiful fields. Why, you guys are from the Ost Republic. I was genuinely surprised at this point. Do you have a problem with that? Her eyes narrowed. Ah. This river goes straight into Ost Republic territory. They can boat right to the Mirror Labyrinth. Any attempt to put together a force to stop them would alarm the sea creatures and cause them to attack. So, this island is considered neutral territory, and both sides have decided to not fight on this ground. Miki spoke up hastily. The Asterian woman snorted. At least you know that much. Adventurers know no country. The large man folded his arms. It's considered bad form for dungeon divers to hold grudges while in a dungeon. It's fine. I shook my head. I was just a bit surprised is all. I managed to smooth things over with everyone. The 3 men bid farewell and prepared to take the kiosk down to the 20th level. They were planning on trying to break through the 25th on this trip. Harem and her boys decided to stay in the room a little longer before heading down to the 15th. I decided to ask why everyone was here. It turned out it was exactly to meet and hang out with other divers. Everyone worth diving could get to the first floor, so it was a good place for everyone to meet. It was customary for them to remain on the first floor during their safe zone downtime. There, they could greet newcomers and say farewell to those leaving. It helped them keep a pulse on what was going on with the outside world. And there was also talk about the first floor having less of a pressure than the lower floors. I didn't know what they meant. But the others nodded as if this made sense, so it must be a psychological thing. Being around other people and returning to a place where you could leave if you wanted to must comfort them a bit. As rough as these guys seemed, they wouldn't have bothered to head up to the first floor if they didn't want to interact with people. It turned out they were good guys after all. Hey, before you leave. Oi, what are you doing? Refresh. I cast a spell on him. Hey, this ain't bad. Wait, you are a priest or something. No, I am a white mage. We can heal. Everyone seemed impressed. I ended up healing and refreshing everyone, including the girls who were now leaving with us. You are not so bad, kid. Go sink your teeth into Ridge. If you can get down to the 20th floor, look us up, and I'll show you around the mirror labyrinth. I'll do my best. I bowed, even though I was confident we could probably get to the 30th without too much issue. Demon's Head left through the kiosk. After that, we bid Harem's boys goodbye, and I finally left the safe room with Titan's Fall. Chapter 510. As we walked back the way we came. They seemed to be moving in a practiced and knowledgeable manner. It could be possible that they were using a Pathfinder ability. So I decided to ask, since I didn't want to walk the entire way in silence. No, Faith here has the Pathfinder ability. But on the first floor, we've taken this path enough that I know where I am going. The leading woman spoke. Ah, I see. I said, fearing that this was it for our conversation, but after a moment of silence, she continued. Don't feel disheartened by our comments. We act this way because we want you to be safe. In truth, there aren't enough skilled dungeon divers in this world. While countries fight and squabble, they ignore the true threat, dungeons. These are curses on our land. They suck up mana, create monsters, and pose a threat to the entire world. Remember? The demon lands came to be because of a single dungeon that was allowed to fester until it literally became a world threat. So, the demon castle came first. She nodded. The demons were once just a creation of a dungeon called Hell's Dungeon. Yet, Because it was far in the north, humans ignored it. Then floods of demons came out. Eventually, the Demon King appeared, and the Demon King's castle grew on top of it. There to dungeons, no one is certain. But that is the belief. Hell's dungeon below, and the Demon King's castle dungeon above. If that is the case, then it's even more horrifying than one could think. How so? Because it means the Demon King is only the first boss. And there is something more horrifying at the bottom of Hell's dungeon. This is the oldest dungeon this world has. No one knows how old, but at least 1,000 years. That seemed to make the mood even worse. The thought truly was terrifying. Hell's dungeon. I could barely get past level 30. Even the greatest warriors in the world struggled around level 50. What would a level 999 be like? What would a 1,000 level final boss be like? However, perhaps because of my weird relationship with dungeons, I asked a different question. How would you complete its lore? You are cute! Ah, I glanced up at her in a fluster. Ah! She blushed as if she hadn't intended to say that. That's not what I meant. Not saying you are not cute. I just mean you are idealistic. You reminded me of myself a few years ago, wanting to complete dungeon lore. It's only a myth, eh? I think if she likes Master, she should just say it, Lydia whispered to Xiao in a quiet voice. But thanks to the acoustics of the cavern ended up heard by everyone. Xiao nodded. Master's big enough to satisfy her. He says he likes women of all sizes. That was a misquote. I was talking about boob size. Not that I was going to say that out loud here. Besides, even though the Titan's fall leader was large, she was also very beautiful, with large breasts and a voluptuous figure that even her leather armor didn't hide. She had long curly red hair and freckles on her face, and she gave the impression of an Amazon woman. Although her armor was a bit more modern than the fur loincloths someone usually imagined. I didn't respond to the whispers. Staring straight ahead, rather than be angry, the other girls in Titan's Fall started whispering behind our backs. So, that's why she wanted to take him with us. I can't believe Captain finally fell in love. And with a human! Love has no boundaries. It's very sweet. The leader's face had turned completely red, making her freckles even more obvious. Like me, she was staring ahead while pretending she didn't hear anything. My name is Deke, by the way. I coughed under my breath. Ah. Alicia. The rest of the walk, the pair of us were quiet. But my girls and her girls started to become a bit more talkative. I didn't hear their conversations. Chapter 511. We reached the exit of the Mirror Labyrinth and exited onto the small island. The 5 women headed around to the back of the island, where another dock I hadn't noticed the first time sat. This one had a boat docked. This must be where the Ost Republic landed separately from Aboris. The ferry only comes a few times a day. It will be a few hours before they come back, I admitted. It had only been 2 hours since they left us here, so I knew that their last trip was still a few hours from now. Had we missed it, I had the intention of using Portal to return, but it didn't seem necessary now. However, once the women left, I didn't really want to wait, so I'd probably use Portal anyway. Although Alicia's face was still a bit red, she turned to me. It isn't safe to stay on this island with all of the sea creatures. Some of them may come to the surface looking for a snack if you linger too long. How about you come with us, Sa? Ah, I will drop you off on the Aberrus side. It's not like we'd kidnap you, Alicia cried out. The boat was actually a bit larger than our own ferry. It would be able to fit nearly 20 people. Well, that was normal-size people. Since these women were quite a bit bigger, the room was a little tighter than that, but it was enough for us. The ferryman had said that he wouldn't travel with much more than the 6 of us at a time. The largest group I had seen, there was also 6 people. Was it safe for a group of 11 to be on a boat together? Or would that attract the fish? These were experienced dungeon divers, and they didn't seem to be all that worried about inviting us. Perhaps they were more knowledgeable about the river than the ferrymen. It could be that he was just overly cautious because there was only one of him. It was a little risky, but in the end, I decided to trust these women. We weren't in a dungeon, so it wasn't like I was putting our lives on the line. Celeste. I whispered to her and then gave the rest of the commands using slave communication. She nodded and then shrunk down to her smallest fairy form. It was about the size you'd expect to see a fairy. The so-called Tinker Bell size. Usually, she remained a bit larger than that, about 12 to 18 inches. That was her preferred size when she didn't assume a human size. In towns and villages, she usually maintained her human size and hid her wings so as not to draw interest. In the dungeons, however, she usually remained at her fairy size. Here, I had her shrink down to her small size to reduce her presence the most. With luck, any predators would only see us as 10 people, not 11. I didn't stop there. Celeste had control of the wind, so she made sure to lock our presence within the boat. I didn't know how the animals of the deep detected us, but Celeste could block smells, noises, and the like. I gave an order to Miki too, and she locked our spirits and kept us from being seen with spiritual perception. As the giant women set on embarking the boat, they saw the girls' spells and nodded approvingly. Alicia assessed me one more time and seemed to find me acceptable. She had crossed her arms under her large chest and nodded approvingly. When you reach our stage, you can conceal your aura. Other than Susan here, we can travel without being seen by the terrors of the deep. Although you are not at our level, I am pleased to see you have concocted similar measures, as expected of a dungeon diver. It turned out that they were at almost no risk from the get-go, rather. Our presence increased their risk since we couldn't conceal our auras perfectly. I wondered what level aura conceal appeared. I wanted to ask, but it didn't feel appropriate. When I got back to a library, I'd definitely look for that information. Scouts probably got it quickly, but dungeon divers should get it too eventually. With the sun still up and the murky dark blue water under us, we set off down the river. Chapter 5:12. There was a second reason that travel was relatively safe. The arrival journey required you to go upstream, whereas the return had you go downstream. Not only was it faster, but it was relatively quiet. Once clearing the island, the ship was naturally taken away by the current. At this speed, it'd only be about 10 minutes until we reach back to where we started. In comparison, it took 30 minutes to reach the dock going upstream. I mean what I said earlier. Alesia suddenly spoke up. There aren't enough dungeon divers, and the countries don't take them seriously. They are the true threat that this world faces. Some people use them as profit or as training grounds, but every year, hundreds die in the dungeons and thousands perish because of things that were grown out of dungeons. This world would be a better place if they didn't exist. Her brother died in a dungeon, one of the girls whispered to me. Alesia blushed but acted as if she didn't hear it. We need more skilled dungeon divers. But we won't get them unless we work together and train. The countries must all work together. Or one day all that will be left in this world is dungeons. You must find the will to continue to dive deeper, even after obtaining your goals. What do you mean dungeon divers must put their lives on the line when they go into a dungeon? Few are willing to make that journey, but those that are usually are looking for something. They want fame, wealth, or power. Dungeons will gladly provide it as long as you survive. That creates a problem, though. Once obtaining what they want, dungeon divers no longer have any drive to continue. Once they are rich or famous, or are a high enough level that they can walk the surface and dominate everyone, they see no reason to dive deeper and continue to risk their lives. That is the true reason that so few are able to dive deeper than level 50. It isn't for lack of ability, but lack of will. They convince themselves that the great dungeons have been around long before they were born, and there is no need to destroy them. Some even go so far as to wanting the great dungeons to survive. Entire markets are built around the continued existence of certain dungeons, and if these dungeons were ever defeated, the people who benefit from them would become enraged. So, you can understand, the dungeon life is a difficult and lonely path. I don't say this because I want to scare you. Quite the opposite. I hope you continue to dive deeper. Perhaps you will actually end the curse of a dungeon one day, even if you just stopped one. You'd have done more than what most people who call themselves dungeon divers have managed in their entire lives. However, if you took up the code to always dive deeper into the unknown, to grow stronger and stronger until even the great dungeons fall, well, that is the path of Titan's fall. That's the meaning of our group's name. Many think it's because we are Osteria who have the blood of giants. No. The Titans we seek to destroy are the great dungeons. Only when the Titans fall can humanity finally rise out from their grasp. That's kind of poetic. She blushed even more. It seemed like Elysia was a girl who got embarrassed easily. Or maybe it was just because it was so apparent due to her light skin and freckles. So, she straightened up. Will you do it? Will you promise to try to defeat dungeons in earnest? To try to end the curses that blight this land? Her words had a feel of oath to them, like this was something very important to her. I could only give a helpless smile and nod. I might take out a dungeon or two. Chapter 513. That's the spirit. Elysia smiled at me, and for a moment, my heart beat a bit faster. She really was a pretty woman. Even if she was taller than me by quite a lot. I already was a short guy, only 5'10". So a 7-foot tall woman definitely towered over me. Yet, the way she was acting was very cute. However, if I kept looking, the other girls would definitely get jealous. I never knew just how Xiao would react. Sometimes, she was extremely tolerant of other women. Other times, she grew extremely jealous. I think it often depended on whether Lydia was nearby or not. She seemed to have a certain magic about her, to make the usually jealous Xiao suddenly pro-harem, of course. When Lydia wasn't around, Xiao could be quite scary sometimes when she asked me about girls I had only met in passing. If I didn't play my cards right, she brought out the knives. At that point, I had to calm Xiao down with heavy petting. Her one weakness was that she was extremely docile sexually, so once I equipped the pervert job, her aggression disappeared and she purred like a kitten. If Lydia was a tigress that dominated the sexual field, then Xiao was a playful cub who followed behind her lead. As I was worrying about what the pair were thinking in this situation, it turned out they had been plotting all along. The boat suddenly shook aggressively. At first, I had been convinced that a monster from the depths was attacking the boat. But I could hear snickering from some of the Titan's fall women. That instantly made me realize what was happening. Knowing what was happening and stopping it were two very different things. Standing on the boat as I was, the sudden bump caused me to lose my footing. If I didn't know any better, I'd swear a gust of Celeste's wind struck my back, ensuring that my fall went forward instead of backward off the boat. The person in front of me was none other than Elysia. Unlike me, she had much better footing and barely shifted as the boat rocked. Instead, her attention had turned to her laughing teammates, who seemed to be in on a joke she had missed. That was until my face ended up in her cleavage, and my arms wrapped around her body, ending up grabbing her buttocks to keep me from falling. "WH, what are you doing?" Elysia cried out as she was suddenly assaulted. The laughter from her teammates grew even more. As for Elysia, her body tightened up, especially her firm buttocks, as I was all too aware. But she didn't actually shove me off her. I pulled my head out of her chest. "I am sorry. I really am. I tripped." Oh! She suddenly looked shy again. Really? Really? I should work on having better balance like you. Ah! She nodded. "Maybe I can show you sometime." The boat suddenly thumped again. But this time I didn't move. "We're here," Celeste announced excitedly. They hadn't stopped in the city, as that would cause a problem. Rather, they stopped at the shore on the border of Auberries. We'd need to walk an hour back to Niffle, I guess. "We have to go then," I said. She wore a slightly sad expression and nodded. "Perhaps we'll meet again. Perhaps, What is it? Can you take your hands off my butt?" Yes. Chapter 5:14. The group of us left Titan Fall's boat without incident. The girls immediately pushed off from the shore and began heading down the river, leaving into the Ost Republic. As for us, we had about an hour of walking to do so that we could rendezvous with Lord Tybalt. The sun was just starting to set, and soon we'd have to head into enemy territory with the hopes of rescuing Otto's brother. Having the Tybalt family owe me a favor seemed like a good idea, but more than that, I was doing it because I didn't trust in Otto to be able to do it himself. The guy seemed to have a track record of failure. One could argue that the connecting component in all of his failures was me, but I wasn't going to point that out at this moment. By the time we met with Tybalt outside the city, night had already fallen. Insects sung in the grass, and the nearly cloudless sky was filled with starlight. The sky of this world did not match the sky of Earth. I was never that good at astronomy, but I knew that much at least. I might not know of any specific constellations, but one had a familiarity with their own sky that made an alien world instantly recognizable. Among the biggest differences was how vast and beautiful it was. This wasn't a world filled with light pollution and smog. The sky was extremely clear, and I could see more stars now at dusk than I'd ever see in a city in my old world during the best viewing times. "What took you so long?" Tybalt demanded angrily, but then lowered his head and blushed. "I am sorry. I was just worried you wouldn't come." Lord Tybalt hadn't stopped being the arrogant noble he always was. But he was also a man who understood his place. He was asking me for help, and I outranked him as a noble. I wasn't angry at his slip. In some ways, I pitied him. Believe it or not, he and I had a lot in common. At least, when we're talking about the me from before I came to this world. However, where I was poor and didn't have the background to act lazy and arrogant, Lord Tybalt had grown up under a rich family. The one benefit was that no one had ever expected anything from me. Mother wouldn't have cared if I lived with her until I was 40. The only one who ever pushed me to do anything was a certain cousin, but she was away at college. And thus she only came over once or twice a year to nag me about how I am not more active. Ironically, she was just as fat as I was, but she insisted that she could lose weight any time she wanted. So I humored her. "Did your soldiers manage to get the outfits?" I asked, ignoring his slight. He let out a breath of relief and nodded excitedly, then gestured to the soldier to hand us a bag. I opened and began to go through it as he spoke. "Those are enemy armors and weapons. With that, We should be able to sneak in. I brought 10 of my most trusted men. They've been with me the longest since I've been here. I nodded as I found 6 outfits. How well they'd fit me and the girls. We'd find out in a moment. Then, the plan has begun, I said. We'll sneak into the fort where your brother is being held. And then we'll get out of there. Chapter 5:15. Simple plans were usually the best plans. We'd sneak into their fort using their outfits and the cover of darkness to get in. Once inside, we'd locate his brother as quickly as possible. As soon as we discovered his brother, the rest of it was easy. I would create a portal and return all of us back into Aberystwyth territory. Portal was a high-powered blue mage spell. Only top-level blue mages could cast it, and then it would cost most of their magic to do so. By cashing in DP, I had truly found an op spell. No one would expect it. Even if we were found out, I was confident we could escape. The most stressful part would be getting into the base. As for the Ostrepublik being filled with Osteria, that wasn't completely the case. Humans lived in the Ostrepublik too. There actually weren't that many Osteria alive, and so they typically lived peacefully around humans. Osteria were great fighters, and it wasn't uncommon to see them in positions as adventurers, dungeon divers, and high-ranking military. It was said that one Osterio typically equaled 5 humans on the field. At that rate, how would Aboris have been able to hold out if Ostrepublik was all Osteria? Fortunately, the vast majority of their armies were human, just like our own. There were also half Osteria, who were tall and muscular, but not at quite that size. Big Sister in Chom also was big and muscular and had red hair. But she was only a half head taller than me. It was possible she was half Osteria, although I had never asked. Actually, I had never even heard of an Osteria until earlier today. Perhaps, instead of reading upon alchemy, dungeon lore, and job skill trees, I should spend some time reading about this world's history and species. Dwarves appeared like Lolas. Esmir were short descendants of elves who lived in the hills of Esmore. Osteria were part giants who lived on the plains of the Ostrepublik. Animalkin came from Diashin. Elves were basically extinct, Wajjet, but the last was found in the Imperial Cloud Meadow. Humans were from Aberystwyth and the Imperial Cloud Meadow, but could be found in other countries. Demons came from the Demonlands, but they were products of the dungeon known as Hell's Dungeon. Monsters came from other abandoned dungeons, like those in the wilderness next to Aberystwyth. There were also colonies of sometimes sentient species like the fairies. I wondered about Gisbane and Shijiskar. I was only thinking about such things so I wouldn't have to think about what I was doing. We were going to try to blend in as a human unit and sneak into a fort of an enemy. Using a privacy screen created with Xiao's shadow magic, the girls changed into Ostrepublik outfits, while Tybalt and his men did the same on the other side. I had already finished dressing to find the outfit a bit baggy on me. With her size adjustment abilities, Celeste had the easiest time fitting in her outfit. Eventually, every girl swapped until they found one that fit them comfortably enough. The soldiers were less picky and seemed to force the clothing on whether they fit their body or not. The result was that anyone who looked too closely would notice that the uniforms were clearly not intended for the people wearing them. These weren't enchanted to shrink to the proper size or anything. They were just random uniforms picked off of random stray soldiers. They'd have to do. You know? In Spain. I hear they make dress rings, Otto muttered while trying to force himself into pants a size too small for him. They allow you to pick 7 to 8 garments and just swap them right onto your body without all the work. Great for people ready for battle. Really? The girls dropped their privacy screen. And all seemed to look at Otto excitedly, making him cry out and finish pulling on his pants. I didn't bother to tell him the screen had only been one way. And the girls could see everything of the guys while they saw nothing. See, can we get them? Tara cried out excitedly. I want one too, Lydia said. All of the girls seemed eager. Apparently, being able to change clothing from armor to something more casual instantly is highly desired among the women in my group. As to that, good luck finding it here. Diushan are isolationists and don't send goods. Only Gispain is known for their enchantments. But anything that came would have to be exported through Shijaskar and Imperial Cloud Meadow. 2 countries that do not get along. That's why all of the enchanted stuff over here is either really weak or taken from dungeons. The girls looked a little disappointed by this. As for me, I found it quite interesting. Basically, what he was saying is that if I could get to Gispain, using my portals, I could open up a very profitable trade negotiation. Then, as I looked out at the border of the Ost Republic, I could only sigh. I'd just have to add that to my ever-growing list of things to do. Chapter 5:16. The men that Lord Tybalt had selected had made many incursions into the Ost Republic. It could also be said that they knew what fort his brother was being held at. That's because there were only 2 forts anywhere within range. Fort Detramix was a bit east of Nifl, and the place where Otto had officially been stationed. He had been tasked with keeping the fort going while his family were out on excursions. On the Ost Republic side was a place called Fort Pride. This was being held by an unknown general. They were supposedly someone of great renown, but Otto didn't know his name. I wanted to reprimand him about knowing your enemy or something, but I hadn't bothered to do my research either. So I guess we were in the same boat. Either way, the men knew paths to enter the Ost Republic in secret. And our troops moved cautiously out from our starting point. Once we entered the area where soldiers patrolled, we had to dodge our own men as much as theirs. If we had informed our own what we were doing, we might as well announce it to the enemy. This is why we kept it as a small group of only 18. Otto expressed confusion as to why I was bringing the girls along. He knew them to be good fighters, but in his mind, this was a stealth mission, and they'd be a risk. Surprisingly, it wasn't an attempt to ridicule women, but rather he wanted them to be safe. Huh? I thought you hated women, I asked in shock. He rolled his eyes. I have a sister. You know, just because I am not attracted to women doesn't mean I want to see them hurt. I narrowed my eyes. That didn't stop you from abandoning Lydia in a dungeon. I felt a little angry at that. Lydia grabbed my sleeve but didn't meet Otto's eyes. Up until then, she had been avoiding looking at her former master. I had almost sent her as Fena's guard specifically because I didn't want to get into this. A guilty expression formed on Otto's face. People change. After experiencing death myself. That didn't satisfy me completely. He still had the mentality that women were useless. He evolved a bit. They weren't garbage to be tossed away, but they didn't have his respect quite like men either. He looked over at Lydia and bowed his head. I am sorry for how I treated you back then. At that time, I didn't hold any value for any life but my own. I can only say I am glad that you found the master you were looking for. Ah. Lydia looked away even more, but I could tell by a slight purring sound from under her throat that she was pleased by this. Now is not the time. I hit him in the head softly, and he blinked. We're reaching the enemy side of the skirmish zone. If we were caught by our side, it'd be embarrassing, but you'd be able to talk us out of it. On that side, it's do or die. His face went white, but he nodded in affirmation. As we continued forward into the Ostrepublik side of the skirmish zone, I had Miki hide our spirits from detection. Xiao used shadow magic to obscure us in shadows. And Celeste used her wind to hide our smell and sound. By the third time, Lydia's scout ability caught a patrol and kept us from being seen, even ahead of the soldier who was designated as the scout. The soldiers Nortibalt saw any issue with having women on the team. Chapter 517. The walk to Fort Pride took about 2 hours, taking into account adjustments. Eventually, Lydia worked with the designated scout, and together they navigated our group through the territory without incident. If we were seen, we were in the appropriate armor, but it would still be difficult to explain our presence. In that situation, it'd be better just to surprise attack the enemy before they could signal an alarm. Thankfully, that wasn't necessary, and before too long, we were crouching on a hill that overlooked the fort. Lydia, Xiao, and the scout were sent out to try to study the soldier movements and work on a way for us to get in. Since I could communicate with Lydia and Xiao through the slave communication, it seemed like the best way to do it. Xiao could aid in helping them hide in the shadows, while Lydia and Tybalt's scout surveyed the land. Your brother, just in case. Does he look like you? I asked Otto quietly. Octius looks nothing like me, Otto snorted. He's tall, muscular, and handsome. You actually remind me of him. Don't give me that face. I am just saying what is clear to see. Calling me tall was a bit incorrect, although I did appear to gain a bit of height since I lost weight. They say that being heavy compress is your spine or something, and you are a bit shorter. It also could be because of my leveling. Maybe the true hero job felt it was better if I was taller. I hadn't really thought of it, but I used to be 5'7". And now I am probably closer to 5'11". As far as declaring me muscular, well, I guess I could see my abs recently. So maybe that was true too. I would definitely say I am not handsome, though. Then again, I have been catching the eyes of a lot of women. I coughed awkwardly. Although Otto had lost weight, he hadn't gained anything in height. He was a short 5'6" man before. And it didn't look like things had changed much with time. He didn't look muscular or healthy, but a bit stringy and wiry. If his brother truly was a handsome man, it was clear that it didn't run in the family. He had a face that looked a bit weird. His lips were big, and his nose was a bit small. When he was fatter, his small nose gave him a snot-like look. It was better now that he lost weight, but he'd never be an attractive man. As for hair, he had long blonde locks. His eyes are blue. Most so-star brown or red-haired, so he'll stand out. He does sound a bit like an Eichmann, it seems. That wasn't what I pictured at all when I thought about some border general who was keeping the giant Asturia at bay alongside his militaristic father. "Master! It's a trap!" Lydia's voice suddenly cried out through slave communication. "The scout is a turncoat!" Xiao declared at the same time. I spun around as I heard a creak behind me. Otto, who didn't catch the warning, didn't even have that chance as a foot landed on his back and a sword was pressed to it. The 9 guards Otto had brought besides the scout had all drawn their swords. In a swift motion, they had each immediately put their blades up. 2 soldiers per person other than Otto. I was on my knees with 2 swords on my neck. Chapter 518 double-ish. "What are you doing?" Otto cried out. "Put your swords down." He was still talking quietly, afraid of setting off alarms. As it was, the alarms of the fort weren't going off, and in fact, no one down there was acting like they were triggered. I couldn't hear any rapid movements or yells. It was possible that Xiao and Lydia had silenced the scout before he did anything. But that didn't explain why these guys were remaining silent and keeping low. It was then that I realized this wasn't treason. It was mutiny. Once we got out of sight of the city, we planned to cut your throat and be done with you. The leading soldier spat. Then you had to go invite some amateur party of some wimpy noble and disrupt our plans. Why, you are betraying a berries, he spoke in disbelief. Still not getting it. No, he shook his head. We're saving it. My brother. Once you are dead, we'll happily save your brother. We'll say you died in the attempt. We know your father won't resurrect you, but you'll still go down dying to save a better man than you. That's better than the dog's death you deserve. You are an incompetent fool. You don't know the first thing about leading troops. You've leaked intel to the enemy, cost the lives of countless brothers, and even led to the capture of our general. How could we ever follow a screw-up like you? Completely caught off guard, Otto shook, not knowing what to say. deep down, he had to have been thinking many of the same things himself. Perhaps he just thought the men under him were so well trained that they'd ignore his transgressions. Maybe he thought that at some level they respected him just for his title. However, any of those thoughts had been stripped away at that moment. "Where do we fall in this?" I asked calmly. "You are just an idiot noble from the West who showed up at the wrong time. If you kill me, I'll just reincarnate in the capital," he sneered. "I know. That's why we'll hand you over to them. They can torture you and give your women over to their armies to play with. When we get back, we'll inform them of your betrayal. You'll be branded treasonous. In fact, how about you were the one who stabbed Tybalt in the back, you to have a history, and that Tigerkin was a former slave of his? Yes. It's all too believable. Perhaps your presence has made this even easier for us." The other men chuckled too. As for me, I let out a long drawn-out sigh and closed my eyes. "Since that's how you feel," my eyes snapped open, "then I won't have to be gentle. Girls?" Boom! I grabbed onto the grass tightly. The ground shook as Tara slammed her foot into the earth. Her foot was now embedded about a foot under her. Miki reached out and grabbed her hand. "What are you doing?" the men with the swords on her neck shouted as their balance was slightly disrupted. "Bracing myself," she declared. Of course, I had relayed my orders to the girls the second they drew the swords on us. The conversation had just been buying time for them to get ready. Celeste winked and then disappeared. She had been remaining in her human form the entire trip here. So the guards were caught off guard when their blades at her throat were suddenly pressed against nothing. Their fairy flew up into the sky like a shooting star in reverse. Her shout, however, was not quiet. Tempest gale. A massive wind struck the party. As soon as the men with their swords left Tara, she threw out her hand the direction the wind was going. "Earth wall." A wall rose from the ground. The tempest gale slamming into it with a resounding boom. Moments later, 9 guards were carried along, slamming into it like insects hitting a windshield. They didn't burst, but that was likely only because of the protection of their armor. Tara maintained her balance as Miki clung to her. I ended up sliding back, clawing at the ground. I had reached out and grabbed Otto, keeping him from being carried away too. The wind felt like it lasted for a minute, but it had to be less than 10 seconds. When it was done, there were 9 unconscious men lying in a pile next to a crumbling wall. Chapter 519. No time. I cursed standing up. New plan. "Attack the fort. We're going in and out." The fort definitely heard that. And the sound of activity was growing noisier and noisier. It wasn't at the stage that they sounded the alarms. Alarms were for an attack. This was just a distant noise. However, they'd be sending men to check on it. "Yes, master!" Tara nodded. Clear the areas, wait for them to activate the alarm, and then start an attack. Make them think they are being attacked externally. "Why, yes," Celeste nodded. "Mikey, Otto, you are with me. I grabbed and dragged the stunned man to his feet. Huh, what? We're going in to get your brother. And now, but they know we're coming? I snorted. They'll think we're coming. What they don't know is that we're already there. Portal. Miki, who was used to this kind of thing, jumped right into the portal. As for Otto, he was still confused to the point I had to shove him through. We came out in a hallway inside the fort. Master. Xiao gave a curtsy. Good job infiltrating the castle so quickly. Forts have so many shadows. She chuckled. And Lydia? She deactivated the alarm. As Master ordered, it will buy us a bit. As she said, it would only give us a bit. Specifically, the time it took them to find out the soldiers they sent to trigger the alarm didn't trigger it. Right now, they are all running around confused out there. However, these kinds of things had fail-safes. A single magician could activate an alarm in an instant. At best, we had minutes. And his location, the dungeon, should be this way. Xiao began to lead us down the hallways. Twice, we found patrols of guards. Miki managed to cause one group to fall asleep without a fight. The others got drowsy, but in the end, it required Xiao to knock them down. We moved very swiftly, Otto following behind quietly with his eyes wide and his mouth open. He seemed very shocked by our movements, but to me, this didn't feel much different from moving around a dungeon. Keep quiet. Keep low. Constantly be on the lookout for patrolling monsters. Don't allow yourself to get caught in a corner and avoid groups. Don't make a noise and take them out quickly lest you attracted more. This was actually a bit easier. First off, death wasn't permanent, so if we did slip up, there was always a second chance. Secondly, it was well lit in here. Some levels of the dungeons had light, but we were just as often traveling only by the light of my light spell and the occasional light orbs I created. Having clear visibility made identifying enemies easy, especially when combined with my detect life. Only a few minutes later, we came to the guard room preceding the dungeon block, at least according to Xiao. There was a group of Osteria in there. I found myself annoyed that the alarm hadn't gone off yet. At least some of them would leave to investigate. I gestured for everyone to hide. And Xiao used her shadow magic to assist as we snuck behind a hanging tapestry, which seemed to hide a murder hole. Xiao, can you go get that alarm going? It looks like Lydia and the girls are doing too good of a job. I hissed. Hee hee. My pleasure. Master, don't worry about me. I can get out of here, no matter how bad it gets. She slipped away, leaving just Miki and me. Once the alarm went off, I'd have Miki work her spirit attacks and cause the remaining guards to pass out. So, what about Deke? I suddenly heard someone say my name. It was a voice I was vaguely familiar with. Instantly, I turned my ear to the door. What about him? Another voice nervously said. Elysia, don't you like him? He's from Aboris. It's not likely I'll ever see him again. Hee hee? We can sneak across the border and capture him. He can be your prisoner." "Don't be ridiculous." She's blushing. "I already told you. I only see him as a rookie. Our relationship is purely just mentorship. Kinky." "You?" "Enough. I've already said I want a man who is strong. The only man I'd ever give my heart is the man who defeats me in combat, since I've never been defeated." Ah. "That guy will have it rough. Who can beat the Captain General of Fort Pride? Master! I'll get their attention now." Tara's voice came up over slave communication. "Did you hear that one of the girls said?" I could hear it too. It sounded like a long whistling noise. My eyes ended up traveling out the murder hole that overlooked the castle walls. It was there I noticed a massive boulder falling from the sky. It was moving incredibly fast, as if it wasn't just a boulder being tossed, but also being pushed by the wind. My face went white. When I said we were going to attack the fort, I did not mean it literally. A boulder slammed into the wall in a massive explosion. Half of the fort's wall collapsed to the ground as the fort shook with a resounding boom. On the good side, there was no longer a need to trigger an alarm. Everyone knew. Chapter 520. What the hell, an attack? Damn Alberus! While we hid in the shadows. The Osteria women in the guard tower burst out of the door and ran down the hallway. Thankfully, they ignored this murder hole and went to a wider window to look and see what happened, and after seeing, they cursed and continued on. I let out a breath of relief. I had recognized several of the women from Titan's Fall. Worst of all was Elysia, the leader. It turned out she was a general in this fort. Her group were S-class. Although I had never fought them personally, they were supposedly very strong. I didn't really know how our team compared. Because we never went the official adventurer guild route, but even with hopeful thinking, we were probably only equal to Titan's Fall in ability. That was only my pride speaking. There was a good chance we were actually weaker. Thankfully, the group didn't figure out our goal, and Tara and Celeste's distraction worked to bring them out of the room. "I'll get the alarm going soon," I heard Show's voice. "It's a bit late for that," I cursed. "Ah!" "I don't need to anymore." "No. Didn't you hear that explosion?" "Oh, then I'll just keep killing guards." "Is that what you are doing? Aren't you busy, Je?" I was wasting time while talking to Xiao about her extracurricular activities. I gesture for Miki and Otto to follow me. His movements are less shaky now that the alarm had been set. I wouldn't necessarily call it bravery. But it was resignation that he was too far in to quit now. The three of us enter the guard room, heading down into the cell block under the fort. You'd technically call that a dungeon too, but perhaps in this world. It takes on a different meaning and the word doesn't fit as well. The keys were thankfully left on a hook near the door. We were able to unlock it and then venture underground. There was a long hallway of cells. It was dark, dank. and smelled like human beings living in close proximity for a long time. The smell wasn't pleasant, but it wasn't horrific either. The cells under the castle weren't that bad either, now that I thought about it. When you imagine some underground prison, you imagine it being filled with rats and smelling of death and rot. I guess, in reality, people had to work in these jails, so they at least did the base level of cleaning up and maintenance. Well, technically, there was cleanup magic that could manage all this. I still wanted to learn it from Fena one of these days. It must have made it easy to keep these kinds of environments from being too gross. Brother, Otto called out. Now that he was so close to his brother, he actually took the initiative and ran ahead, running from cell to cell. I thought about releasing everyone, but some of these people might not be war criminals. They might be murderers or something. Plus, we didn't have a lot of time. I'd be guilty if I released people who shouldn't be released and then brought them back to Aberys. Otto, a hoarse voice came out from a hallway at the end of the cell. Lord Deekson! He's here! Otto declared excitedly. I ran up and unlocked a cell, stepping into the cage of Octius Eibolt, one of Otto's big brothers. Chapter 521. Oh my! Oh my! I didn't expect little brother to bring such a manly man to come rescue me. It seems we entered the wrong cell. I am sorry, ma'am. I'll leave you to it. Hey! Otto caught my arms. This is my brother. You are confused. Teehee. I am not a lady, but if it's you, you can push me down if you want. Octius bit his finger. Just be gentle. We entered the cell to find Octius there. He was just how Otto described. He had long blonde hair, bright blue eyes, and he was also a chick. No, I guess that was impossible. He was wearing prisoner clothing, and despite a tight, fitting top and tight underwear, there was a distinct bulge where no bulge should be on a woman. However, calling him an Eichmann would be a gross understatement. He had long, slender, hairless legs and a slender body. He didn't have a muscular chest. Rather, it was just flat. Yet somehow it fit her. Him. Perfectly. He had a soft face, big red lips. And if I didn't have Otto and Octius saying otherwise, would be a girl easily at the level of any of my girls. In certain ways, she seemed even hotter, especially chained to a wall with her midriff exposed. I mean It's a he. A he. I cleared my throat and looked away, handing Otto the key. This is your brother, Tehi. You can check if you want. We already have the chains. It's perfect for playing. How is Otto's brother even gayer than he is? I thought there was a level of familial disappointment with having a son who was a homosexual. I even came to think that his homosexuality led to his trusted men turning on him. Apparently, I was the one who had the preconceived prejudices. The men would have had no problem with this, as they respected General Octius, who had no qualms about flirting with men. In fact, he hadn't even taken a glance at Miki since we entered his cell, although he was eyeing me in an uncomfortable way. "Brother? Please, behave yourself," Otto said while looking like he wanted to cry. "Brother is always so serious," Octia spouted. "No. Let's think about this for a second. Otto grew up with a brother like Octius. Would it be any surprise that he ended up preferring manly Manatos type was muscular guys? That's one of the reasons we got along, since I wasn't his type, and it didn't lead to any uncomfortable looks. Considering his brother's appearance, did it not make sense that he rejected women? It was essential for his own mind to keep from breaking? At least, that was what I was thinking. Once Otto freed Octius, his expression grew more serious. "Good, then, please cut me down now. And then kill yourself as well. Don't leave our bodies, or they might resurrect me before the church does." Otto jerked at that, his smile twitching unhappily. "Brother? Father said I would not be resurrected again." He frowned. "Nonsense! Once you save me, I'll make sure you are brought back. How could I let my cute little brother get captured?" "That's why I broke into enemy lines to save you. If it wasn't for that wretched magical artifact, I would have escaped too." "It doesn't matter. I can make a portal and take you out of here." Oh, Octius, his eyes lightened. "You are a blue mage, smart and cute. Where has brother been hiding you Thursday? This is that Lord Deekson I was telling you about," Otto declared. "Oh, tee-hee. Former enemies become lovers. So romantic. I am with her." I grabbed Miki and held her like a human shield, unable to handle this guy any longer. Octius seemed unaffected as he shrugged. "Well, no one's perfect." Miki's face twitched. "And I worried she might do something to exacerbate the situation. I decided to open the portal instead." This led to outside the fort and was set to appear near Terra. Using the map skill and my slave location abilities, this wasn't a problem. It was also how I got into the fort using Shao as my point. I had set up my dungeon points to cast 4 portals. This was my second since midnight passed. That gave me one to help recover my missing girls, and one to get back to our territory. If I needed more, I'd have to take the time to reset and rearrange my remaining points. Otto shoved Octius through the portal and then followed behind him, eager to leave the cell block. Miki ran behind him. Before I left, I sent a message to Shao. "Get out of the fort now and rendezvous with the girls if you can. Meet up with Lydia first if possible. If Lydia and Shao were being held down, I'd open a portal and they could jump to me." Portals were to weigh. I had tried it once or twice to make sure it would work, so there was no risk in using it this way. Once we were all together, we could escape safely. Okay. Once I got her confirmation, I took a breath and stepped forward. At that moment, a wave of power slammed into me. I hadn't been prepared for it and felt myself being tossed back and away from the portal. I saw the magic shattering at that moment before I slammed into the wall and blacked out. Chapter 522. I only blacked out for just a moment. When I regained consciousness, I was still at the end of the cell block, sitting against a wall. My head throbbed. I immediately cast a healing spell, and then brought myself to my feet. I couldn't see anything. Not only was the cell block dark, but whatever shock wave had hit me had lifted up all the dust in the room, creating a fog that blocked my vision after a few feet. I lifted my hand and cast portal. Nothing happened. Return. Nothing. Can't escape a familiar female voice came out from the fog. It's an interesting magical object discovered in the Mirror Labyrinth. It functions a bit like a dungeon. It creates a field that blocks people from transportation. Your soul also won't be able to escape, so if you die for good. It will finally change the course of the war, allowing the end to these petty conflicts. I couldn't believe the words coming from Elysia's mouth. I had thought her to be a kind, shy woman. Well, that was the dungeon diver, leader of Titan's Fall. This was a general, loyal to her own nation. Of course, it didn't work exactly like a dungeon. I could escape from dungeons using my transport spells. However, that was the thing about my blessing. It was specifically given by, and specifically geared for, dungeons. This was something else. That was enough that my blessing was useless. As powerful as my blessings were, they were only as powerful as the curse in the dungeon they came from, and I had only defeated weak curses so far. Powerful artifacts and unique spells from the great dungeons would always be stronger than these blessings. You wish to kill people. My voice was raspy thanks to the dust and the impact, and unrecognizable, it seemed. I wish to save people. It is called a deterrent. Once people start to respect human lives, they won't waste so much time over these petty squabbles and will work to take care of the true threat. They fear dungeons because it forces them to put their lives on the line. So, they ignore dungeons and instead fight silly skirmishes on the surface. I'll make war just as scary. And by showing them the consequences, we can finally form an alliance and fight the dungeons completely. One artifact isn't going to change the world. I coughed. You are right. Sadly, the fuel for this can only be found in the Mirror Labyrinth, and the cost is high. That is why I spent the last month collecting enough. We have negotiated with Gispain to bring in some magical researchers. Once they reverse engineer the enchantment, the Ost Republic will be able to cover this world in restrictive formations and make death truly matter. You will cause millions of deaths and save the world, she declared. And I could now see her tall form coming from the smoke. And you think the heads of Ost Republic, your politicians, they'll just be happy with just playing nice? They'll use it to conquer the world. No, we just want peace. It's a Boris that has pushed us. My country aren't that kind of people. You are just naive and idealistic. This isn't going to work the way you think. Why are you telling me this my voice was recovering? And as I did. She seemed to walk slower and slower. Because I want you to understand why you must die. Why I have to kill the general you helped escape. He knows too much. Why I have to kill everyone you brought with you. Even those unconscious soldiers we trapped. You have done well, soldier, in making it this far. It'd only be too pitiable that you died without knowing why. In the end, Elysia and I just didn't see eye to eye on this. It wasn't that she was an evil person. She was polite when speaking to me, and I believed what she said. She even sounded regretful in having to kill me. I could sense a great weight on her heart. This war had taken a toll on her. How many times had she watched people she cared about die? How many of them reached a point where their minds started to break Elysia? You don't have to do this, I said. Finally, do I know you? She finally stepped out of the fog, and I could make out her facial features as I knew she could make out mine. Hello, Elysia. Deke! She gasped, covering her mouth, her entire body shaking. I made my decision, drawing my blade. I can't allow that artifact to remain in your hands. I will take it from you. It will be my life or yours. Chapter 5:23. Why did it have to be you? Elysia's face twisted in anguish. You don't understand. I have to kill you now. I gritted my teeth. If you have the ability, her expression grew sad. You have the resolution to die. You would have made a splendid dungeon diver. Know that I do not have any ill will. This isn't personal. As I prepared, I sent the message through slave communication. Get out of here! Slave order. Escape! Master! What is going on? I can be there to help. No! Listen to me and go! I responded sternly. Allowing no nonsense. Slave communication, thankfully, wasn't blocked by the strange device. And the girls responded to the urgency of my voice. Using map, I checked on the girls' locations. And it looked like this spell only loomed over the fort. Xiao had already met up with Lydia outside, and both of them were on their way to meet up with the other girls and the Tybalt brothers. In short, they could go at any time. I assured them that I would escape on my own, but I couldn't if I was worried about them. This exchange took about 30 seconds, which seemed to be about the amount of time Elysia needed to get over her shock and ready herself for her first attack. Meanwhile, I abandoned my typical skills of dungeon diving and slave master. I felt almost naked without two of my strongest classes. But they wouldn't keep me alive here. I settled on true hero, and white mage. I had a feeling that most basic magic spells would be useless on her. Quick attack. Using my sword, I took the first attack as soon as I was ready. She had waited for me. Her blade caught mine and then kept going. And I was thrown back against the wall. I healed and then added armor for good measure. Then I tossed out a bottle of poison which smashed to the floor and released green, noxious gas. She swung her sword again with an almost disdainful look, and the green gas dissipated with ease. "Don't make this harder than it has to be," she said. "Don't hold back," I shouted back at her. Although I said this, my arms were hurt with a single casual attack. I already knew she was stronger than I was. I'd like to say I could use my moderate swordsmanship and basic weapon proficiency to overcome her strength and levels. But it stood to reason she had better ability in that as well. Still, I had no choice but to attack. This time, I rapidly swung 3 times and then ended with a true hero skill called True Strike. Its name appeared at level 15. My sword glowed and seemed to move at a strange trajectory. True to its name, it struck her shoulder. While focusing on that, she struck out with her foot, kicking me in the gut with enough force that I felt her ribs break. There might have been a third as I struck the wall again. I coughed, and blood came out of my mouth. That wasn't good. Strong heel. If I could do something like this more to her, perhaps I could wear her down. I can heal. She can't. My best bet was to wear her down, death by 1,000 cuts. That's what I thought, but as I looked at her shoulder, the wound had already healed. Hyrigon. I breathed. If you wish to do damage to me, you'll need to manage better than that. Her expression started to turn serious. I am sorry. I'll try to make this quick. Chapter 524. My body slammed through the wall another time. I had made no gains. It was like a child throwing himself against an adult. I used stair cushion this time. But it didn't feel like it softened the impact as dozens of bones in my body shattered. It hurt so much. Strong heel. Strong heel. Refresh. I struggled to get to my feet, my body not responding properly. It took 3 tries before I was finally standing. I would have been dead already if I didn't keep healing the damage. I had the distinct feeling that she could have attacked me while I was healing and ended it in an instant. She gave me time to recover after each attack. She kept hesitating, only attacking me with counter attacks. Instead, she was just an impassable wall. I was completely outclassed here, and I wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. I may be able to heal all the damage, but without time, my entire body was starting to feel a weakness that sank into my bones. A strange numbness started to come from within after so many repeated healings. I never tested how much a body could take even with healing, but it looked like I'd be finding out soon enough. I only had one ability left that I could think to try. It was the true hero level 20 skill, Final Blow. Considering the name, it had a certain degree of finality toward it, so I was definitely hesitant to use it. However, it was a true hero skill, so it couldn't be weak. Since I was able to hurt her with the other ability, maybe I could at least knock her out. "Goodbye, Deke," she sighed. Fatal strike. She made her first true attack on me. Her sword exploded with light, and when she lowered it, the strike flew out, a light blade of death spinning toward me. I barely had time to think. Thus, I could only swing with my own blade. Final blow! I struck the light blade of death while summoning the skill, hoping to deflect her own. All of the power in me got sucked out and went into the blade. It struck the fatal strike, and a massive explosion tossed me back once again. The explosion erupted out, cracking the brick walls that made up the cell block. The ceiling partially collapsed, and dust and debris swelled up into the air. I went tumbling down a long, dark hallway. Was I still alive? I didn't know. All I could do was feel pain for a while. Last chance has triggered. You have 1 remaining HP. Strong heal. I coughed. I died, it turned out. I hadn't managed to survive. Whether it was the final blow that sapped all my strength, or the fatal strike that blew me away, I couldn't guess. However, my HPH dipped below 1. It turned out last chance was what it sounded like. A second chance at life. For a hero, it might not mean much except in a fight to the death. For a white mage that could restore his body, it was as good as a 1-up. Thanks to the collapsing debris, I had a bit of time. I understood I had been far too naive. My view of this world was narrow. It was useless to keep fighting. I'd never be able to win. Elysia outclassed me in every department. And it was even far greater than I ever anticipated. I could switch with Celeste and have her flee. That might work. Although it would be putting Celeste in incredible danger to do it. No, Elysia would capture and kill her. I had that kind of feeling. However, even if I could leave safely, I wouldn't. Elysia would have the artifact. And the Ost Republic would carry out their plan. I couldn't just leave them. This had to be stopped here. Yet, I had to accept the truth. I was not enough. After healing myself, I did a skill reset. I had used 2 portals. So at the moment, I had exactly 25 dungeon points left. As Elysia walked out from the dusty cloud, I decided what I'd do. It was time to go for broke. Chapter 5, 25. I forced myself back up to my feet. It was extremely difficult. And Elysia only looked on sadly as I worked my way to my feet. Her expression seemed to fall as she saw me get back up again and again. "You are still alive," she responded bitterly. "You are a hero, then. It is because of my reluctance that you have suffered so much. I am sorry I am not a stronger person. I am sorry too," I said, my voice shaking. "I didn't want to have to do this, but you left me no choice." My clothing was in tatters, exposing the majority of my body. I was covered in dust and dirt. My hair was tattered. Innumerable bruises covered my body. Meanwhile, she looked about the same as when we started. The fact that I was speaking this way would cause most people to laugh in disdain. To Elysia, it only made her expression more bitter. The harder I clung to life, the less she wanted to end my life. I could see the reluctance in her eyes. Had she wanted to kill me, she'd have done it in an instant. I'd like to say I put up a great fight, and that I gave my teammates a ton of time to escape. That wasn't the truth, though. It had been less than 3 minutes since we started battle before I was in this state. The girls were still fleeing. And once she took care of me, Elysia would go after them. I really had no other options left. Since Elysia chose not to kill me instantly, then it would be the source of her undoing. She took a step forward, but I immediately slammed my fists together and accessed my dungeon point store. All the tattoos on my body, which were covered in dust, glowed, causing my body to lighten up. It was a scene my girls had grown used to, but to Elysia, she stopped immediately, her eyes widening. What are those? Dungeon. Blessings, her eyes widened even more until they were practically to cups. More than one, I selected my choice and lifted my hand up into the air. Meteor. 4th tier spell. 25 dungeon points. Usable only once a day. Meteor. The spell took 10 seconds to cast. But by catching her off guard with the blessings, she gave me those 10 seconds. As soon as it finished casting, I wanted to jump for joy, but I was way too sore for that. Elysia had braced herself, but was confused when I finished and nothing happened. She looked around, trying to understand what spell I had cast. After another 30 seconds passed with nothing, she could only shake her head sadly. I was just as confused as she was. I cast the spell. It should have worked. Did it mean something else? Had I completely misunderstood what the name meant? I felt like crying. Was this how it would end? The failure and disappointment showed on my face, and she looked at me with pity. You are an incredible man. In any other circumstance, I would bring you to my side. She finally recovered from the shock. Since you have fought so gallantly, then I will allow you one strike on me. I will take this as my penance for failing as your mentor. Use your strongest weapon and take your strike. She put her sword away and held out her hands. She did this for a simple reason. She knew that the strongest I had still wasn't enough to defeat her. She wouldn't attack me unless I attacked her. Once I struck her, she'd use that to give me my final blow and send me to death? It was as simple as that. I could barely move. And I had used up everything at my disposal. All 27 points were used up. Worse. They were used for good. No reset. I had truly bet everything on this. Unless I earned more DP, I'd never be able to change my abilities again. I had to give it my best. Picking up my sword, I realized the last strike had melted the blade. I tossed it aside. Then, I took a step toward her. Then another. One step at a time, I approached her. Another. It was truly pathetic. But it was the last march I had. It was a march to death. It was anyone's guess what I would do when I got there. I hoped the girls would get away and get by without me. I love you. All of you. I sent my last communication but didn't listen for their replies. I started to run at her. At that exact moment, I heard a roaring sound overhead. The smoke had obscured the sky above, but it looked like there was a massive fireball growing larger with every second. No, it was Meteor. Alyssa's mouth fell open. and she lifted her hand to the sky as she squinted through the dust, suddenly afraid she'd counter it. I realized I'd need to distract her. I needed just a few seconds. Using the last bit of my strength, I leapt up at her and attacked with the only weapon at my disposal. Our lips touched, and my arms wrapped around her neck. Her eyes that had been looking up suddenly snapped back down. Her focus was no longer on the meteor, but her lips below. Somehow, despite her strength, my body seemed to push her. It was like she had absolutely no strength, and as my arms wrapped around her, she fell back to the ground. The roaring grew louder, and the heat grew more intense by the second. I pulled my lips away from hers, a stream of saliva connecting our mouths as we stared into each other's eyes. She was looking up at me with a shocked expression on her face. I could see the fireball above me burning and growing closer in the pupils of her wide eyes. "I am sorry, but some things are worth dying for," I whispered in her ear. If she had a response, it was completely lost in the roaring noise above. She didn't move, resist, or even retaliate. She just lay there with me on top of her as the world exploded. I died again. Chapter 5:26. I gasped, my eyes widening as I felt the air entering my lungs. My entire body felt sore. I seemed to have been brought back to life. That was the first thought in my mind. That only would have happened if I had managed to destroy the artifact. I had banked everything that meteor would be sufficient enough to do the job. The Tybalt brothers had been saying it clearly themselves. If you died in enemy territory, you needed to remove all traces of yourself. I am sure they couldn't attempt to resurrect me after being vaporized by a meteor, and assuming the meteor vaporized the artifact. Then my soul was free to be called to. Souls of humans weren't exactly the strongest, and thus we couldn't decide who resurrected us. You could resist a slave enchantment. It had to be performed on someone while they were willing. However, once you were dead, you couldn't dictate who resurrected you. Thus, in theory, an enemy could kill you, and then resurrect you before another could do so. Since they were presumably there when you died, they'd have the time advantage too. Well, that's if the body was intact. Once the body and flesh were destroyed, things got tricky. It was still possible to resurrect someone, but you'd have to have something they were connected to. A slave bond was one such connection. A piece of my body would be another. Thus, if you wanted to make sure you revived where you wanted to while in enemy territory, you needed to die in a way that incinerated your body and left nothing for them to use. I like to think I succeeded in that respect. However, until the very end, I didn't know how strong Meteor truly was. I could only remember the burning heat on my back. As for whether it was enough to incinerate me and destroy the artifact, it had been a gamble where I had bet my life. At the very least, it should have been a distraction that allowed my girls to escape with their lives. The artifact would have been buried under mountains of dust, and even if she survived, Elysia would have been knocked out. As I tried to will my brain to work and figure out what happened, I passed out. Exhaustion, pain, and an incessant taking accompanied me into troubled dreams. I dreamed of my mother. She was in pain. But I was literally a world away from her. Up until now, I had never really thought much about returning home. But at least in the dream, going home was what I wanted more than anything. I woke up again. I still ached. But it had diminished a bit. My head was pounding, and no matter what I did, I couldn't seem to get up. I needed more strength and vitality. I needed to snap out of it. There was a job good for such a thing. Should I use it? I decided that it was more important to snap out of this state and wake up. Only then could I take care of the world around me. I equipped the job, pervert, instantly. I felt my blood rushing to all kinds of places, and my heart sped up. It actually felt a bit like taking adrenaline. Not that I knew what that felt like. Let's just say drinking a lot of caffeine all at once. As my body moved from unconsciousness to vaguely awake, I began to hear the sound of a woman sobbing. I could feel hair on my face and realized there was a head on my chest. I was lying down in some kind of bed, and there was a woman holding me. If this was an echo of how I'd go out of this world, it wasn't so bad to die with a woman lamenting on my body. I gently lifted a hand and touched the back of her head. I could feel her hair in my fingers, but I was still completely out of it. I love you. The words came out of my mouth. I didn't even know which girl it was. Lydia, Miki, Celeste, Tara, Xiao. Surely it was one of them. It didn't matter which. I loved them all. I brought her head to mine and kissed her. Her lips were a bit wet and salty, but they also had a sweetness that ignited the desire inside me. Having not even woken up yet, I began to rip off the clothing of the girl on top of me. Chapter 5:27. Anne, Deke. She gasped in my ear as our kiss broke off. Did I recognize her voice? Yes, it sounded familiar. It was filled with love and desire, and tied with my pervert, only made me more rambunctious. Strangely, I didn't wake up completely. I knew I was still partially asleep. Pervert had brought me into motion, but it hadn't managed to give me that last push towards being fully awake. Instead, my body was moving on its own. At the very least, the pain had subsided. Increased pain tolerance was one of the new skills that pervert offered. Instead, my body was filled with unbearable horniness. My hands squeezed her butt, and my lips kissed and sucked on her neck. She was panting and moaning, but not resisting in the slightest. Of course, none of my girls would resist. Would they? Her dress was a bit more complicated than the clothing I remembered getting them. However, I managed to get it off after some effort. After she realized my intent, she tried to pull her clothing back on a few times, but eventually allowed me to strip her. She was being coy. To my pervert-addled brain, that only excited it further. Deke. Anne? She moaned as I touched her body. I love you too. Her breasts were about Saisei, too big to be Miki. too small to be Lydia. Was it Xiao? Her voice didn't sound right. Ah, who cares? She felt soft and warm. I pulled her small little nipples, causing her to cry out. P, please. Those are sensitive. We should stop until we get married. How can I wait when you are so tasty? I heard myself saying. Deek. Ah. She let out a cry as I picked her up and put her down under me in the bed. I started wrestling with her underwear, which felt a bit like a garter belt. It took some effort, but I managed to rip her panties off. Like before, she had grabbed them at first, trying to keep them on, but it was like her fingers had no strength. She was telling me she wanted this, but she didn't want to seem like she wanted it. I didn't know why one of my slaves was acting this way, but it was really working for my perverted self. Now, let's see how you taste. Tasta. I lifted her legs and shoved my face into her crotch. She cried out as my tongue slid in and out of her. She had a clean, mineral-like taste. It was the taste of a woman who might frequent a hot spring. At least, that's what I thought. That could be any of my girls. She had a small patch of hair on top, which was well kempt, but despite her delicate and gentle lotus flower, I attacked it like a pig, shoving my face in it and eating noisily, even making muffled noises with my nose. Anne, not there. It's dirty. How can you eat that? She moaned while her back arched in ecstasy. Stop. I am going to lose it. How can you lose it before I have the main course? I snort, grabbing her legs and lining my cock up with her waiting womanhood. So, you want even that? She cried. Since it's Deke? I'd take it even if you didn't give permission since you are already mine. I pushed forward, sliding my dick into her wet cunt. On. Ah! It hurts! Don't stop! Keep going! I worked my way the rest of the way in. But she was uncharacteristically tight. I was a bit surprised by that and wasn't sure what to do. I decided it was best to get it all the way in and then fix the problem. Weak heel. I waved forward and cast. When the spell worked, I felt even more excited. I didn't have White Mage equipped. At the moment, my only job was pervert. At the moment, if I equipped True Hero first, I could only equip one other job. However, I hadn't been coherent enough to manage that, so I only had pervert equipped. Yet, my theory about jobs proved to be true. If you practiced something enough, it'd be a natural part of you, and you could cast it even with a different job. I felt like moderate heel was still outside my reach, but I was at a stage where I could use the basic skills on my own. Thursday, the pain is gone, she said in disbelief. Since you are mine, how could I let you feel discomfort? I only accept pleasure, I declared while starting to thrust into her. On! Deke! On! Deke's inside me! Amazing! It feels so good. I love you. I love you. Kiss me. I did as she asked, and the pair of us kissed as I thrust inside her. Our kiss was short-lived, though. as she ran out of breath and had to turn away to continue panting. Her hands rested on my chest, and she touched me lovingly while I thrust into her. My eyes were half closed at this state, and the woman under me was just a blurry form. However, the words she spoke rang in my ears, and her moaning was like a symphony. "I am Deeks." She suddenly giggled. "Anne, I am Deeks. MM." I leaned down and sucked on her neck, eliciting more cute sounds. "Anne, I can't take it anymore. Deeks amazing. I am. Anne. On. It's coming out." "I am coming too," I announced in my drowsy state. "Why, you can't. I might get pregnant." "That's fine. I'll take responsibility." Yes. "Okay." She acquiesced quickly. "I want it. Deke, please make me pregnant." As a pervert, the chances of getting her pregnant were reduced naturally. I usually used it when I slept with my girls, and none of them had become pregnant. I also heard that human to non-human pregnancies had a lower rate of success, and since all of my slaves were non-human, it was fine. Raisa, on the other hand, I didn't have pervert equipped. So she ended up pregnant, although I didn't feel a tail, ears, or horns on her since she was one of my slaves. The chances of her getting pregnant were basically nothing. Yet, playing to the fantasy was hot, so I didn't hesitate to do so. "Take my seed in your womb," I bit her ear. "Anne? Yes. Yes. I am Deke's woman. Impregnate me." I pushed deep inside of her and immediately released a load. With pervert equipped, I had no shortage of cum, and I released an inside her. Ah! So much. It's warm. "Deke is inside me," she cried out. I kept going until my load was completely gone. Suddenly, another wave of exhaustion hit me. I rolled over and was asleep before I hit the sheets. I felt a form pulling away and then leaving, and when I woke up again, I felt a lot better, and my head wasn't so foggy. I unequipped pervert and equipped white mage. I used the refresh spell and instantly felt myself wake up again. My head cleared, and as it cleared, I started to remember what happened when I was half asleep. Wait! That wasn't one of my slaves. I realized as my face turned white. Just who the heck did I have sex with? Chapter 528. After healing myself properly, I finally woke up all the way. If I was resurrected, it was without a body. It seemed like being resurrected to that extent was a lot more straining. Furthermore, without my white mage spells, it was extremely draining. I had been asleep for a while, but now that I woke up, I was good to go. I couldn't say exactly how long I had been unconscious. However, I had things to do. And I couldn't get distracted. I quickly realized I was in the palace in the capital. They had put me in one of their guest rooms. I was expecting to wake up in the insurance agency's rooms, so at some point, I must have been moved. Unless I was resurrected here directly. I sighed and checked my inventory skill. Ah! It survived. There was a bit of good news there. Before I even went on the mission, I stashed most of my stuff into my inventory just in case my storage ring was damaged. Well, my ring was destroyed again. These things were rare, and I seemed to be losing them all too easily. At the time, I didn't expect to die. But it looks like inventory even transcends death, so that was good. I pulled out some of my clothing and started getting dressed. Inventory was much smaller than my inventory ring, so everything wasn't saved. I still lost a fair bit of stuff. Some gold, tons of herbs, and magical items I didn't want to sell. Fortunately, I had sent the vast majority over with Faina to sell, and that wasn't the ones I gave to Chom to use. So, overall, most of my profits had been distributed. Unfortunately, it was the best stuff that was gone. Everything I wore was destroyed. The magic pieces I liked best and had carefully chosen to synergize with each other were lost. My sword, which I had obtained in the labyrinth, had been severed by Alicia during the fight. So, I really had nothing good to enter a dungeon with. What was worse, my dungeon points couldn't be reset. I had 27 points initially. I had used Portal twice already before using Reset, so those points weren't returned to me. Then I selected Meteor and used it. At the time, it seemed like my only option. I needed to destroy the artifact, my body, and Alicia in a single powerful attack. Both the meteor and my portals had regenerated. But I didn't have the reset ability to change them to something else. This was a fear I had ever since I had gotten my first DP. That's why I was never casual about changing my skill set. As soon as it became routine, there would be a time I'd accidentally set up to many portals and suddenly get stuck with my layout. That worry eventually became this reality. I had to portals a day and Meteor. Yes, I could recast Meteor. Why would I unless I was looking at blowing up a small city? It would be absolutely useless in dungeons. While I had Portal, I also couldn't be too aggressive with that. There were no second chances. It was in and then out. I could move once a day. It wasn't all bad. True Hero was growing rather powerful, and it gave me access to a second job. My job switching was always related to my class as a supporter, and not my dungeon points or my jobs. So, the only thing I lost was a third job. I could swap my second job freely if I needed to. It still took a few seconds, which could be life or death in a battle. But it wasn't like accessing the dungeon store and resetting my points or something. My experience bonuses were gone, which means my leveling had plummeted as well. I would only gain levels as fast as a normal person. As long as I kept Slave Master equipped, though, my girls could still benefit from their second jobs and speedier leveling. I also lost map, which would be a bit troublesome when finishing the dungeon. Fortunately, Lydia had unlocked many path-finding abilities with her scout And most of the time, I let her lead in the dungeon anyway. I started making my way to the door to announce I was up and find out what was going to happen next when the door opened, revealing a beautiful woman. A sudden memory of me having sex with a small-chested woman came to mind. She rushed to me, throwing her arms around my neck and then kissing me instantly. It can't be. I made a fist and punched her in the gut as hard as I possibly could. Puh! She broke off her kiss and fell back a few steps. But then she gave me a flashy and beautiful grin. My love, after the wonderful night we had together. How can you be so cruel? Octius asked in a whimpering voice. Chapter 529. My mouth fell open, and I collapsed onto my knees. It was only then I noticed that Otto was right next to Octius, giving his brother a disgusted glare. Yes, brother. Me. Just how out of it was I? There was no way, right? I felt breasts. I definitely ate pussy. It tasted. No, I wasn't licking that. That was impossible. Octius? You weren't in my room earlier, were you? She cocked her head. He cocked his head and grinned. Teehee, I'll never tell. You! Otto! Please tell me you've been by your brother's side all the time, right? I begged, grabbing onto his shirt. Ah! Get off me! You are creeping me out. Octius seemed to delight in this, laughing even more. My wanting to know my whereabouts. I didn't expect my new boyfriend to be so possessive. He's not your boyfriend, Otto punched out at Octius, who easily dodged before he tried to pull me off of him. And so you let go of me. I'd never be by his side if I could help it. He just saw me coming to check on you and followed. Both of you are so cruel. But I know you love me, Octius cried. I finally let go of Otto, my hands shaking as I tried to calm myself down. Right? Right. Otto suddenly put on a guilty look. Well, you don't need to apologize. Rather, you died to save our asses. The reports say that Fort Pride is gone. Father ended up breaking through and returned a lot earlier than expected, and he immediately led a charge. We managed to gain control of an unprecedented amount of the Ost Republic. It was a great victory for Aberes. Is that so? I sighed, standing up while trying not to think of last night. Then, General Elysia was defeated. The general, lieutenants, everyone in the fort. Their defenses were stripped. Their forces were scattered. I thought you were a healer. I didn't know you had such a powerful spell under your belt. I suppose it was too powerful since it killed you, though. Why, yeah. You should check your level. After that many defeats, you had to gain a bunch of levels. I did check, but at the time of the incident, I only had true hero equipped, having not been of a mind to equip a second job. Then, I had all of my experience bonuses off. So, my usual cut of experience was dropped to 1/20th. In the end, I still ended up getting True Hero up to level 25. I also gained 2 levels in Intermediate Magician. Apparently, casting that spell was enough to give that much experience to it. 47 more levels in that, and I'd be at the level of where I was supposed to start with White Mage. Then again, maybe I'll luck out and unlock a different colored mage. Where are my girls? I finally asked. Realizing this should have been my first question, had I not gotten so flustered earlier. Ah? They escaped with us. And we brought them back to the capital. Being slaves, they're not typically permitted into the castle, especially when their master is unconscious. How long have I been out? Only 2 days. Okay. That's not too bad. I instantly opened slave communications to every girl. The response I got back was so loud and enthusiastic I immediately wanted to cover my ears. Every girl seemed to be immensely worried. Fena was the worst, only knowing we didn't come back after the event. Otto had been wearing a guilty expression since he entered the room, but only now he suddenly fell to the floor. I have a confession. I am so sorry. What is it? I realized I was wearing the same disgusted face he had when I grabbed his outfit. It looked like neither of us was suited for begging. Perhaps I should explain this. A voice came in as the prince walked in. Hiding behind him was the princess. Chapter 530, Otto Tybalt, Prince of the Tybalt family, is being promoted to the rank of Viscount for his accomplishments in rescuing his brother, defeating a general, and obliterating Fort Pride. He will receive 1,000 gold, 4 knights, and land of his own. Congratulations, I said. Number. Those are your accomplishments, Otto cried. They're giving me credit for what you did. Please don't hate me, brother. I see. I had felt something seemed off. At first, I had just assumed that we were sharing credit. Even if it was me behind the meteor, it was, by all accounts, his expedition in the end. It was his rescue mission, and he was the one who returned alive. None of my slaves would have gotten benefits for any mission I completed either, even though they do most of the work. It was simply natural that the person on top got the credit. However, in this case, I was actually a higher rank. Although not anymore, and it sounded like my credit wasn't being shared, but completely stolen. You don't seem as angry about this as I would have been, Octius noted. Of course, he wouldn't, the prince snorted. He's a man's man. You don't have to convince me, Octius grinned, causing even the prince to look at him hesitantly. I am a bit confused. This award is larger than saving the capital. All awards need to be taken in context. You were nothing. Being brought up to Viscount from a subject was an extreme jump. So was the land I awarded you and the money. To the Tybalt family, 1,000 gold and 4 nights are trivial. Bringing an existing lord up to a high lord status is the biggest award I gave them, and still a smaller jump. I relaxed when I thought about it that way. It was true that the amount the Lord had granted me was almost astronomical from the point of view of a villager. That only left the second problem. These were my accomplishments. I had given my life. That's right. They didn't know why I had done it. No one knew about the artifact. For all they knew, I just self-destructed to escape capture. In that case, the source of the mission, Octius' rescue, was mostly carried out by Otto, and my actions were more of a happy accident. You see, it's like this. I went on to describe what happened after Otto and Octius left the room. Otto's eyes widened in shock, while Octius started to look at me in an uncomfortably lustful way. The prince scratched his chin as I explained everything. Of course, in the end, all they had was my word for it. I destroyed the artifact, and along with it any evidence it existed. By the time I was done, I felt slightly depressed. Since this is the case, the prince spoke up. Then, I will increase Otto's award to 2,000 gold. What, as for Octius, you had already received your reward yesterday. Although, I don't understand why you wanted a sex-changing potion. Tee-hee. I had my reasons. Octius winked at me. My eyes grew even larger, but I wasn't focused on that now. Rather, I felt a surge of anger that the prince was shafting me so much. It was basically a slap in the face. May I? Be dismissed now, I responded through clenched teeth, unable to hide my anger any longer. Otto winced, and Octius looked on with a bit of pity, but strangely enough, the prince was relieved. So, that's what it takes to make you angry, he said, gently smiling. I had worried you'd be too amendable. Are you treating this like a game? I responded angrily. I think you misunderstand my intentions. The prince sighed. I could give you rank, money, resources. But all I would be doing is painting a target on your back. The basic truth is, your growth is too alarming. I blinked in surprise. I meant what I said in the past. I see you as a brother. You have a cool head. You don't act petty or vengeful. You are willing to help without expecting a personal gain. You are even willing to forgive your enemies and going so far as to save their lives. He glanced over at the Tybalts, who now looked sheepish. There are few men of your calibre, which is why I can't help you too much openly. You are the ace up my sleeve now, my hidden weapon. Yes, I will use you. You will defeat Lord Rain when the time is right. But when it is all over, I won't forget what you have done, and the loyalty you have shown. Trust me, when the time comes, and the situation is reversed, and your family needs us, we will be there. I swear it on my life. I bit my lip, suddenly feeling a bit foolish for being so angry. I had seen too many hero stories where the guy did barely anything and then was handed everything. This wasn't that kind of world. It was important to work hard every day to advance. No one got promoted just because they did something once. You needed to show you were reliable and could be trusted. I couldn't just help people in expectation of a reward. Back when I helped Otto, I hadn't been doing it, expecting the prince to give me an award. If anything, this ties the Tybolts to me because now their son's merits were directly taken from me. Octius and Otto knew this and were thus indebted to me. That was an award the prince had given. Had he really thought so far ahead? I had a feeling he did. I understand. I will take your words to heart. I gave him a proper bow, although it was still clumsy. Now? Aren't you supposed to be saving the king? He asked, giving me a wry look. Ja. About that. The 27th level is a water level, and it's filled with carnivorous fish. We were on our way to Kingsport to have a ship built so we could navigate it. The prince scratched his chin for a bit and then raised an eyebrow. Why didn't you just freeze it? What, freeze the water? Just use a strong ice spell and then freeze the pathway, then walk along with it. 1 or 2 feet would be all that was needed to render the fish useless. At least, that's what I would have done. I felt like smacking my head. Well, it was too late for that route. Rather, no one in my party had that level of ice ability. We would have had to locate an ice mage the same way we were locating a shipwright, so in the end, it wouldn't have changed much. Well? The prince clapped his hands together. Carry on. Let me know when father is rescued. If there is anything vital that happens, please keep me informed. Yes, my lord. I bow again and then leave. Otto and Octius followed me out the door and escorted me to the gates of the castle. Otto insisted on paying for the boat. Although I wanted to resist, he pushed a purse of 1,000 gold coins into my hands and wouldn't take no for an answer. It can be my dowry. Octius giggled. I pretended I couldn't hear him. Thinking about the harsh reality of what might have happened was too much for me. Back in the room I just left. The prince looked back at Eliana, who had hidden behind him and said nothing the entire time. You were pretty quiet. I thought you'd be angry that he didn't receive a better reward and fight more on his behalf. She blushed. He got his reward. She started to touch her fingers together and look down, a shy expression on her face. He didn't even say anything to me. And after I gave him that, what did you give him? Are you sure it was something he valued? Stupid brother. She suddenly yanked off her shoe and threw it at him before storming away angrily. The prince remained on the floor for a while, wondering what he had said to piss off the princess suddenly. When a maid saw him lying on the ground with blood pooling under his head, she ran off screaming about an assassination. It was a mess that put the whole palace on lockdown, but by then I had already left the city. Chapter 531. Idiot. Jerk. Scoundrel. Be bad man. I didn't come home to a warm greeting. But rather the 5 women attacked me. I was held down, and many things happened. Well, I had pushed the girls away, risked my very life, and ended up dying. It was only by pure luck I ended up there. Also, it turned out that they were first told that I could not be resurrected. Apparently, while they went to the life insurance company to report my death, the Tybalt brothers went to the prince. He was faster and had a priest on hand. I was resurrected in short order within the castle limits. So, after waiting 2 hours and finally getting the priest to command resurrect me, it failed. However, while confused, they didn't lose all hope. There was one distinct reason for that. They were able to resurrect Shao. I died. She responded with puffed-out cheeks. How, when the meteor collapsed, I suddenly felt my soul being pulled from my body. And the slave mark started to burn. That was right. I had completely forgotten. Shao's slave mark bound her soul to mine. When I died, I took her with me. At the moment, I hadn't considered that at all. After doing all that work, she had ended up dying alongside me. Yet, they were able to resurrect her by using their pocket change. The priest's thoughts, since our souls were bound together, we needed to be resurrected together. However, Shao returned. While I didn't, this left the priests confused and my girls distraught. Then, they had stewed for a day and a night with no news until I had clumsily sent them a message a few minutes before leaving the castle. I hadn't been focused on their responses and had ignored them again until I got home. The end result was a steadily boiling of anger and frustration that was released on me when I entered the door. Although I was master, it turned out they'd all make good mistresses. I was made to reflect on my poor decisions. In fact, this would be the first time I died in any of their minds. Although I had technically died once before in Old Cham, my body had remained intact, and Figaro had cleverly hidden the matter of my death from the girls. They thought I had just been put into a deep coma, to which Figaro healed me. The reality was much harsher. I had died, and his man had resurrected me. Yet, only Lydia and Miki had been in my party back then. And both of them didn't want to believe that I had died. Miki should have known more than anyone. And perhaps she did realize the truth, but it was better to pretend nothing happened. Now, I had Celeste Terra, and Shao with me as well. My death, this time, had been far more traumatic. My body was destroyed, and it was days before my soul was recovered. I had selected my actions because I felt they were my best options. But I also recognized now that I had done my girls wrong, and thus sought forgiveness. I honestly repented. It required the pervert job. I repented so hard that my hips hurt come the morning. Pervert even went up a level. Pervert has increased to level 14. Come morning, I created a portal to King Sport. And we slipped away to our next part of the journey. My best bet to continue was to finally save the king. I could use his support, and more than that, I could use the DP at the bottom of that dungeon. Even if I didn't complete the lore properly, just destroying the core should net me a point or two. That would be enough for reset. With a goal in mind, I walked out to a sunny day on the ocean. Chapter 532. Master? Faina was there to greet me thanks to my communication earlier that day. At the moment, I left Slave Master equipped as my job. I felt a little naked without White Mage, but if we're honest, the moments I need it are slim and few. Still, I never noticed how often I'd see a scraped knee or feel a bit tired and casually tossed out a refresh skill or basic heal. Now that the job was no longer available, I had to force the spells to work. I could do them thanks to my proficiency. But only just. They failed more often than not, and they wasted a lot more mana than using it when the job was equipped. However, the skills were available. That was really important, as it proved some of my previous beliefs on how the job system worked. Everything was built off the previous thing. Your jobs were basically a structure which grew your skill base. Your proficiencies are what decided your path. Therefore, it was a person's behavior that decided their jobs, not the other way around. While it was possible to get an unexpected job and then radically change course to do that, it'd be like finding out you had a skill you previously didn't know you had and then taking advantage of that skill. So, I inadvertently discovered a new way of training my abilities. Well, I had already known of this method when it came to swordsmen. I had tried to use basic swordsmanship without having swordsmen equipped, and it certainly worked to an extent. I realized now the same kind of concept could be applied to magic. About the only thing I couldn't replicate were status bonuses, experience boosts, and job modifiers. Then again, maybe that was something that could be replicated. I felt that more study was needed on the job system, this world. Or I probably should just say the books that were in Aubrey's were pretty deficient on that kind of knowledge. When I asked who had the most complete knowledge on job trees, I found out it was regrettably the Imperial Cloud Meadow. Besides being nearly 5 times the size of Aubrey's with a much denser population, it seemed like they were tougher too. Constantly at war with the Demonlands, the people north of us were typically higher level with higher tier jobs, which was just one more reason Prince Aberys was hesitant to cause issues with them. It would make sense that the only other Height-Ear slave master I ever met came from a place that had a better understanding of job and skill trees. At some point, it'd be nice to take a visit, but after the fallout from my battle with Lord Rain, there is no saying what will happen. Faina. You are crying. I had been thinking about other things. But Faina held me tightly, and suddenly I realized she was crying on my shoulder when I felt the dampness. I guess she had been frightened as well by my disappearance. Unlike the other girls who at least had an idea what happened. All she knew is that we didn't make the arrival date. She was abandoned in Kingsport for 2 days without knowing anything. On top of that, I hadn't offered her any repentance, not that I could since she was an elf. Therefore, I softly patted her head. The other girls didn't look on jealously at all. They understood the feeling perfectly. For all my desire to learn about jobs and skills, it looked like I still had a thing or two to learn about women as well. Chapter 533. So, what is the status since I've been gone? Although Faina had worried about me, she was a professional head maid. She should have completed her duties. And I gave her plenty of time to get things going all around. She wiped away her tears, let go of me, and then got down to business. We were just outside the traveling guild. So this had made a scene. I ended up taking her to a small tavern before I told her to go on. Master, after selling everything, I accumulated 2,000 gold in wealth. Unfortunately, even small ships are especially expensive. And to make it on such short notice, only with Archbishop Mary's personal recommendation was that ship right willing to make the request. As for everyone else, it'd take far too long. Well, I suppose that is to be expected. I had hoped they could use a pre-existing boat and modify it. But I guess that's impossible given our unique needs. I wanted the boat to also be able to sail the open sea when needed. I had a feeling, sooner or later, we'd reach larger levels that were self-contained worlds. Some of these might be water worlds. And so I wanted to be ready. Thus, the things I had requested were top tier. It was Faina's job to negotiate him down as much as possible. When the actual payment took place, I'd try to use haggle to drop it even further. Yes, master. Faina nodded, but she had an uncertain look in her eyes. How much does he want? I asked, suddenly getting a sinking feeling. As to that? Master. 5,000 gold. I let out a noise, nearly choking. 5,000? That's ridiculous, Miki cried out. Faina's expression remained steady. It's true. You could buy a galleon for the price he's asking. However, what you asked for is an armored ship that is resistant to attacks a dungeon can deliver. The ship he's making is constructed from mithril. Mithril, he's a magic blacksmith number. But the parts he acquired are mithril. Apparently, he's been gathering all the parts to build a mithril ship his entire life. You could call it his life dream. That's the other reason he can complete it so quickly. He simply needs to bind and connect all of the parts after buying the few that are missing. He wouldn't even be willing to sell it to us without Archbishop Mary's recommendation. Apparently, she said many things that gave him a good impression of us. He's a follower of the church, although I am not sure if that's true. Why do you say that Faina blushed? He kept talking about my chest and how close to God I was. Then, he wanted to know how big it was. I eventually had to set him straight. Ah, that sounds like the church after all. The fact that the church worshipped big chests wasn't a secret, Paresi, but it was willfully ignored by most. Only devout followers, and a lucky few invited into the inner sanctum, were aware of this aspect of the church. On the surface, they followed the mother and seemed like any normal church. Their texts might have alluded to mother's milk a bit more than most, but you wouldn't notice unless you read them religiously. So, it was no surprise an elf formerly from the back country didn't know about the church's dirty little secret. If you say so. Master, she still looked uncertain, but continued dutifully. He says it will be the most powerful and undefeatable ship on the seas. Although it has no weapons, he says he's leaving room for upgrades. He requests that we allow him to keep upgrading it even after purchase. And he promises to fix it if ever there was damage. That money also ensures his lifetime support on this item. Its value by the time he is done would be astronomical, so 5,000 gold is a small sum considering. True. But we don't have that much. When does he need it by? He says he will be finished with the ship to the point we can use it in the dungeon in 2 days. He demands payment by then. 2 days! I bit my lip. How do we earn 2,000 gold in today's... Excuse me. A seedy figure suddenly speaks up from behind us. I spun around to see a wiry man who seemed to have come out from the Travelers' Guild. He wore poor, dirty robes and had the look of a scam artist. "What do you want?" I asked. "I just overheard you speaking of your issues with money. You seem like a strong group. Have you considered dungeon diving? I have just the place." "A dungeon?" "You say perhaps I could recover my DP more quickly than I had thought." Chapter 534. Here it is. There really is a dungeon. Of course, I had already confirmed its existence before following the man. We were now about half a day's travel outside of town. I had decided to leave Faina back in town, which caused her to grow a bit depressed. To give her something to do, I had her go out to buy cheap goods with the 2,000 gold that would sell for a lot in the capital. I'd send her to the capital tonight and then bring her back tomorrow. Hopefully, she could make the difference in money for us. Double her profits shouldn't be too difficult. This was, for all intents and purposes, the backup plan. Of course. "There is a dungeon!" the shady man snapped. "What do you take me for? I didn't want to comment on that." Half the reason I went was that I figured he was leading me to some bandits. It was a bit crass, but no one minded if you robbed bandits. Plus, I could sell them off and earn even more profit. With luck, I could bring in a good 1,000 gold or so. It was the quickest way I could earn money that I could think of. The dungeon actually didn't hold any interest for me. Unfortunately, he had been honest at least this far. He had taken me to the dungeon on the outside of town, sitting over a cliff overlooking the ocean. It was actually a place you could see from a distance. That was because it was a tower jutting into the sky. It was about 40 levels high if I had to guess. On top of that, there was a light glowing on top. It was still probably a half an hour walk away from us. The Calypso Tower Dungeon. He gestured widely. It sprang up 30 years ago, and to date, no one has conquered it. Is there a reason why the dungeon has very meager rewards? He explained, putting his hand next to his mouth as if he was delivering secret information. The treasures are notoriously hard to find. So few professional dungeon divers are willing to dive in it. Then why am I willing to? I responded with a snort. Ah! I said the treasures are hard to find, not non-existent. Think about it, a dungeon that has existed for 30 years. having very few visitors killing and culling monsters. Its wealth must be vast. Once a strong adventurer conquers it, all that wealth will appear in the treasure room. You'd become instantly rich beyond your wildest dreams. 1,000? No. 10,000 gold, plus magic items, and even more. It's still a problem. I can't make it to the boss room in any reasonable amount of time. Usually, yes. The man nodded. But you have an advantage no one else has? Me? You see, I have been to the 39th floor. I've registered with the safe room there. For a small cut of the profits, I will take you to the end of the dungeon in an instant. Suddenly, his words started to sound just a bit tempting. I scratched my chin and glanced over at him. Go on. Chapter 535. With Hero, I could position shift with anyone in my party. Thus, this guy's suggestion was possible. However, he probably didn't know about position shift, let alone that I was a hero. I also very much doubted he was a hero. So, I was curious about how he planned to rectify the situation. Fortunately, I didn't need to ask before he gave his answer immediately. I have an item. Technically, it is to items. If you activate it, it'll allow two people to swap places. Here, look at it. He immediately showed me the item. I changed my job to Dungeon Diver and did an item identify on it just to be sure. It did as he described. It looked like a pendant that had been broken into, each side being able to connect to the other to create the whole. So, we simply need to get to the first safe room. I will go to the 39th and will use this to flip. I will bring each of you to the 39th floor. Once we're all gathered, you can march into the boss room and defeat the final boss. Then we'll share the profits. I only ask for 20%. 10. I immediately said, "Ja." His smile didn't flicker at all. 10% it is. So, I just about figured out everything that I needed to know here. I mean, it was clearly a trap. I think he had every intention of taking us into the dungeon. He even planned to use this artifact he had. However, whether he was on the 39th floor or the 5th floor, who knew? What I did know is that whatever floor he took me to would have a group of his buddies waiting for me. He'd be separating our group one at a time. Once one person was secured, he'd work on the next until our entire group was incapacitated. He'd likely kill me, sell the girls, and take all of our stuff. It didn't take a lot to figure this all out. I told the girls his plan over slave communication. Obviously, Miki scoffed. As expected of master, Lydia responded. Really? I really thought he was good. Celeste gave a shocked reply. Why are you so certain I can defeat this boss? I continued to humor him. Of course, it's because you look so powerful. You have so many slaves, and your armor has the look of wealth. Ahem. I mean, the look of one who knows how to be in a fight. So, in the end, we looked like easy marks who had money. I didn't even like the armor I was wearing right now. It was something I had kept in inventory exactly because I thought it might be worth something. It was sadly the best armor I had at the moment. Although it looked flashy and was stiff to move in, it technically had the best advantages. What about the lorem? The story behind it? He blinked. I don't know. Something about a lighthouse keeper, I think. Who cares about those anyway? Ah? Well, it seemed like I wouldn't be getting behind the lore of this dungeon. So, are you and I was just about to agree and move forward? My plan was pretty simple. I had party switch. So, once he took me to that room, I'd switch with one of the girls. I'd probably go with Tara, who could take the most hits. She could create a dust screen to buy some time. At that point, every girl would have her hand on the Tier 1 kiosk. I'd simply switch, transport, switch, transport. I reckoned it'd take less than 30 seconds until all of the girls were in the room. At that point, their ambush would be destroyed. We'd see if they had any wealth on them. If they took us to the 39th floor, I'd consider going after the boss, but it was questionable. In my weakened state, it seemed like a risk we couldn't afford to take. Then a sudden thought hit me. It was a scary thought. There is no one in that dungeon right now. His eyes flickered before he gave his best reassuring grin. None at all. Completely empty. No one goes to this dungeon anymore. I can swear to that. I let out a breath. I knew he was lying. But it seemed like other than the trap he set, there was no one else. This was stupid. I couldn't believe I was even considering it. However, I really wanted to see what would happen. Would it even work? I made sure True Hero and White Mage were equipped. Of all the dumb things I had ever done, this was definitely up there. I used slave communication to instruct my girls to get closer. If things went bad, I'd have to use return. What is it? The shady guy noticed something was up and started reaching behind his back. Possibly for a dagger. I ignored him and pointed at the tower. I immediately began chanting. Meteor. Chapter 536. What did you do? He demanded. Wait for it. We didn't need to wait for very long. It was a clear day today, so the descending fireball appeared quickly. The last time I cast it, I had cast it right on my head. This time, I tried to aim it right on top of the tower in the distance. I actually didn't know if it got that kind of range, but I assumed it would have to. After all, any closer, and it would definitely kill the caster every time. That's why I had to make sure I could flee. If I was wrong and it came barreling down on my head, then I wanted to be able to escape with the girls. Since it appeared over the tower, I breathed easier. I wasn't out of hot water yet, though. I had never seen the effect of the meteor, so it could still harm us. I didn't think so, though, as the girls all managed to escape it. And there was no way they had made it this distance in the time they had been running. Plus, if they were concerned it'd harm them or me, then they would have said something. From a distance, I could see the massive meteor falling from the sky. it actually didn't move like a real meteor. It wasn't like a rock falling at terminal velocity. Actually, if it moved that fast, it probably would create extinction-level events. Instead, it descended down slowly, a supermassive rock of burning fire which obliterated everything that it touched. Most dungeons were subterranean, so a meteor might damage the surface or take down a few levels. But I reckoned that this technique only would work on such a tower. Well, I had no knowledge on if it would work or not. The meteor was only just about to touch the top of the tower now. The ground suddenly started to shake. As the fire descended onto the tower, the meteor actually stopped for a second. My eyes widened as I realized just how powerful these curses truly were. I could see the faintest warping as if there was a field of protection around the dungeon, pushing away the meteor. For a second, I thought I had just wasted all that mana. Then I heard a cracking sound. Sparks started erupting from the top of the tower. But then they moved down the tower like a shock wave. The entire tower looked distorted for a second, like it was being bent in the middle. Then there was the briefest moment of silence. Every eye was on the horrific scene of the meteor against the tower. A resounding boom and the ground shaking increased to the point we nearly fell to the floor. The top floor of the tower exploded. Then the next, then the next. The entire tower was being obliterated one floor at a time. The meteor returned to its normal speed, engulfing the tower as it exploded in slow motion. Once the fireball reached the ground, it quickly dissipated, leaving behind a crater about the same size as the massive ball, which was about 1/2 kilometer in size. The cliff suddenly collapsed into the sea. As for the tower, there wasn't even a trace left. Ah! I snapped my finger. It destroyed the treasure room, too. Just as I said that, a hole suddenly opened in midair, and an assortment of wealth suddenly exploded out and landed about 100 feet in front of us. Through that hole flew something else. I couldn't see it at first, but it came at us at a rapid pace. It suddenly stopped right in front of us. "Dear Dungeon Diver, it was you who was responsible for this," a ghost apparition demanded. He looked like a normal man, with commoner's apparel and the physique of a laborer. He was older, but it was difficult to tell how old given his appearance was fading quickly. Did the boss seriously come out after his dungeon was destroyed? That's what I thought. I responded defiantly, ordering the girls through communication to prepare for battle. His expression suddenly turned to one of pure bliss. "Thank you. Thank you so much. I have craved to see this wretched lighthouse that had trapped me for so many years destroyed. I was once a hero like you, but a wretched, greedy lighthouse keeper was paid coin and poisoned me. He buried me under his lighthouse, trapping me for eternity. I only yearned to see the lighthouse destroyed so that my spirit could finally return to the reincarnation cycle. Thank you. Great hero. You have figured out the clues I have left for you and freed this curse. As an appreciation, I saved what treasure I could from the destruction, what that meager lighthouse keeper has hoarded over the years. I offer you so that you may continue on and save more cursed. You are screwing with me? Farewell. I shall forever be in your debt. The ghost disappeared just like that. Wait. 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 I held up my hands. Did he mean? A sudden glowing light appeared in the center of the treasure the ghost had taken with him. It shot out of the pile and into the sky, and then started heading our direction. At first, it moved up. But then I realized it was moving in an arc. And that arc ended right where I was standing. Number. No. I am happy with just destroying the lore. I blew it up. You all saw it. There was nothing left to complete. 2 DP. That's all I need. He must have rescued the Quartu. Miki said flatly. Curse him! I turned and started running. But I only made it 3 steps when something struck me right in the back. A familiar pain came flaring back as I screamed about the injustice of this world. Chapter 537. Die, you fool! The Bandit King leapt at him with his bloody blade raised. The young boy managed to bring out his hidden knife just in time. As he caught the blade with his own sword, the knife slipped into the larger man's gut. He let out a noise, stumbled back, and then collapsed to the ground dead. Seeing their leader fall, the bandits turned and ran. This Bandit King also was their dark priest. That's how he had brought so many of them to him. He had managed to acquire 2 jobs, and one allowed him to resurrect dead bandits. Officially, the church refused to resurrect someone who had done enough crimes to earn the bandit job and have it be their primary profession. Priests wouldn't change a bandit's job, and they wouldn't resurrect a bandit. It was possible for a bandit to lose their bandit profession by reforming until another job took precedence. But the more banditry you did, the more the job stuck. Thus, the rather rare dark priest was a coveted position among bandits. This one just so happened to be strong as well. With his death, none of the bandits would be able to be resurrected. Suddenly, their unstoppable reign of terror across the country side had ended like that. They would be more careful with their lives in the future and wouldn't boldly attack villages as they had been doing. The boy who defeated the Bandit King collapsed to the ground. It had been pure luck that he had managed to do it. He had seen them cut down his father, and he had been filled with rage and hatred. You have saved this village for that? I grant you the token of the hero. You are this village's hero from this moment onward. The mayor of the village tossed money and rewards on him, and the boy used it to buy good armor and good weapons. Then, he collected all the coin his city had and set out for the Imperial Cloud City to find a priest to resurrect his father and the rest of the village. He experienced many hardships on the way and eventually was scammed by a woman out of most of his coin and armor. She had claimed to be a white mage and had the ability to resurrect his village. However, that had been a lie. And she had fled with everything but the trinkets he needed to save them. By the time he made it to the capital, he no longer had the money to save his people. "Please, I will pay you back. My village will pay you back." "Humph! Do you think we're a charity if you don't contribute to the gods? Then you don't get a resurrection? But this isn't about me. It's my village, my people. Who are they? You are all nothing. If they were so important, they'd have someone more competent and richer than you to resurrect them. Desperate to save at least some." He got a job in the city, doing anything he could to raise money. Yet, he only had a short span of time. And by the time he was done, he had only earned enough to save one person. "My father, please. This is his sword. Bring him back." "Very well." They cast the spell, but it didn't work. "The item you selected was not attached to your father. And no. Impossible, father. He said he fought with this sword in the north. He fought demons. It's why I wanted to be a hero." Many fathers who lived unremarkable lives will make up such things. The boy shook for a bit. But he finally got his breathing under control and decided what to do. Then, "Please, resurrect him using me as the bond." "The spell has already been cast. Do you have enough for another?" He didn't. The month passed, and he left the capital having been unable to resurrect anyone. With shame in his eyes, he returned to his mother. Even if he had his hero token taken away, he would make it up to everyone he had wronged, even if it took him his whole life. In the end, he didn't have to, though. When he returned to the town, all he found were ashes and skeletons. The bandits had found a new leader, and to consolidate his power, he had destroyed the village who killed the last. Worst of all, the boy could have been there on time if he had used the return ability. However, being inexperienced, he didn't know about its existence, and even if he did, he was so ashamed. He needed time. He eventually found a bandit still plundering the wreckage, hoping to find something his brothers missed, and managed to corner him. "You killed them all?" the boy accused. "N number. They'll just be resurrected. Right. With what money you stole it all." The bandit still had a blank expression on his face as the boy chopped his head off. That was the way of things. Bandits either didn't know or didn't care. They weren't killing someone. That person could be resurrected. If they weren't, that was their problem. They should have thought of that before they died. Besides, if the bandits had to put their lives on the line, then why didn't the rest of the world, the boy, feeling great despair, walked off into the mountains and began to train? He found an isolated dungeon, and every day he dived into it to grow his hero skills. Eventually, he pursued the Bandit King and then brought him down. It had been a mad suicide rush into the center of the bandit camp, and at the end of it all, he found himself surrounded by hundreds of bandits, expecting to die. This bandit king was smarter than the last. He had a dark priestess who worked for him, so these bandits had no fear of dying. Unlike the boy who had nothing but the blade he thought was his father's, the dark priestess snapped her fingers, and the bandits followed him. He had killed the last bandit king, so now he was the bandit king. He realized he recognized the girl. She was actually the supposed white mage who had stolen everything from him all those years ago. Yet, he no longer could feel anger. All his anger was directed at himself for being so ignorant. He took the priestess to bed, and she became his lover. She whispered in his ear every night about the injustices of this world. They slowly started to seep into his soul and affect his personality. The bandit hero. That's what his name became. He stole from the rich and he gave to the poor. He wouldn't hesitate to senselessly slaughter nobles, merchants, and heroes. Meanwhile, he would have the priestess resurrect those who were destitute and poor. Of course, although he gave money to the poor. Most of it was kept for the bandits. Under his reign, they were wealthy and even allowed to feel good about themselves. They were saving the people from a government full of thieves. Yet, the problem with killing those who were rich and could come back was that they would inevitably seek vengeance. That's what ended up happening, and the bandit king's camp was eventually attacked by a coalition of unhappy nobles. A price was put on his head, and the bandit king was forced to flee. However, he was pursued wherever he went. The price on his head was so vast that even the poor which he had helped and the bandits who once served him turned. Everywhere he ran, he was attacked by people eager to obtain the reward for his head. Eventually, he decided to leave. He had heard of another continent across the vast sea, and he desired to go there and leave this place behind. He set up a deal with a captain. He couldn't get to the docks, so the plan was for him to meet up with the ship once it set sail. There was a lighthouse with a friend of the captain. He would wait there until the ship appeared and then swim out to it. Then, they would set sail for a new world. Yet, that lighthouse owner had been greedy for the reward too. He poisoned the food. The bandit hero remembered growing sick and then dying. His finger was taken as evidence, and then he was buried. The lighthouse keeper was an old priest, and he had a spell that would keep his soul trapped. He feared his resurrection or retribution, so he kept the entire thing on the down low, burying the body under the floorboards and etching a complicated rune that would prevent him from haunting the man. He collected his reward anonymously, but never used it. He just wanted the money. As if to just spit in the face of the bandit hero's life, he buried the money next to the body. He never had kids, and he lived stingily for the remainder of his life, never telling anyone what he did. He even told his captain friend that the bandit hero never arrived. After the lighthouse keeper finally died, the dungeon formed, hoarding its treasure in the same way as the lighthouse keeper before it. There, the spirit remained. its resentment and scorn festering into a dungeon that overtook the once existing lighthouse, ironically preserving the rune and preventing its natural decay. This was the information that was slammed into my head as a tattoo formed between my shoulder blades on my back. Another dungeon lore had become part of me. Congratulations, you have completed the Calypso Tower dungeon. True Dungeon Diver has increased to level 41. Dungeon Builder has increased to level 15. For completing the lore, you have gained 0 dungeon points. Calypso's lore is now a part of you. You have gained Calypso's blessing. You have an increased affinity with dungeon points. You will earn more dungeon points for conquering a dungeon. Those in your party will earn a portion of your dungeon points. You can use dungeon points for those in your party. Lydia has gained 5 dungeon points. Miki has gained 5 dungeon points. Celeste has gained 5 dungeon points. Tara has gained 5 dungeon points. Xiao has gained 5 dungeon points. Did the dungeon just steal all my points and give them to those who had less? Chapter 538. I sat up. The burning pain in my back finally starting to diminish. After everything, I didn't earn any dungeon points. No reset. I was still stuck with Meteor and 2 portals as my only skills granted from the store. In the future, my DP would be shared with my girls as well. Although I was supposedly earning more, I figured that would just about even everything out then. I shouldn't see it as less for me, but more for my team as a whole. However, in this particular dungeon, whether it was because I destroyed the dungeon entirely or because of the unique nature of the blessing, they saw fit to give all of my points to the girls. It was good that the girls got enough points to get started. But it was unfortunate that after all that, I had made no progress. That wasn't true. I hadn't come here to earn points. I had come here to earn money. The large pile of treasure sitting in front of us was more than enough to pay off the shipwright and provide more funds for Chom. My friends? You killed them. A shocked voice caught my attention. And I turned to the shady guy who had led us here. You finally admitted you had plotted to get me killed. You knew his face turned ugly. You killed all those people. Nonsense. The dungeon has clearly been destroyed. I gestured to the complete absence of a dungeon. Their souls only get damaged with time in a dungeon. Since the destruction of the damage coincided with their deaths, then they are fine. You should be able to resurrect them without too much difficulty. Resurrect them, he said in wonder, and then shook his head. No. You think we have that kind of money? Haven't you been stealing it? You. If we had it, we wouldn't need to steal it. I see. I scratched my chin thoughtfully, then walked over to the treasure, grabbed about 10 gold coins, and walked back and held it out. This should just about pay for the resurrections as well as a little extra for being our guide. Kind of. He looked down at the coins, and greed glinted in his eyes before he looked back at me defiantly. We agreed on 10%. The nerve. I shook my head. First off, you were trying to kill me. Secondly, the agreement was transport to the 39th floor. You never did your job, so I don't owe you anything. His greedy expression turned ugly and pulled a knife. I am going to have to insist. I raised an eyebrow. I just blew up a dungeon with the wave of my hand, and you are going to pull a knife on me. His mouth fell open, his eyes turning back to the ledge, which had lost about 200 meters into the ocean after the impact. He then lunged out with his free hand, grabbed the coins from my open palm, turned and ran. I rolled my eyes as the girls approached me. We watched him run off into the distance. Then I turned back to the pile. Ah! Lucky? I noticed a ring sitting on a pile of coins. It was a storage ring. I checked it out with Identify and made another noise of contentment. It wasn't a time stop ring, but it did slow time down by 4x. I wouldn't need to work as hard to keep things fresh. The space wasn't as good as my last ring, but it was still considerably better than inventory. By the way, I had never tested if inventory had a time stop function. It's because I only kept things in inventory that really mattered. And perishable food that I could preserve indefinitely never made the cut. Do you think that guy will resurrect his team? Miki asked. I doubt it. He will probably keep the money and spend it. Tara sniffed. Well, they are probably undesirables the priests would refuse to resurrect. So he might not even if he wanted to, Xiao added. They're all probably dead. Don't say that kind of stuff around me, ladies. I really don't want to feel like a murderer here. Well, I did everything I could. If they died, then they should have made better life choices. Deep down, I wondered if maybe my mindset was starting to change thanks to this world. Chapter 539. So. It's basically like that. I finished explaining to the girls about the dungeon points. Any questions they knew about the tattoos? How couldn't they? They also knew about me coming from another world. However, other than Xiao, who had seen my memories, I was never exactly clear on my abilities. I decided that given the situation, I would come clean and explain everything clearly. Celeste raised her hand excitedly. Oh, me? Yes, I said, pointing at her like a student in a class. What's a video game? I coughed. Ah! Well, that's probably not very important right now. What job did you pick? Xiao Lydia asked. Je? I wasn't brought to this world in that manner. My journey wasn't so gentle. I know what I'd be. I'd be Deke's slave, Celeste said excitedly. That's not a job, dummy, Mickey shot back. Who's a dummy? You just don't love Master as I do. You? Being Master's slave is a given. Miki flushed angrily. I'd want my job to be something that can help Master. Like... True pervert, Tara puts in. Right. Trooper. Ah, what are you saying? I could finally keep up with Master at night? Tara's eyes gleamed. Then none of you will be needed. Yeah, she's trying to get rid of us, Miki cried. The rock's true intent has been revealed. Xiao suddenly got on her knees in front of Tara. You are a wise master of sex. Disciple did not see. Tara made a ho-ho noise while holding her fists on her hips like a villain with Xiao gazing up at her enviously. Ah, Lydia cried out. I thought I was the one who taught you about sex? TF. Xiao looked away. You haven't even become a pervert, let alone a true pervert. Neither has she? Yes. But new master's eyes are clearly bigger and set to the future compared to old master. Since her chest is flat, she must always be on the path to Iro. Your tits have made you lazy. At the rate master's perversions grow, he will need another party member. Tara stopped gloating and covered her chest with lines formed on her forehead. Ah. Lydia looked depressed. I see. I truly was blind, thinking things could remain the same as they've always been. Please. Master, teach me the path of the true pervert. She didn't turn to Tara, but to me, the person who had the pervert job. Of course, my expression wasn't much better than Tara at that point. Is true pervert even a job? It has to be. Doesn't it, Miki offered? Now that I thought about it, it did sound like a job that would exist. True dungeon diver, true hero, true pervert. Why did that sound like a tagline? I refused to accept that as my title. I turned back to admonish the girls and put a stop to this, but Xiao spoke up. Although Xiao had stood back up after causing all this trouble in the first place, and had a serious expression on her face. It would be nice to go back one day. Really, I was surprised by her words, given how bad her life had been. I don't care about my own life, she blushed. But as for Deke, I'd like to see where he grew up. His mother, too. I'd wonder if she'd approve of me. Ah. That. All the girls started to make similar sentiments. My mother is a good one. She would surely approve of any one of you. I made sure to say anyone, as I am almost certain she wouldn't approve of all of them. Then, is there a dungeon point skill that will allow us to go back to Eartha? Xiao asked. Number. I shook my head. Oh. The girls looked a little depressed. Even at the 50-point tier, nothing had appeared like that. I thought maybe there would be a 100-point tier that might appear once I defeated a great dungeon. But that was a while off. The only other option was another blessing that happened to include trans-dimensional travel. If I could open portals to another world, that would be something. There was also Blue Mage. But if there was a spatial spell that's strong, it'd probably be level 100. That was obtainable for a guy like me with my bonuses, but not right now. Noticing the somber mood the girls were in, I decided to speak up. But I will try it. That seemed to cheer them up. With that, I had added another goal. I would follow a new path, the path of the true pervert. The path of returning home. My mind was somewhere else for a moment. Chapter 540. We returned back to the city of Kingsport. I gave a second storage ring with all the treasure in it to Faina to count and calculate. In the end, the profits from the quickly defeated dungeon were 5,000 gold coins by themselves. That meant that anything that Faina sold in the capital was pure profit. Since I didn't need to send her off again, I decided to let her stay with me. It seemed to make her much happier, so that was fine. I asked her to take me to the dock, and so we all headed there. The port was quite large, with a few hundred ships docked. There was also a dry dock and a few massive warehouses, which may be where they build new ships. The place we went to wasn't big or impressive. In fact, it was a bit out of the way and hidden back in a dark alley. I was glad I hired guards to protect Faina. I didn't like the idea of any of my women walking around these kinds of places on their own. We knocked on the door, and an old man answered. At first, he looked confused, but when his eyes lightened on Faina, or rather, I should say her chest, his eyes brightened. "Ah, you've returned. Hello, I am the one who sent her with the request. Then come in. Come in." He gestured to us, but rather than walk to the main room to sit, he kept on walking out the back of the house and into a large shed behind it. There was a small boat that looked like it'd fit about 5. It was in the process of being constructed. "That will be tight," I muttered. Hee. "Well, if you got more mithril to increase its size." "Ah, no, it's fine." Although we had 6 in our party, Celeste could be pocket-sized at will. If push came to shove, she could fly a bit. As for why I didn't just do a fly and switch with her to pass level 27 of the Widow's Dungeon, it was that Celeste didn't have that ability. Outdoors with the wind, she could fly for some time. But navigating a massive maze through small corridors where the floor is basically lava, that was beyond her ability to do safely. Even if she could cling to the vine-like walls of the dungeon to rest, her life would have been in constant danger the entire time. It was not something I was willing to allow. The old man and I ended up going over his plans. I explained our exact desires and purposes, both for level 27 and for future ventures. Since I was someone who was associated with the church, according to his words and the words in Mary's letter, he was willing to work with me. I guess he was a famous shipwright who was retired now. It made him difficult to work with, but he was the best at it. Building a mithril indestructible ship was apparently his final dream. As someone who wasn't a magic blacksmith himself, he had to design each part and send the orders to a magic blacksmith. This was extremely expensive and was a part of the reason that despite his renown, he lived in such meager conditions. "You don't seem all that bad. Although some of your women look on the small size up top, I can see you are a good man. Please, use my ship and accomplish great things. It's the only thing a shipwright like me could wish for." "Yes, I will." It was just past noon now. As I left his home after leaving the payment and making one or two more reassurances, I saw my girls who had grown bored and were waiting impatiently outside. It was a lot hotter here than in the capital or Chom. And the sun was beating down on us. The girls had removed their armor and were sitting around, lazing in the sun in light attire. The appearance of 5 hot, sweaty beauties lazing around was starting to catch the notice of many unsavory characters. Master Lydia raised her hand, her nipples poking through her shirt in a noticeable way. "What's up? He'll be working on finishing it up overnight. He says he'll have it ready by tomorrow." "We can be back in the labyrinth by tomorrow evening." "Ah." "What will we do until then?" Celeste asked, her normally glistening wings looking wilted in the sun. "How about we hit the beach?" Chapter 541. "How did it turn out like this?" I responded helplessly. I had seen the girls looking heated, and we had an afternoon to spare. So I thought that heading to the beach would be a good idea. Somehow this caused us to end up at a swimsuit store. I had thought that this world's idea of swimsuits was non-existent. It wouldn't have been surprising if they just swam in plain clothing or something like that. However, I was mistaken. If there was any proof that this world was truly just a video game developed by a group of horny men, I think it showed in the access to swimsuits. It turned out this world had a wide assortment of swimming attire. And King's Sport wasn't just known for boats, but also as a retreat for vacations. The beaches were plenty, and so were the swimsuit stores. As a result, the girls ended up taking a small fortune of my treasure to spend on swimsuits at one of the finer establishments. Well, it was money well spent, so I shouldn't complain about it. "Can you even get wet, Raisa?" asked Tara. "Our first time was under a waterfall. We made love in the gentle currents surrounded by nature," Tara explained. My first time was being pushed on the floor in a stadium surrounded by hundreds of horny spectators who wanted to see me cry." Why are our first times so drastically different? Yes, for various reasons. What started out as just a stress release for Deke's party ended up becoming a festival. Raisa ended up being invited. And somehow this brought along the guildmaster, the mayor, and Astraya from Chom. Somehow. Celicia and Carmen ended up being invited too, along with their 3 shady managers. Then one of the girls suggested inviting Eliana. She happened to be in the company of Mary and her brother, so the princess, and archbishop also showed up, as well as Octius and Otto, who overheard them being invited and barged in. As to how? Well, since I could give portal to the girls, giving a point for reset, I could make as many as 27 portals if I needed to, as it turned out. I could borrow their DP with my slave skill sharing ability. It wouldn't work for experience or their jobs, which would be used by them and need to be cast continuously. But if it came to spells, I could borrow them in the same way as if they bought a DP sword and handed it to me. To invite me on a date. My. Oh my. Octius grinned. "Who invited you?" We have to return to the border tomorrow. Since it's cheaper resource, wise to travel from Kingsport than the castle for various reasons, I am sorry we intruded. Otto gave me a nod exactly perfect for people of the same rank, seemingly having grown more serious over time. Although it's been a while since I've relaxed on a beach, rumor has it that you just took down another dungeon in a single day. You are truly a man's man. The prince gave a thumbs up. I thought he might add something like, if only you put that much effort into saving my father. But he seemed to have a relaxed attitude when it came to the king. As a matter of fact, so did Eliana, who didn't seem to mind her father's disappearance either. Neither made it the pressing matter that it should have been. Just what kind of king was this guy, Deke? The girls are ready to show you their swimsuits now. We'll head out to the beach first. The shopkeeping lady declared with a knowing grin. Even though I am the Prince of Aberys, I can only see their freshly swimsuited bodies secondhand. Well, it's not like I am interested in seeing this. I am heading to the beach now. Otto shrugged. Let's let the young lord have his fun. The guildmaster and mayor walked off too, dragging the shady Drake and his cronies Danny and Brick away with them, even though they complained about wanting to watch. The prince reluctantly left too, not wanting to start another incident if his sister hit him with a shoe. Actually, he would have probably been fine with that, but he seemed a bit wary of Mary. Her blows were much more savage. Carl couldn't make it because a book had rendered him unconscious, supposedly. The girls are just going to show me what swimsuits they picked out. Why is everyone acting like this is some kind of great moment? Chapter 542. Lydia came out first. She was wearing a thong bikini with a triangle top, which accentuated her legs. It wasn't tiger-striped, but black in color. Her body had filled out nicely from the thin and malnourished young girl I had run into in the dungeon about half a year ago. Her beauty had only grown with the passing time. Master. They even specially cut a hole for my tail. She spun around and showed me. Although, being a thong, it was mostly just her butt, with the only fabric visible now having a hole for her tail, making it almost nothing at all. She seemed to be waiting for my appraisal, so I nodded and gave a thumbs up. Then Mickey came out. Her outfit was a bit more modest. She had a white outfit that matched her skin tone a bit better. It was a bikini with a halter top, unlike Lydia, who was comfortable showing off her body. Miki's cheeks were slightly pink, and her arms were covering her stomach a bit. Lydia excitedly grabbed onto Miki. "Doesn't Miki look pretty?" she asked. "Ah! Why, yes." "My turn." Celeste burst into the room. "Wah, what are you wearing?" What she was wearing was green, and it was just as revealing as what Lydia was wearing, but without that adult sensibility. It was a monokini with 2 straps connecting the bottom to the top. The bottom used strings to keep it on. As for the top, it wasn't clear how they didn't pop off her enormous chest. "H.A., we promised to wait for our turns." Lydia protested. It's okay. Miki was becoming even more embarrassed. Master, look at me then. Tara came out. She wore a brown tankini, which complemented her flat chest very well. Is it time for me to come out? Xiao asked. You know it's not, Lydia cried. It was too late, as Xiao had already entered. Her outfit was also black, a simple bikini that fit her body well. But she also had a shawl wrapped around her head to hide her horns, and a transparent wrap around her hips that seemed to accent them well. I don't even understand the order. I am the princess? Shouldn't I be first? Eliana complained while coming out. She wore an elegant white and gold bandeau swimsuit. It was the most modest one out there so far. I don't get the point of dressing upon display for this creep anyway. He's our master. It doesn't mean he should get to see my splendid body, Celicia snorted. Coming out in a plunge-style one. Piece with intricate designs on it. What splendid body, Carmen wore white as well. A one, shoulder top and string bikini. This is becoming pandemonium, Lydia cried as everyone just came out the back, ruining the show she had carefully put on with the storekeeper. Foo-foo. Relax, Lydia, God. We'll see us wearing proper garments and rejoice. Mary came out, causing my mouth to fall open as she was in microchini, showing off almost everything and hiding almost nothing. It was Fordyk, though. Lydia complained. It's my time to come in. A husky voice comes out. You are not even a girl. Humph. Octius somehow had snuck away from Otto and made his way back here. Why can only girls show off? He was wearing a corset-style top. Thankfully, he had a baggy bottom that hid any bulges. We're missing someone, though. Raisa came out, her wolf ears and tail lowered. I think I've been gaining weight lately. I don't understand it. I haven't been eating as much. She was touching her stomach unhappily. However, she was wearing a very cute halter top with striped designs of white and blue. The second she said something, my entire body stiffened. Are you okay, Eliana? Asked politely. I've just been getting sick every morning. Deke, can you check Raisa out? Perhaps she could use some healing. Jah, Raisa looks radiant, I shouted in a loud, high, pitched voice, causing all the girls to be quiet. So, in the end, it was the dog girl who won. It was clear who whispered that. As for Raisa, she had frozen at those words, and her entire face was red. A dozen beautiful women were looking at me for clarification. I summoned my most powerful technique. I chucked a bag of money at the store clerk and fled the store. Chapter 543. Damn, that was close, I muttered. I had run to the beach, which was only across the street from the store where the swimsuits were being sold, and then hid in the guys' locker room, or whatever this world's equivalent was called. It wasn't that I wanted to hide that Raisa was pregnant. However, the circumstances behind it were a bit strange, and I was still dealing with it myself. Raisa should at least figure out she's pregnant on her own. I mean, it's her body. It'll be much less of a shock if it comes from her that she's having a baby. It won't be too long. Just a month or two and she should be able to figure it out. I might not even be the first person she told. But that would be fine. I think she'd be a lot happier if I didn't just dump that knowledge on her. As for the other girls, well, I already saw things turning disastrous if I revealed this information prematurely. Xiao would definitely strap me to a bed and extract semen from me to get herself pregnant like a certain foolish protagonist in a woman-centric web novel I read once. The other girls would all get jealous in one way or another, and I'd have to work hard to make sure that they all understood that they mattered to me. Well, I felt like I still had a bit of time for that. I had a good 9 months to get ready to be a father. I hadn't even been in this world for half a year, yet I had already changed so much. I would continue to change and grow into a responsible adult. Well, that's what I was hoping at least. A sound caught my ear, and I turned around to see a woman standing there. I blinked in surprise. Astria, I didn't see you earlier. You came to the beach too. Right. I am sure Celeste will be pleased. Astria had a swimsuit too. But she hadn't shown up at Lydia's failed dress show. She had a skirtini. It was pink in color, which contrasted well with her black hair. Her hair wasn't originally black, but when she had become a dark fairy, the color had changed, and it hadn't changed back despite the fact she was a normal fairy now. Actually, it wasn't abundantly clear what she was. I didn't know if she was a sylph like her daughter, a fairy queen, or a fairy. If I used to identify on her, it showed up as the only other person that happened for was Xiao. That told me that she was some kind of unique existence. Hopefully, she wasn't a step away from becoming a fairy demon lord. I wasn't even sure how to deal with that. Hello, Deke? There isn't much time. So, let's enjoy ourselves. Ah, you can talk. If I recalled correctly, Celeste had said her mind had reverted to that of a child, yet nothing about this woman screamed child. That was accentuated a moment later when she reached up undid the back of her swimsuit. It fell to the ground, exposing her bare chest. "Make love to me," she purred, her wings fluttering seductively. Chapter 544. Astria, I don't understand. What's there to understand? She asked, taking a step forward. You are a man. I am a fairy. Give it to me. She lunged forward, but I narrowly managed to avoid her. Ah. When did you learn to talk? Oh, when couldn't I talk? Ah. You were destroyed in the dungeon. And then you came back. Yes. My former lover car was gracious enough to use his skill to keep me alive. High-level heroes have a skill called sacrifice. They can sacrifice their own life in order to forcibly preserve the life of another. You had a resurrected Car. By all accounts, he should have lived, and I should have passed with the dungeon. In repentance for his sins, he gave his life force to me, so I continued on. So that's what happened. I didn't know all of that specifically, but I had a clue or two from Carr's final words. It did solve the mystery of why Astria was still here. As to why Astria was topless and looking at me like a piece of meat, that was still questionable. So, you came back as the fairy queen. That's a relief. Oh, who says I am a fairy queen? She laughed lightly. You are not. I was preserved as I was, so naturally. Sudden shadows started to stretch out from her. They came out like hands, but before I could react, several of them had grabbed onto my body. Her wings that were previously glittery and translucent, much like her daughter's, took on a dark feel. They were still shiny, but they had a look like polished obsidian. Her eyes and face also grew darker. But rather than make her ugly, it made her even more beautiful. Why, you are still a dark fairy. What can I say? I am not a good girl. I tricked my daughter and you so that I could regain my strength in secret. As she said this, she began to pull me closer. The shadows had grabbed my arms and legs, and I was being picked up off the ground and brought over to her. She licked her lips seductively as I approached. So, I take it your strength has returned. Where do I fall in that? Didn't I already say make love to me? Don't you have Carhumph? He's already dead and passed on. She snorted. As for me, I am so lonely. Remember? It was I who was controlling Celeste when you two first met. I am familiar with you as well. Ah, that's right. Celeste. What about Celeste? What about her? There was a brief flash of emotion on her face before she turned away. She's just a daughter. Surely she is willing to share 'em. But you don't like being cheated on. I mean, Carr was with a lot of other women. I am with women too. So, you know, I was desperately reaching for straws now. As I was right in front of her, uncomfortably close. I don't want to talk about that man. I'd rather talk about us, she said, reaching out and touching my chest. Her hand began to work its way down, heading down into my pants. In a moment, I was going to be violated by Celeste's mother. Chapter 5, 45. Mother, no. I was currently tied to the bed in a certain room. As for how I got there, well, Astria was very persistent. Of course. I still had access to slave communication, so I gave the girls a general idea of what was happening. Thus, they burst into the room. I was naked with my hands handcuffed to the headboard. Astria was standing nearby naked and put on a pouty face when her fun was interrupted. Ha ha! I like seeing Master like this. Shao smirked mischievously once she entered. She won't let me go. I sighed. If you don't help me out, you'll be the one like this. Shao, who grew shy in the bedroom, naturally blushed and bit her nails nervously. Her inaction spoke volumes, and it ended up being Miki who freed me. I can't believe you, Mother. How could you? Celeste glared tearfully, her hands on her hips. Astria shrugged. I was overwhelmed with emotion and couldn't help myself. Oh? Celeste lowered her hands, and her expression evened out. Well, if it can't be helped. Wait! You are going to let her sleep with Master with just that? Miki cried out as she started trying to undo my bonds, but she couldn't help herself. She's lying. And Mother, she's right, daughter. I took your man because I could. It's in my nature. You see, I am a dark fairy. Ah, okay. Since it's Mom's nature and no one was hurt, then it's okay. No, you are way too easy on her. But isn't it good Mother found a man? He's your man. That just makes it easier. It gives me more in common with my mother. Why is your thinking so weird? Daughter! You truly understand. Astria was holding Celeste's hands, and the pair were looking at each other lovingly. Mom, it's okay if you've fallen for Deke, since I love Deke too. Celeste. Mother. Does anyone care that she's a dark fairy? Mickey cried helplessly, leaving my bond still tied. Ah. It's actually not really a problem. I spoke up, trying to signal Miki to continue to remove them. I used monster temor on her. It actually wasn't working. She's really strong, but it managed to take effect just before you guys came in. She's now officially tamed. Is that true? Celeste asked. Astria nodded. It's true. Deke tamed me. Aggressively. I kept saying no, but he was so persistent. Eventually, I was made to stay calm. Please comfort your mother. Poor mother. Celeste was patting her mom's head. Who tied who up here? I cried out. No, this is being resolved way too easily. She's still the same woman who took control of Celeste's mind and then tried to murder all of us. Didn't I actually murder all of you? Xiao pipes in. I am going to the beach. Miki gave up, walking out of the room with her head down. Oh, let's go. Xiao made a fist and then followed. Mother, do you want to go play on the beach with me? Okay. As long as we have shade. I am not very fond of the sun, dear. Goodbye. Deke, my lover. Oi. I suppose that wraps everything up, Tara says to Lydia. Lydia nods. Let's go get something to eat. I said oi. Tara and Lydia, who were halfway to the door, turned back and glanced at me. What is it, Master? Tara asked sweetly. Is anyone going to untie me? I said helplessly, nodding to my tied-up hands. If Master wanted to be untied, he should have said something earlier. Lydia smiled. I started to sweat. Earlier, you know? You could have used slave communication before you slept with Astria 3 times. Ah, you knew Aham. I mean, I had to bring her into a certain weakened state of mind to properly tame her. I was taming her. You understand? We understand, Master. Now please reflect. The girls leave the room, and the door shuts behind them. That's fair. Chapter 546. The door opened, and a nervous head peeked in. I crossed my legs to give myself a semblance of cover. I was still tied to the bed in a certain room. "Ah, you came." "How are you?" I asked calmly. "Master Ader's naked." I nodded, trying to continue to act naturally. So it would seem. Various things happened, and I ended up trapped in a bed. Could my trusted maid Faina please untie me, since my girls decided to leave me tied to the bed? There was only one other person I could contact who may be able to save me. My trusted Faina. She's a dutiful maid who wouldn't leave her master locked in a bedroom naked while they frolicked on the beach. There was also Celicia and Carmen I could call. But the likelihood that they would do something to me while I was tied up was far too much. As for Raisa, she was pregnant. And I didn't want her to have to deal with that level of shock. Of course, there were other methods of getting off the bed. Many of them were countered. For example, I couldn't do a switch, as they weren't in my party at the moment. And if I did, I would appear naked wherever they were. And it was likely a public beach. That was the same reason I avoided using return. I'd appear naked in the front lawn of my manor. Before I suffered that level of embarrassment, I tried to contact Faina first. The other girls, they said not to. That is a shame. I didn't allow my expression to falter from my disarming smile. Ah. You weren't there for the bathing suit show? Ah, Thursday. That's true. She took a step in, and I realized she was wearing a top that covered what she had underneath. In many ways, it was more erotic than her swimsuit could be, because it looked like she had nothing underneath and had come into the room in nothing but a shirt. Given my position naked and tied to a bed, the scene was even more erotic. Too nervous to wear at my breasts. "They're too large," she said, blushing. "If I wear a swimsuit, they'll pop out." That doesn't bother Mary. Mary is different than me. Plus, if people see my ears, they will know. While Xiao hid her horns for the practical reason that demons were seen as enemies this far south, Faina similarly hid her ears. This was because she was the last of her kind, and that made her very conscious of people's stares. As great of a woman as she was when it came to mercantile, business, and running a household, she actually was pretty modest and shy when it came to other things. Can I see it since we're not in public? Oh, okay. She pulled off her shirt slowly. I gulped as she revealed her body. She was definitely a beauty of incredible proportions. She was blushing too, and her elf ears even twitched. "Ah, Master!" Oops. I was unable to hide it anymore, thanks to the sight of her body. "Ah. Can you untie me now? I'll definitely cover up if you untie me." Our height? She went up to get my restraints. But then she suddenly stopped and looked down at my junk. If she did that, even I'd get embarrassed. but she seemed lost in thought. Faina! She snapped out of it and looked over at me. Master. And you are tied up. I am aware Thursday, then. This is the best time I'll have to reveal the truth. Ha! Her hands made fists and shook for a bit, and then resolve flashed in her eyes. Master, I've decided, only Master will do. You must be the man to have my children? Wait. What? It's okay, Master. I'll be gentle. So. I sighed, looking down. In the end, I invited another fox into the cock pen. Master, I love you. Please receive my love. Noticing me looking down with my eyes closed, she looked closer. Master, I looked up and grinned after setting the pervert job. Humph. So another woman needs taming. It looks like a hero's journey is never over. Chapter 547. Masturbator. Faina breathed. Faina! Oh. Master. Harder. Are you sure? Ah. I can feel it. It's big. That's why you can't be gentle. Okay, I'll start. Aha. Don't stop. Master, I can't. No, right there. It's almost there. Crack! Ah! I relaxed as I flopped back down on the bed. I've had that kink in my back 4 days. Hee hee. As I said, Master, I've got the basic massage skill as part of maid. I can't believe that's a technique. But I am not complaining, I murmured. I wonder what it would take to get the masters. Job, is there such a job? There has to be. Doesn't there? After she came on to me, she insisted on giving me a back rub. As she claimed, elves gave back rubs as a form of expressing their love to each other. She insisted that this also explained a certain enthusiastic rub she gave me in the bathtub one time. Well, she was so insistent that I didn't object. After being with Astria, I couldn't say a nice rub down wasn't relaxing. It wasn't as exciting as the other thing, but that was probably for the best. I had been caught up in the moment. But if we went any farther, then she would be stuck with me as a partner for life. That would be unfortunate. I already had to deal with becoming a father to one child. I wasn't sure about adding a second already. That's when I recalled something. Did you mention something about wanting to have my baby? Ah, and no, don't be ridiculous. Master, just stop thinking and enjoy the massage. She increased her efforts. And I decided it wasn't worth getting into as I groaned in pleasure. Master, she said a few minutes later, her voice somewhat quiet. I asked, my hands under my head as I allowed her to rub my naked back. I am the last of my kind. And that has put certain restrictions on me. The last living elf definitely puts a lot of pressure on someone. I agreed. Right. That's why I needed to be extra careful when I selected my mate. Well, don't select too fast. But if you are asking if you can be freed once you've found the proper mate, then I will give you that freedom. Ah, that. Her massaging had stopped, so I raised my head and looked back at her. Anything wrong? No. Rather, let me continue to express my love for Master. She blushed, pushing me back down to the bed. I really thought when you said that we were going to have sex. I laughed. Sex? She cried out in a panic. Ah. But I realized that was ridiculous because then you'd have to mate for life, I quickly added before I dug myself into a pit. I see. She sounded a bit unsure. She was already a girl who didn't want to be my slave. I recalled that when it came to it. She preferred freedom over being restricted. She just chose this restriction because I had saved her life and because it was convenient. That put her in a hard place, it seemed, where she wanted to show she appreciated me, but didn't want to risk losing her chance at love. I started to grow frightened that she was thinking I was creeping on her, so I decided to say more. Ah, you don't need to worry. I have no interest in having sex with you. I have so many women. Don't feel like you need to fill that desire. Your cooking, cleaning, and management are all I want from you. I don't desire you sexually. With that, she wouldn't feel pressured. She'd continue to be my maid for the foreseeable future, and everything would progress smoothly. Suddenly, Faina flopped down next to me on the bed. She was facing away. Faina, massage over. Oh, I am tired. I am going to sleep. Ah, you don't want to play with the girls on the beach? Don't feel like it, she said into her pillow. I see. In the end, I went too far and made her uncomfortable. Elf ways were different than human ways. I had misinterpreted things, and I made her angry. Since she had already removed my restraints to better massage me, I got up and left the bedroom. As the door closed, she uttered a single phrase in the empty bedroom. Stupid master. Chapter 548. I closed the door behind me and stretched, feeling a bit refreshed after a long day. Well? It wasn't over yet. Looking out, I could see the beach beckoning me. There was still a few hours of fun to be had. I headed across the street and to the beach where I could hear various yells and cries of people at play. I scanned the beach, looking for my girls, and when I couldn't find them, I used the slave location skill to track them. They were a bit farther down the beach, so I followed along the sand trail. The girls were on a ledge that overlooked the ocean, and they appeared to be jumping off it into the water below. Just as I was going to go greet them, I noticed a glint of something in a large outcrop of rocks nearby. Frowning, I snuck around carefully, approaching from the back end. I quickly realized that there were some shady people who seemed to be hiding in the back behind the rocks. More suspicious. They appeared to be watching my girls play. Of course, I could react swiftly and violently so that my girls didn't have their day ruined. They had all been working hard. And even if they might have left me tied up on a bed in a certain room for a while, well, That all worked itself out fine. Faina was having a good rest in that bed, and that's all I had to say about that. However, I didn't need some stereotypical bad guys coming in and making the short rest of the day with the girls something less than fun. Lydia. I called out with slave communication. Master, have you reflected? Twice. But that's not what's important right now. I just came to see you guys, and there seem to be some suspicious people watching you. Ah, yes, I noticed them, but they've been keeping their distance. Should I take them out? No, keep playing. I just wanted to let you know I was going to dive into your DP for a bit and borrow some skills. Ah. Master can use me whenever. Thanks. I had been very slowly reviewing what skills the girls had and deciding what to give them. They were mostly limited to Tier 1 DP skills, which cost 1 point each eye. 5-point skills could be selected. But the consequence would be they couldn't use reset. Yes, I had already tried to give one of the girls reset, and then use duplicate slave skill to use that reset on myself. The result was simply that I remotely activated her own reset. This was convenient because if I couldn't reset her skills myself, it'd be a bit tricky having the girls reset their own skills. I wasn't even sure how it'd work out, as they didn't have access to the store like I did, since my access was granted through my blessing tattoos. The DP skills I had given to Lydia were explosive movement, silent feet, hide presence, and the sword of growth. I left one open for reset as well. Explosive movement allowed her to move with aggressive attacks. Silent feet allowed her to scout quietly. Hide presence was exactly as it suggested. The sword of growth was interesting. Supposedly, the sword had experience and would grow stronger the longer it was used. I was worried that when I reset it that it'd start back to 0, but we tested it out, and it seems to retain its level. So, the more Lydia uses it, the stronger the sword will get. Of course, if it was destroyed or lost, then so was the dungeon point. It left me a bit worried, but Lydia really liked it. Right now, the 2 skills I was borrowing were silent feet and hide presence so that I could get closer. It was a continuous spelled rain on me, where Lydia could use the skills basically indefinitely and turn them off and on. That was the separation between a skill supported by the dungeon points and me using it secondhand through duplicate slave skill. Furthermore, there was a limit to the distance we could be, and it could still work if we were in a different place. Like only one of us was in a dungeon, it wouldn't work. I'd say the range I could use a slave's skill was about the same range that I could still get experience for a slave's kill. I got a bit closer to the suspicious people and managed to get sight of one of them. This wasn't because they weren't trying to be stealthy, but rather because they were big and it was difficult for them to hide. I immediately recognized them, and my face went white. The ones that were watching my girls intently were 5 large women. It was Titan's Fall, and at their head was Elysia. Chapter 549. "What are they doing?" whispered one of the women of Titan's Fall. "Still playing." It's so hot. I want to play. I even brought a swimsuit. Let's go swim, Elysia. Stop whining, you guys. We're on a mission. Elysia growled. I thought we were just spying on your boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend, she cried out. And besides, he hasn't shown. In fact, it's not even clear if he's still. She looked away, a worried expression on her face. Come on, you know he was resurrected just like the rest of us. After what he did to Fort Pride, this country probably gave him a medal. I couldn't help but make a face at that. It'd have been nice if I got a medal. It was still weird seeing these girls who I had last been fighting to the death against. They were currently in their dungeon diving armor, but they looked really hot and uncomfortable. You heard the rumors. A giant fireball from the sky came and obliterated a tower. It's the same thing that took out Fort Pride. That's his shtick. We don't know if it was Deke who did that. Elysia defended, her cheeks turning pink. That's why the king ordered us to find out if Aboris has some new kind of weapon. They do, and he pushed our leader down. Glah! Elysia had punched the woman in the gut before shooting the others a glare. I said already. He defeated me in battle, but it didn't mean anything. He's an enemy of the crown. We can never be together. So sweet. The power of your love will definitely blast through the discretions of our people. It'll be Elysia and Deke against the world? Oh, no. She's back to fantasizing again. It's those novels she reads. To swords, back to back. Battling against Aboris and the Republic, tearing down the walls of oppression, also that they can finally marry. The girl started gesturing wildly as she narrated. Will you shut her up? She'll give away our position. Two of the girls had grabbed the narrating girl and covered her mouth, although her eyes were still bright like the story was still going on in her head. At this point, Elysia was completely red. We don't know if the presence of Deke's party is associated with the destruction of Calypso's tower. Frankly, I can't believe even Deke has such strength, but if he does... Elysia's words were serious, and a somber atmosphere filled the group. What if Deke is the source of that power? What are our orders? We're to capture him, if at all possible. Elysia said the words sadly. If we fail, we're to await further orders. Further orders like... a kill command? Elysia didn't meet their eyes. But her meaning was clear. We follow you, Maladi, whatever you choose. What are you suggesting? Elysia looked up with a shocked expression. If you wish to go against his orders. Titan's Fall will follow Elysia. The girls were all nodding with firm expressions on their face. It hasn't even come to that. All we know is that his party appeared at the source of 2 large fireball attacks. We won't act until we confirm. Elysia said and then whispered under her breath as she looked out at the group of girls. Dummy! If you really were that strong, why did you pretend to be so weak? As she stared out at the party of girls. I watched the group while trying to figure out what to do next. It seemed like we were all in a pickle. Chapter 550. Oh, my. What do we have here? A couple of spies? Is it, while I was contemplating what to do with Titan's Fall, and Titan's Fall was contemplating what to do about their mission, the delicate balance was destroyed by a certain man. Octius had noticed the group spying on him, and had managed to get the drop on them. His eyes had passed over me, and stopped for just a second with a twinkly look. I was pretty certain he knew I was spying on the girls. But he didn't give my position away. "Octius," one of the girls said with an ugly smile. "I should have recognized your stench." I think I smell pretty good." He started smelling himself, seemingly breaking the tension of the group. The girls didn't have it, though, all getting ready to battle in an instant. Elysia took a step forward and threw her hand out. "Enough? Since you've seen us, there is no point in hiding." "Were you the one who used the meteor spell?" He put a finger up to his cheek and chuckled. "I wonder if you'd like to find out." "You'll have to defeat me." "My pleasure." One of the women tightened her hands on a chain that seemed to be strapped to a ball which she started to spin around. Octius's playful smile suddenly turned serious, and it was like the entire beach suddenly froze. "Watch it, ladies. You used several tricks to catch me last time. You don't have my precious brother to threaten me with this time. Your group combined is only S-Class. Don't forget, I alone achieved S-Class. That puts the 5 of you even against me alone. All I need to do is knock out one of you, and your entire group falls. That's the weakness of a party's strength." His words caused me to jump a little bit. I found myself having to reassess my knowledge once again. I had assumed Titan's Fall was about the pinnacle of strength. Supposedly, there were SS and SS-class adventurers too. But there were none of those in Abaris Oros Republic. However, to hear that Octius was as strong as Elysia plus 4 support, that left me feeling pretty complicated. This world was turning out to be an iceberg, and I had only seen the surface. "We're not as weak as the last time we fought," one girl declared. "We've been in the dungeon training since then." Another added. Octius put on a grin and then looked in my direction. "Deke! Dear!" "How about an assist on this one, Deke?" The girls all spun to where he was facing. I couldn't do anything but let out a long sigh. Of course, Octius had called me out on purpose. I could only deactivate the skills that kept me hidden. This was fine because I had eaten through most of my mana and needed to regenerate it. The girls let out gasps as I stood up from my spot where I was hiding. "You were spying on us, i.e." "He snuck upon Elysia. He's so cool. Isn't he like a hero standing on that rock, Elysia?" "Shut up." Elysia cried, blushing. "I found you all two, and way sooner. Plus, I even saw Deke." "Aren't I cool?" Octius said brightly. "Quiet. Freak. Gross. Aren't you a woman? Creepy guys should just die." "What's with the different behavior?" Octius cried out to me. I didn't really have an answer for him. Chapter 551. So, you are on Aberrus soil. By all accounts, I should expel you quickly, but I am feeling generous. Octius quickly bounced back after earning the ire of all of Titan's Fall. It will be Deke and me against Titan's Fall. If we win, then you will flee back to the Ost Republic. If you win, then we will give you what you want. Deke's Elysia casually punched one of the girls. I mean, the answer to how that dungeon and Fort Pride were destroyed. Well, it's not like we'll let you take it. That's a guarded secret of Aubrey's. But at least you'd finish your mission. Right. Leave it to a border general to be able to know the same things I knew. And he wasn't even here when I snuck over. Or was he? Did I see him at all over by the beach? Or had he been waiting here the entire time listening in on them? He's a lot more dangerous than I gave the guy credit for. So, you know why we're here then? Elysia stated bitterly, clearly unhappy about Octius' knowledge. Then, I suppose we might as well just settle things. I accept your challenge. From my position, it didn't look like Octius was giving her very much of a choice, so she would naturally accept such a challenge. Our words were loud enough, and we were rowdy enough at this point that the girls had noticed. Of course, I had already alerted Lydia, so they had some idea about what was going on. "It's Titan's Fall," Tara cried out. "Oh, hi!" Celeste waved, excitedly making loops in the air. "Ah. It's Deke's party. Long time no see." The girls ended up greeting each other happily despite the stressful situation perpetrated primarily between Elysia and Octius. Octius was watching her with a dangerous look that only a fool might mistake for lazy. Elysia was glaring daggers at him, her eyes seemingly going out of their way to avoid me. "Deke's party. Please, stay back," Octius said. "This will be a fight with just me and Deke. Speaking of which, I am better with my girls. No offense, but I don't think I can help you very much. I wonder." He tapped his lip again, and then leaned forward and whispered to me. "What level is your slave master?" I checked. "Ah. It seems to have gone up to level 40 with a hum." Never mind. He grinned as if he already knew that. "What luck? Please. How about you use that skill?" He seemed to know that I knew what skill it was. To most people, that should have been an impossibility, but with True Hero, I could use skill analysis plus and determine what skills each job had. The skill I had unlocked was called Temporary Slave Contract. As to what it does, I could guess. You want me to use it? On you? Yes, go for it. Oh, and join my party too. All right, here goes nothing. I raised up my hand. Temporary Slave Contract. A sudden chain made of pure light suddenly wrapped around Octius. As they danced around him, the ground exploded, causing his long, beautiful hair to flow into the wind. At the same time, his swimsuit suddenly disappeared. It did expose his naked body, but chains were floating across in strategic ways. Deke's power is going inside me. He calls out in an orgasmic voice. Chains wrap around his arm and then appear as a pretty sleeve. His other arm is next. Then he changed poses, bringing emphasis to his bare legs. Master! What kind of kinky spell did you cast on him? Do you hear theme music playing, "It's just a temporary slave contract"? I don't know why he's changing clothing like a magical girl. On! The chains suddenly wrap around his chest tightly. Squeezing, and he lets out a moan. Oh! Gods! Make it stop! What have I done you were so worried about whether you could? You didn't think if you should, Shao cried out. Ah. The chains are tightening on his cross area now, too. And it's a short magical skirt, of course. Oh no. Something is forming in his hands, too. He's spinning it while doing another pose. Please don't be a giant penis. Please don't be a giant penis. A burst of light and Octius appeared in an outfit no man should wear while making a victory pose. Oh. It's a scepter. Chapter 552. Hehehe. Octius laughed. I am now Deke's submissive. I will obey any naughty thing he does to me. I regret it instantly. How long does a temporary slave last? Not until the climax, darling. Gross. Gross. Attack! Alicia ignored our banter and immediately gave the order. Too slow! Octius chucked his scepter, which flew out and struck two of the large women, sending them flying back into a boulder. At the same time, his fist collided with Alicia's fist, causing the air to snap with a resounding crack. It wasn't clear who won that bout, as they both jumped back. But as Octius leapt, he tossed out a wind that slapped into the other two girls, causing them to flip and land on their stomachs. He can use wind magic, I said in wonder. No, Celeste shook her head. He's moving his body in a way that he sent a wave of wind out with enough force to send the girls flying back. Alicia drew her sword, which was different from the one she had used against me back in Fort Pride, and then lunged at Octius again. He caught the sword between two fingers and then spun, closing the distance and making her sword and sword arm useless. She dropped the sword, drawing a knife with her spare hand and sending it toward his gut. He grabbed her wrist just before the blade struck true, and then with his free hand, he uppercut her with his palm. She flew back as blood spurted from her mouth. She ended up slamming into the two warriors, who he had tangled up with his scepter just as they stood up. He jerked up his finger and the scepter sudden shifted up, causing all three tangled women to be flipped upside down onto their heads. With his other hand as well as his foot, he blocked two attacks aimed at him through the concerted joint attack of the other girls. He went into a spin like a skilled ice skater, sending both girls stumbling on top of each other. Humph! Is this all you have after that training? Octius laughed. You... Deke. is a slave master, Elysia cried out as she broke the scepter in half and glared at Octius. That's why they were so difficult to deal with. One of the girls who was on the ground next to her dropped her fist in her palm. Face it. Octius laughed while making a ridiculous pose. You can't take the current me, as Deke's slave temporarily. My powers have been enhanced by dozens of unique skills. Furthermore, his hero status that amplifies parties has further given me strength. Technically, it was true hero. But it had a similar skill set of synergizing parties and giving them strength. Octius had numerous skills that boosted his impressive status into the atmosphere. If he was Zess without them, then I couldn't imagine what he was now. I imagined he had at least 2, maybe 3 jobs equipped. And he also had to be a much higher level than me. Perhaps his job was in the 80-level range. If he did dungeon diving, then he could totally get down past the 50th floor. At least, that was what I was thinking. You think I've given up? She said, making fists even though she had blood on her face. Giving a cool aura that impressed my party. She's acceptable as master's woman. I know. Wouldn't they be valiant together? One of Titan's fall cried out. Imagine the valiance level of their children. That's pretty valiant. Elysia blushed for a moment, but then put on a bitter expression. Enough. You've already shown your weakness. Oh, Octius smirked. And what is that Deke? Chapter 553, Deke. Deke. I am in your head. Get out. Relax. This is just a powerful skill from an almighty general like. I know. I have slave communication. Tisk. Spoil sport. What do you want, Octius? In a second, she's going to attack you. I won't be able to hold off all 5 of them from attacking you. I am going to use a unique skill of mine to deal with this threat. I hope you don't mind. Unique skill. What unique skill? You are not going to do something weird to me, are you, Teehee? You have nothing to worry about. Although it is my first time, I knew it. I am going to have something weird done to me. How about we brainstorm a plan involving literally anything else, and then we do that? I said, don't worry. It'll hurt a little starting out, but once you loosen up and let me inside you, it may even feel pleasurable. Are you using that phrasing on purpose to deliberately screw with me? Ah, she's coming. No time. I am going to have to go in hard and rough. Darn it! It had only been about 10 seconds from the point when Elysia declared they would focus their attacks on me. It was a bit sporting of her. Perhaps she hoped that I would defend myself and not get to hurt. As she could have not said anything, and perhaps surprised attacked me. However, that wasn't Elysia's way. As she was always earnest about her fights, while 3 of the girls went to distract Octius. Elysia and 1 other woman launched their attacks on me. I was preparing to hold out the best I could with the abilities I had. I hadn't grown much at all since Elysia had last kicked my ass, and at that time she was hesitant. Now, Without death being truly permanent, she would have fewer qualms about obliterating me quickly. On top of that, there was a second woman helping her. If I lasted 5 seconds, it would be too long. A glow suddenly erupted from Octius, and I felt some kind of force wrapping around my body, rather than giving me strength or making me feel powerful. It restrained me. My movements had been completely sealed. I struggled against it, but the more I struggled, the tighter the bonds grew. "Stop struggling," I said. "Stay loose," Octius pleaded. "You bastard!" How can I fight bound up like this? Don't worry about that. Just concentrate on letting your body do what it wants. What it wants, there was no time to discuss things. As both women had already reached me, and their weapons were heading straight for my head. Just as I thought I would greet my death again so soon, I suddenly flipped, doing a splendid backflip that would make Lydia proud. However, my boots each blocked one of the blades, and while balancing on the one hand, my other hand swiped out at their ankles. Alicia leapt back in time, but the other girl was a second slow and got sliced on the ankle. "Ah!" she cried out as she leapt back. Already losing the first exchange, Alicia attacked again, attempting to knock me down while I was balancing on a single hand. I bent my elbow and then pushed up, doing a flying spin, my sword blocking hers perfectly and then unbalancing her. My sword struck out 2 more times before I landed, causing Alicia to fall back. I could have finished her off, but the other girl reached me. Although she had a slight limp that had slowed her down, she tried to stab me. I caught the sword between my arms, spun to close the distance, and then elbowed her in the face. "Master is so cool. He can battle so well. Good luck, Deke." "Damn it, Morris. You are on Titan Fall's team. Stop cheering the enemy on," one of the girls fighting Octius admonished the other. I could only force a weak grin. As much as I wanted to take credit, none of that fighting had been me. Rather, my body was being pushed around and moved without my consent. It hurt if I tried to fight back, so I tried to keep my body loose, and the looser my body, the more ridiculous my physical display. Hee. That's level 30 Grand Knight skill puppetry, Octius announced in my head. Chapter 554. Grand Knight, not True Knight. What's a True Knight? Ah, nothing. I was just wondering if I'd end up with True Pervert, Grand Pervert, or Pervert Master. It wasn't an important thought given the current situation, admittedly. Don't worry. You won't be hurt with me at the wheel. I am not really comfortable with this. Too late. Alicia was back on her feet, a shocked expression on her face. "You were holding back before." How could that be true? I was just a puppet for Octius. Although it allowed me to fight on par with these two, it clearly put a bit of stress on him as well. Octius was only able to fight the 3 girls at the same level, where he had easily overwhelmed them before. I attributed that to him having to divide his attention on his puppetry skill and me just as much as himself. It did speak of how powerful Octius was, that he could simultaneously take the reins of two different fights at once. Then, I won't hold back at all. Elysia's sword started to glow. At the same time, the other girl's feet started to glow, suggesting she had some kind of movement skill she was about to use. They were both about to go all out. I was definitely going to die. No matter how much Octius was able to do, could it really be enough? I felt so pathetic. Being unable to lift a single finger to increase my chances. I wasn't ready to put my life in this guy's hands. Was there really nothing I could do? Wait. I could use my mouth. The woman fighting beside Elysia suddenly disappeared. And Elysia surged forward, breaking the ground under her as she raised her power-infused weapon up. "I can see your nipple," I cried out. She looked down, misstepping and stumbling as she desperately checked her bodice for a nipple slip. Her delay put her out of step with her partner, who was synchronizing an attack with her. It caused her to reach first, appearing behind me. However, I was supposed to be desperately holding back Elysia's powerful attack when she made a strike from behind. Instead, I could focus on her, or rather I should say that Octius could focus on her. With 2 kicks, one to the gut and one to the head. The girl was completely knocked out, collapsing to the ground in a heap. Elysia arrived a moment later. Frustration clearly on her face. "Have you no shame?" she cried, swiping her sword at me. However, I leapt back, jumping over her friend. If she carried out her powered attack, it'd risk striking the unconscious girl. Thus, she was forced to end it, even experiencing a backlash as a result. "Good job," Octius complimented me. "I don't want to hear it from you." "No. Keep doing it. Crap talk her. Crap talk her like your life depends on it. She's a lot stronger than the others. And now that her friend is down, she'll definitely not be attacking as reservedly. That's Elysia's greatest weakness. She's actually as strong as me in reality, but she convinces herself she must work in a team. As a result, her allies are also the ones that hold her back. One, especially when she feels she's fighting for the sake of another. She's at her deadliest. See? Crap! Really? You must distract her. Keep her from getting serious. Once I defeat these 3, I'll be able to take her down." I sighed. Octius sounded serious there, so what he said was probably true. Since this was the only thing I could do anyway, I decided I'd do it, with all the strength I could muster. I gave Elysia the most intimidating stare I had. "When I defeat you, I am definitely going to play with your breasts first." Ah! Her serious expression broke, and she turned red as she cried out, taking a step back and hiding her chest in her arms, although they were too large to hide completely, causing her to push them together and look even more erotic. "It looks like we'll lose this one. Sisters," one of the girls fighting Octius sighed. "She'll give up for sure." "What kind of girl do you take me for?" Elysia yelled at her teammates, who seemed to have lost all faith in her. Chapter 555. "Deke?" I didn't know you were such a deviant to make advances on defeated women. You've disappointed me, Alesia said darkly. I am really not. I just don't want to die. Stop trying to get serious. Unfortunately, I didn't say that. When you got on a lion's back, it was hard to get off. Since I committed to the technique of crap talking, there was no way I could stop now. Don't get me wrong. I put on a malicious grin. I have no interest in your friends. You've caught my eye personally. That's why I'll definitely have you. He confessed. A Titan's fall girl cried out. So romantic. The red-faced Alesia's eyes twitched. D, don't get cocky. You have no hopes of defeating me without the help of that massive spell you used. The only man that can have me is a man who defeats me in battle, and you are still not there yet. Then? We're in agreement. If I win, you'll be my plaything. I might even make you my sex slave. Her eyes narrowed. And suddenly a power started to resonate from her. Since it is my heart you want, then I can't afford to hold back. I will show you the distance between us, Deke. Perhaps, if I show you how far that line is, you'll give up on me and understand that we were never meant to be. My path is a lonely one, and only a man strong enough to fight against the heavens themselves will be able to stand against me. Abort! Abort! Octius' panicked voice buzzed in my ear. Your words had the opposite effect. She's getting more serious than she's ever been before. You are telling me that now this was your idea. Keep me alive. You idiot. It's been nice knowing you. Octius, just hold your butt. How could I let my precious significant other fall? What kind of woman would I be? You are not a woman. You actually think you are a woman, I tell you what. I'll use your puppet-constrated body to defend against her attacks. Then I'll quickly defeat these three here. Then I'll jump in just in time to save you from Alesia. Just trust in your senior. I am dead, aren't I? The conversation couldn't go on, as Alesia had leapt forward and initiated her next attack. My sword rose to meet it, and we exchanged a dozen attacks in a matter of seconds. Octius moved my body to deflect everything Alesia threw out. Although my sword was just a simple one, and much weaker than the sword that Alesia had once cleaved into, it didn't break against Alesia's onslaught. Octius was using extreme precision and skill to pull back at just the right times, and always block in the spot that dispersed the most of Alesia's attack. I began to realize that the skills he was using were familiar. They were the skills of my own hero and true hero. They were the swordsman and weapons skills I was used to. However, the way he used them was many times more advanced than anything I had ever tried before. Any attempt to interfere would only put my life in jeopardy, so I found myself doing something else. I committed his actions to memory. He was using my body, after all, so I paid close attention to how he moved and what he did. Slowly, I began to learn how a professional truly used the sword in battle. Since it was literally my own body and movements I was studying, I was able to learn it intimately. The battle wore on, and I continued to study how to fight. Chapter 556. My body ached like crazy, but it wasn't like I had a choice. How long had it been hours actually? It was probably less than 5 minutes, but that was how crazy the fight was going. My sword zipped around in front of me as I fought Elysia with all of my strength. Of course, this battle had nothing to do with me. My body was being used, but it was ultimately Octius who was controlling everything. This was his struggle, and the exertion could be seen on his face. When he offered to battle the girls, I had figured that he could easily resolve things, but it turned out he was more evenly matched than he originally let on. I had taken numerous cuts and bruises, but Octius himself was still in perfect shape. In fact, I had a distinct feeling he was protecting himself a lot more than he was protecting me. While I had taken dozens of hits, his magic girl outfit was somehow immaculate and untouched. It wasn't like I wanted to see his outfit hanging seductively from his body, but it'd be nice if he treated my battle with the same care as his own. Maybe this wasn't fair. I didn't know how much control puppetry gave him. For all that I knew, it was extremely difficult to control fine motor skills and keep me safe. My body took damage after damage until I had to order the girls watching not to interfere. My body was bloodied, and my armor had been stripped one piece at a time. My only consolation was that Elysia had taken just as much abuse. I couldn't even believe it, but she was panting as hard as I was. And her clothing had been sliced many times so that she would appear indecent. I was afraid to point it out now, though, lest I cause her even more anger. As for the three against Octius, they were also in bad shape. Having been knocked back and knocked down dozens of times, although my fight with Elysia was leaning on her side, Octius's fight with the three Titans Fall girls was leaning on his. They were no longer making quips or paying attention to our fight. They couldn't afford to take their attention away from the whirling Octius, who didn't even use a weapon as he fought them. It was clear that the winner would be decided by whoever defeated their opponent first. If he defeated the three girls, then he could drop his puppetry and attack Elysia in earnest. If Elysia won, I'd die and he'd lose all of his bonuses. Then, the four girls would team upon him and bring Octius down quickly. "Now!" Elysia declared. All three women had used a skill on Octius at once. Somehow, despite the fact that I hadn't seen it, the girls who worked and fought together so much had managed to signal a plan between each other and were now executing it perfectly. It was at a level of skill only an experienced group that had fought through life and death could manage. "I am sorry, Deke." "It ends here," Elysia bellowed. Three glowing attacks landed on Octius just as Elysia delivered her strongest blow yet. Chapter 557. I felt it, a slight disturbance. After carefully watching the pair of them fight, with me as the tool, I had grown very used to Elysia's moves. While Octius was focusing on what I would do and how I'd deflect each attack, I could concentrate on everything Elysia was doing. And how it ended up being conquered. It was like watching someone else play a video game. Things they missed because they were in the moment, hidden chests, secrets, useful skills. Could be easily picked up by the objective viewer. That it was my own battle to the death that was being objectively viewed certainly put a pressure on me to learn quickly. And as Alicia's entire body glowed while she executed a skill I didn't recognize, I saw a blind spot in her movements. However, my body was being pulled in a different direction by Octius, who was picking an easier decision. A feeling of certainty swelled in my body. I undid Slave Master and then equipped White Mage. Octius let out a cry as his strength was suddenly cut down. However, the true threat here was Elysia. So I couldn't be stingy on what I knew would work. I immediately cast Blinding Light, a level 35 skill. My attack went straight to her blind spot. I was struck on the back, and the attack was brutal. But I was already casting Strong Heal. The pair of us ended up sliding down a hill, heading to the edge of the cliff. I returned back to Slave Master, hoping it wasn't too late for Octius to defend himself. Create water. Windgale. I slammed my sword into the ground to stop my movement, but I sent a waterfall going on past me. Simultaneously using Miki's Create Water, Celeste's Windgale, and a little bit of Terra's Earth, I created a mudslide, pushing Elysia down and off the edge. The mana was costly, but none of these were mana-intensive spells, so I was just able to pull it off. By the time my eyes could see again with blotchy purple spots, I had stopped sliding, and she had gone right off the edge and to the waters below. This wasn't where the girls had been jumping earlier, but another area that fell into a rocky, more dangerous cropping below. "Elysia?" the girls cried out. But their distraction at seeing Elysia fall from the cliff was their downfall. Not only had their synchronized attack not downed Octius, but he rebounded and delivered his own skill. It shot silvery light like a shock wave, knocking down all three girls like their legs had been cut out from under them. The girls tried to get back up, but they were unable to do so, just as I was letting out a breath of relief that we had one. A hand came from the edge of the cliff. Elysia, now half covered in mud, a breast completely bare, but also hidden by mud, jumped up from the cliff. "Octius, let's finish this!" I yelled back to my ally, and then I raced at her. Taking advantage of Octius is puppetry. "AW, wait!" Octius called out. She was ready for me, and our blades struck once again. My attacks moved savagely, and for a moment she started to feel fear. While in the moment, I didn't notice Octius fell to the floor. "Aren't you going to help him?" Lydia asked nervously. "Ha! Hey!" He took off Slave Master when I used my skill to block those girls. That had a backlash. I've exceeded my abilities now. I can barely stand. You can only control him with puppetry, I see," Xiao suggested. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Puppetry isn't so easy. I was taking advantage of the slave bond to use it. But typically even a small resistance would cause it to break. After all, being able to control your enemies with a snap would be far too cruel an ability. The second he fought against it, he broke the control. What are you saying? Deke. He's fighting on his own. Chapter 558. Alesia's panicked, haggard look grew even more frantic. Meanwhile, I was spamming spells. I had full mana thanks to the fact that Octius was controlling my body. That gave me room. Armor. Reinforce. Heal. Refresh. My body was glowing with white light as I healed my wounds and increased my strength. With every second, Alesia grew weaker. And I grew even stronger. Best of all, with Octius in control of my movements, they were moving automatically. I felt so free, unconstrained by a body that usually didn't want to listen. I leapt into the air doing splendid jumps, chopping, cutting and dodging around the slower woman. The pair of us together was like an unstoppable team. One body controlled by two people. At this point, my body was so numb I couldn't even feel his influence. It was like the pair of us were moving as one. I don't get it, Lydia murmured. If he's not being puppeted, then how is he keeping up with Alesia? You girls didn't know Octius raised an eyebrow. What is it? Miki asked worriedly. I already spoke of Alesia having limitations. It is also true that Deke limits himself as well. We're holding him back, Tara asked worriedly. Not at all. I am afraid in his case, it's Deke who holds himself back. He's too reserved in his movements. He fears truly hurting others and doesn't realize his own strength, Octius explained casually as they watched the frantic fight. Although I won't say he could fight Alesia head on when they're both at their best. He's full of tricks that most fighters don't think of. That's a benefit of being a supporter. He's loaded with things he can do to change the tide of a battle. At this point, the battle has already been decided. He can heal. And Alesia is injured. Her own support has been knocked out. Deke is like a warrior with a full party supporting him all by himself, while Alesia is just an injured dragon on its last legs. The difference is to superior. Deke! The girls all looked on as if they were seeing something about me for the first time. What you see now is Deke without limitations. He's still convinced he's being controlled, so he's not holding back at the moment. Watch carefully, girls. This is the Deke you need to bring out. This is the one who will bring down dungeons and fight demon lords. Well, that's just a border general's wishful thinking. I am sure you girls have your own plans for your master. The fight wore on for a few more minutes. But Alesia was already down to one knee. I can't lose, Alesia shouted. I must complete my mission. I cast Meteor. I said simply, causing her eyes to widen. But you were there. And you already knew that. She glanced down, a feeling of defeat and shame on her face. She knew my words were true. She just didn't want to believe it was me who cast that spell. She allowed herself to doubt it because others who weren't there didn't see it. She had always known. But it was easier to lie to herself and say it was some kind of artifact or something. She didn't want to believe it, because then it would cause me even more trouble. Why did you admit it? Alesia said, tears welling in her eyes. The Ost Republic. I have to report to them about this. And they may even send assassins after you. Then, report it, I responded. And send your assassins. Send anyone you want. You were right, Alesia. I am not strong. But you were also wrong. She looked up wonderingly. What is it? You don't have to be strong enough to save this world, I declared. You just have to be willing to put aside your differences and work together. It's not you against the world. It's all of us, against our world enemy. Let's end this. Final blow. Fatal strike, she called to deflect it. Our blades collided in a frightening strike. All of my remaining power erupted against hers, and the conclusion was made. Alesia went flying back, the tattered remains of her clothing flying off as her naked body flew off the edge of the cliff. Only as she flew away did I realize how dangerous things were. She was covered in hundreds of wounds and fought to exhaustion. Last chance has triggered. You have 1 remaining HP. Well, I wasn't much better. Casting heal and refresh. I ran to the edge and leapt off after her. I heard cries behind me, but I ignored them as I reached out to Alesia. Her eyes were still open, and she was looking up at me with an indiscernible look. My arms wrapped around her body just as we hit the water, plunging into the cold depths below. A few minutes later, Titans fall. Deke's party and Octius had all made their way down to the beach, looking around desperately for their fallen companions. The water broke, and a shirtless, somewhat muscular man emerged from it. In his arms was a beauty whose size, rather than making him appear like a child, only emphasized the rippling muscles on his bare arms and chest. He wore pants, but they had been shattered to pieces, showing his nice stone legs. As for the woman, she was completely naked. Her eyes closed and chest rising rhythmically. It looked like a sailor had reached into the depth and emerged with a mermaid in his arms. Her skin was perfect, and there wasn't a bruise or cut on her. Of course, he had healed all of that. The man walked without stopping, emerging onto the beach with confident, mighty strides as he approached the group of women, the expression on his face stoic. Dibs, one of the girls on Titan's Fall calls out. Shut up. He's Elysius. Yeah, he is. Another girl winked. My... Perhaps I should have Deke sooner rather than later. He might become too much man for me to handle soon. Octia spurred. Don't you dare! Shao pouted. Brother, where the hell have you been? Deke. He's really rescuing another woman. Otto was running up. Another, despite the previous tense atmosphere. things were rather relaxed. Chapter 559. I am alive. Alicia's eyes snapped open. The sky was orange and purple as the sun set just beyond the horizon. She could hear the sounds of seagulls and the beating of waves against the beach. Rather than waking up filled with bruises and cuts, she actually felt completely relaxed and refreshed. If she had been reincarnated, she would have felt at least a little weak and seen a priest. If she hadn't, even though her high regeneration was strong, the amount of damage she sustained couldn't be resolved so quickly. High regeneration wasn't something that just worked continuously. There were limits even to healing. Only priests' spells could speed up this process, and that's all they did. Speed up the healing process and remove chances of complications. Although, if she recalled, Deke had a different method of healing. His healing was almost instantaneous, although the mana consumption of that sort of healing had to be insane. Deke? She said out loud. The last thing she had seen was Deke falling towards her with his arms outstretched. A white light surrounding him like he was some kind of angel. He had flung her off a cliff to her death and then jumped in after her. How ridiculous. She noticed her cheeks growing hot. It was just the sun. She let out a cough and sat up. As soon as she did so, she realized she was lying on the beach on a towel. Her skin was dark-lead and as if she had been under the sun for a while. Her kind didn't burn very easily. She realized she was dressed in something. A swimsuit. It looked provocative, with a small top piece and a thin bottom. It didn't leave much to the imagination, but Alicia refused to shame herself by covering up. In her culture, shame didn't come from being embarrassed, but by acknowledging the embarrassing thing. There was a saying that if someone from the Ostrepublik farted and no one acknowledged it, then it never really happened. At its worst, the person who mentioned it would be chastised more than the person who dealt it. That was just a part of their way. "Boss!" one of the girls from Titan's Fall called out. Alicia's S-class party, Titan's Fall, was made up of 5 women. All Asterians, who were said to be descendants of giants. She wasn't the tallest in her group, sitting more around the middle. Her largest companion was one of her 2 knights, Dry. Her other knight was Mio, who was smaller, but also quicker. Then there was Morris, who was a spellcaster, a strange class for the usually physically strong Asterian. Then there was Diane, who typically functioned as the scout, although she was much better at it in the dungeon than on the battlefield. Finding traps was her specialty, but she was usually too distracted to be a good lookout. All 4 women appeared to be in swimsuits, and they had the look as if they had been swimming for the last few hours. Mio was still kicking water at the shoreline, but the other women appeared to be packing up their stuff to go. "Ah, you awoke just in time," Morris said happily. "I was starting to worry that we would have to carry you." "I would have carried her," Dysandre sniffed. "You'd have complained about it." Alicia ignored their bickering to ask some questions. "What happened?" Ah, after the fight, he killed you. So, he did win. Alicia knew he did, but it was still a hard pill to swallow. It wasn't that she didn't know that Deke had puppetry being used on him. It was Octius she was fighting in the beginning. However, it wasn't like he was able to push Deke past his own limits. The body, its strength, its speed, its abilities. All of that was Deke. Number. It was actually weaker than Deke, because the real Deke knew all of his skills, and could use them better than Octius could. Octius might have been able to use his knowledge and experience to fight on a level Deke didn't possess, but he wouldn't have been able to manage it if the raw material wasn't there. The basic reality of it all was that Deke was able to fight Alicia and win. It should have been impossible. Yet the result could not be denied. That meant that Deke was far more powerful than she had ever predicted. She couldn't even fathom how a guy so young and fresh had such strength. 5 tattoos. She had managed to count them this time. He had 5 tattoos on his body unless one of them was fake, and she didn't think Deke was the kind of guy to act so phony. Then he had completed 5 different dungeons and was awarded their blessings. No one in written history had ever managed this feat that Alicia was aware of. That meant that no one really knew what a blessing did. She had a feeling that Deke knew, though. He had 5 dungeons he had completed, while Alicia had only managed to destroy one. Between the two of them, he was a true dungeon diver, and she was the phony playing the hero. Ah! It was so awesome when he came out of the water with you in his arms. He was holding your naked body in a princess carry. And it was totally like one of those heroes in the story. Diane giggled. What naked Maris's eyes flashed mysteriously. Oh, you were passed out all day, so you didn't know. But Deke carried your naked body from the beach to this towel. He then set you down, and I was expecting him to have his way with you, but he was far too noble to claim his prize now. What prize? What are you girls saying? Diane, sharing mischievous looks with Morris, continued. He even worried you'd burn in the sun. That's why he oiled your body with his fluids. Fluids! Alicia immediately touched her skin. Realizing it felt slightly greasy to the touch, she sniffed it. It smells like coconut and mango. It was so romantic. We would have intervened, but you were even making naughty noises in your sleep. So we assumed you must have enjoyed it. Alicia had forgotten that her friends were the worst. Not only would they acknowledge a fart, but they would also talk about it endlessly until they made you want to die. Alicia's face was completely red, and she wanted to flee immediately. They're both lying. Dysandry sighed. A big, titted girl in a hood gave you her swimsuit because it was too revealing for her to wear. And I put the lotion on you myself because they mentioned that besides blocking the sun, it might be good with scaring. Humph. Spoil sport, Morris whined. Alicia took a breath of relief. That's good. so I wasn't completely naked and carried onto the beach, princess, style by a man. Ja! Disundry looked away. Oh, of course not. Malady. That part totally happened, though. Where Arctic and his party now, Elysia decided to change the subject without delving too much into separating fact from fiction. That. They stayed for a while and played with us on the beach. We even had a grill out. But it was the hooded lady who cooked everything, and I don't think her cooking is as tasty as Deke's, Morris explained. Then they left. They said they only had tonight. They would be back tomorrow morning to pick up something, and then they had work in Western Aubrey's. Do you want us to check the localins the way they were talking? It didn't sound like he planned to stay the night here. Perhaps he's using those portals you said he could make. Yeah. Elysia couldn't stop the disappointment from showing on her face. Don't bother searching after him. We finished our mission. We'll be heading back to Ost Republic now. That reminds me. This has been flashing nonstop since a bit ago. She pulled out a device from Elysia's pack, which thankfully hadn't ended up being destroyed in the fight like her weapon and outfit. That's a communication stone directly connected to the royal house. Someone is calling us. Oopsie, I forgot. Elysia smacked Morris upside the head before taking the device and activating it. An arrogant, mature voice suddenly sounded out from the stone. Finally, you answered. I was just about to prepare a small squadron to fight their way into Aberys to rescue you. And no, Elysia said in a fluster, hearing the dreaded voice she least wanted to hear right now. I am fine. I just was indisposed for the last few hours. Humph. Well, whatever. I am here to send you orders. As the nation's king, it's my royal decree, so don't think you can ignore me on this one. Why, yes. Of course, Elysia said, her face turning flushed. You are to return to the capital at once. What? What about my mission? Why did you find out the source of the rumors behind that dungeon's destruction? Elysia thought for a second. Her mind dwelling on Deke. He told her it didn't matter if she revealed how strong he was. However, he didn't know how vindictive foreign nobles could be. A rising star like him may be able to change the entire power structure of the 5 kingdoms. They would assuredly want him dead. And not in the resurrecting sense. Although tricking someone into a dungeon was the easiest way, anything that killed or trapped the soul would prevent a resurrection. There were any number of ways to do that, although they weren't accessible to most normal people. Elysia lied, feeling a bit of pain over lying to her trusted king. First, you claimed to have an artifact that would reshape the nature of war, but it was conveniently destroyed before anyone else got to see it. On top of that, you lost the entire border fort and caused countless deaths and a loss of resources. Now, you have a chance to redeem yourself. And you can't even manage that. I can do it. Her voice choked. I just need more time. Time is up. You must come to the capital. Walesia demanded in a voice that shouldn't be used toward a king. Because the High General Nova has taken an interest in you. While you have been gallivanting around the country in shiny armor, some of us have been trying to keep alliances together and keep this country afloat. Now, it's time for you to do your true duty to this nation. You will marry Nova and give him children. What? She shouted. Nova, that philandering, lazy bastard? You shouldn't speak so negatively of your betrothed. The wedding is already set for the end of next month. All you need to do is be a good girl and come home and accept your place as a housewife. You. Watch it. We wouldn't want your next words to sound treasonous. Yes, Alesia froze. And the Titans' fall girls, who were now all there and listening, were covering their mouths with eyes full of tears. However, they would never speak up in a conversation against the king. Yes. Alesia responded, the light leaving her eyes. Yes. What? Yes. My king, I will do as you ask. Now! Why so formal? You know what I want you to call me? Yes. Big brother. Princess Alesia obeys. Good. I'll see you soon. Remember, just 2 months. The light went out in the communication stone, and so did Alesia's spirit. Chapter 560. I wasn't given much time, but considering I think the end product speaks for itself. The shipwright showed us the completed product gleefully. In only 2 days, it was considered quite magnificent. Well, it wasn't like I knew much about boats, but it was boat-shaped, although it introduced mithril in it. The entire boat wasn't composed of mithril. That would be obscenely expensive, and even out of the range of most countries. However, mithril was used where normally metal would be. The wood was supposedly magic-infused ash that was resistant to fire. Magic, and also had a high strength as well. To test it, he had me give a sample piece of 2x2 to my strongest girl, Tara, and see if she could break it. Ah! It broke. Thursday, that. It's because she's a no-breasted abomination. Give it to your second strongest. Well, it turned out I couldn't break it, nor could any of the other girls. Perhaps giving it to a girl who was most skilled at identifying and exploiting structural weakness and creating impenetrable barriers wasn't the fairest measure to use. She was quite depressed about his no-breast comment, though, so I'd have to comfort her later. The boat had special sails, oars, and sticks to be able to navigate us around most situations. If the situation got dangerous, you could duck down, and the upper portion could be sealed with a rolling cover. It looked a bit like a roof with a triangle tent shape. It was a bit tight fitting us all inside the boat with it closed. But water would just roll off if it was raining, and enemy attacks would harmlessly bounce off. At night, we could sleep in it without fear of rolling off or having something jump on board. considering flood situations, monsters jumping on board while we were asleep, and leaping attacks weren't even things I considered. I felt like this guy probably knew what he was doing. The ship was wide enough that it wouldn't get knocked over easily, but short enough that it could navigate tight corners if needed. All things considered, he built exactly what he promised. He said it also could cut through the break if we ever planned to go out onto the ocean, and was also able to navigate rivers and ponds too. In short, it was an all-purpose boat that could be used for plenty of purposes. The only thing it lacked in my mind was an engine. Motorized transport, he asked, feeling confused. Ah, well, if you put just a propeller on the back of the boat and made it spin really fast, you could push the boat along and then turn it by moving the propeller left and right with a handle. I tried to explain everything I knew about motorboats to him, which was just about what I had said. I reckoned that in a world with magic where indoor plumbing and various other feats had been accomplished, it wouldn't be too hard to create a motorboat. This is a splendid idea. He grew excited. I will definitely add this feature to the boat. Give me some time to draw up some plans, and I will begin to assemble the parts. The propeller will have to be mithril. Oh. That will take some time. Did he really have to use mithril for everything? Ah, well, if it was strong, then I shouldn't complain. He got lost in designing thoughts, so I decided to escort myself out. He had a special storage ring to put the boat in, so I used that to grab the boat. I found I could put storage rings into my inventory, so that was an easy way to protect those items. The problem was that I only had inventory if I had true hero equipped. Well, with a second job, it was my primary job most of the time anyway, but I still worried about such things. Chapter 561. I had half expected to run into Elysia again, but she was nowhere in sight. Perhaps she had taken her loss and did as Octius wanted. As for Octius and Otto, they were returning to the border today to meet their father. As for Eliana and the prince, they returned to the castle. Eliana looked like she wanted to talk to me in private. But between getting tied to a bed by a dark fairy and fighting to the death with Elysia, along with the time demand the girls all placed on me, that ended up not happening. Make sure to bring father back, dead or alive. Don't you want him alive? Even if he dies, we can resurrect him. In many ways, killing him would be faster. Eliana's expression darkened when her father was brought up. Still, isn't this your father? I trust in Deek's judgment. The prince smiled before signaling the blue mage to send him on his way back to the capital. Deek. Are we returning back to Chomshao? Asked, breaking me from my current thoughts. I shook my head. No, we're going to Alarith. Lord Rain's city, aren't you technically wanted there? He tried to kill me. But I don't think there is an official warrant for my arrest. They don't know I am the one who got rid of those knights and soldiers. And they weren't really officially Lord Rain's soldiers in the first place. If he got a hold of me, He'd probably try to deliver a lot of awkward questions, and maybe even try to arrest me on trumped up charges. But he wouldn't make them until he already had me in custody for fear of retribution. Once you killed someone, it was easy enough to fake an excuse, but before that happened, I had the power to run to the princess or cause other troubles. So, while Alarith wasn't safe for me, it wasn't like my face was on every corner. Besides, I didn't really need to worry since I could change my face. I had gotten an artifact that allowed me to hide in such a manner, as well as using Xiao's special skill. Either would be enough that I could move around Alarith easily. Furthermore, it wasn't a problem, since I had things set up there already. I was currently using Miki to cast portals. She was the highest mana user besides Celeste, and I had already decided the layout of Celeste's 5 dungeon points. I didn't feel like twisting them around, so I used Miki since she was available. For Celeste, I had given her Reset, that adaptive outfit, feature masking, mana Reagan plus, and cast speed plus. Adaptive outfit allowed Celeste to independently change the size of her clothing. Since magically enhanced clothing that changed sizes was expensive and difficult to obtain, this was a decent alternative. It would also make holes in clothing for tails, wings, and anything else someone would need on the fly. Her feature masking allowed her to hide her features, that being her wings. I had noticed this ability after seeing Xiao on the beach with a hood on. I realized she could hide her horns so that she could show her pretty face more. I realized for Celeste Fairy, it would also be useful so she could move around easier. Her sparkly wings did bring a lot of notice to our group wherever we went. As for the abilities of the other two, they naturally amplified her spell, casting, and thus seemed suited for her. Since these were only Tier 1 abilities, they weren't the best out there, but they definitely gave her an edge over those that didn't have them. Of course, she might gain those abilities from her jobs eventually when they reached a higher level, so they may not be useful forever. After gathering everyone up, I created 2 portals. Some were sent back to Chom, while the rest of us headed to Alarith. I just had to check on a few things in Alarith, and then it was back to the Widow's Dungeon with us. After nearly a week of performing various chores, I could finally get back to the job at hand. It felt somewhat refreshing. Chapter 562. This is seriously the place you rented, you know. I gave you a lot of coin. That's not the problem, Drake cried, bowing his head down on the ground. It's just that this Lord Rain guy charges an arm and a leg for taxes. Getting any property in the city is nearly impossible. And everything costs money. I had vaguely noticed before that Alarith seemed to cost a lot. But I had mostly avoided it by living off the dungeon. It turned out that Lord Rain was unreasonable with his citizens. In the small space was Drake and his 2 cohorts, my party, me, and then Carmen and Celicia. We were currently in a small dump of a place that looked like it belonged in a poor district. But these guys insisted it was the best they could buy, given the coin I had given them. At first, I had thought that they had pocketed the coin, but they were living in these conditions too and didn't seem the type to hold on to money where comfort was involved. That was especially the case for Carmen and Celicia, who were trapped in the same room to Celicia's delight. Please, Master, I will happily fight to the death for you, but living in this squalor is unbecoming of a beauty like me. You can consider this part of your punishment for spending excessively, and since you had a short vacation, consider that your reward for doing well the last week. I sighed, deciding not to give them any increase in salary for the moment before turning back to Drake, who was still on the ground. What is the progress? Carmen has been registered as a gladiator in the upcoming match. She will be fighting tomorrow in the pits. Since she was able to bypass the preliminaries, these will be the first-ranked matches she will participate in. Right now, being as she's unknown, rove her. The current betting is in our favor. Should we put some money down? I sighed and pulled out 10 gold coins. Don't go overboard. Of course. He finally stood up and smoothly pocketed the money. The gladiator board doesn't suspect a thing. We're the managers of the slave Carmen, who is owned by a mysterious rich merchant. Celicia is her coach. That's the current story we're going with. If you increase in ranking, I'll consider giving you more pocket money. I finally responded. Carmen's eyes brightened, and the three men all looked excitedly at each other. In truth, they already didn't regret working for me. As they said, this place was as good as their place in the capital anyway, where they rented from a shady noble and were unable to own property. As for going to the beach, it wasn't something they had hoped to do in their entire lives. So it was already a job that had paid off dividends in their minds. If they continued to work well for me, I might find them a position in Cham that suited them, although they were all a bit shady. They also had an earnest side to them that I didn't disagree with. I didn't really like being in the cramped property, and I didn't want to accidentally be seen outside it. So we discussed everything we needed to discuss, and then I opened my third portal for the day. It was time to finally tackle the 27th floor of the Widow's Dungeon. Chapter 563. We came out of the portal into a familiar room leading into a water-filled corridor. Out of curiosity, I tossed out a chicken wing left over from a previous meal. The water bubbled as small fish came to the surface and consumed the meat within seconds. Even the bone was consumed within moments. Next, I pulled out a piece of mithril on a wood stick taken from the shipwright's shop. This was the moment of truth. If the fish were able to eat through the wood or mithril, then there was no point in even trying. We'd never be able to make it past this weird and convoluted level. I stuck the stick into the water, and it began bubbling once again. At first, I worried, but the bubbling calmed down, and the mithril portion of the stick appeared to be still attached. I pulled the rod back out and found that the mithril and wood were still in good form. I let out a sigh of relief. Nearly a week of pain and an obscene amount of money had been spent to get past this blasted level. I felt relieved that we could do it. I brought out the boat next, carefully leaving it half in and half out of the water. I'd definitely cry if I somehow pushed the boat in the water, and then it floated away. Well, I could just get Celeste to fetch it. But it would be embarrassing. I had somehow not managed to make much of a fool of myself lately if being tied to a bed and being used as a puppet by a gender-confused general didn't count. The girls all sat down in the boat, and then I got in last, pushing off with the mithril-plated oars. We then began to make our way across. As we floated across the water, it did bubble up. I was worried the fish would leap out of the water and attack us, but so far they kept themselves underwater. We were able to move forward rather smoothly. "This isn't so bad," Miki smiled. "Can't get any of the treasure," I muttered. "It's all at the bottom. Didn't you get some mithril thread?" she offered. "You could try to fish for treasure." I guess it's worth a try. Using the stick I had previously used to test the waters, I affixed a long thread to it as well as a hook. In the games, you just toss it in the water. Wait for the bob to get pulled and then pull it out of the water. However, there is no way it would be that easy. Ah. We caught something. "Ray, really!" I began to pull back, and a moment later, something burst from the water. "Ah!" "It's just a pair of boots." Celeste whined. Aren't those magic boots, though Celeste had forgotten that we were fishing for treasure? And so boots in this circumstance was actually a good thing. They were wet, but a quick identify revealed that they had a good defense, so I put them to the side to dry. We didn't encounter any obstacles as we navigated the 27th dungeon. After the amount of effort we spent to get to this point, it felt kind of anticlimactic. The level turned out to be easy with the right supplies. On top of that, had we frozen the water as the prince suggested, we would never have been able to fish for treasures. As the girls navigated the dungeon, I spent my whole morning fishing for treasures. It was surprisingly lucrative. I could tell where the temptation was, though. A weaker boat would have threatened to capsize with some of the treasures we brought up. That's if you weren't tempted to try to dive right in some way. At least for us, it was a rather relaxing morning of fishing. Dungeon exploring and treasure hunting all in one. Who could ask for more? Chapter 564, when we finally reached the landing, which contained the stairway leading down to the next floor. I almost felt like I didn't want to go. Sitting around fishing was even better than walking around. The treasure practically came to me. Actually, my catches had decreased quite a bit the last hour. So the dungeon was already offering less stuff after knowing it couldn't lure me to an untimely death. It was probably a good time to move on. While I was packing up the boat and looking over the deceptively calm waters, the girls went on down to the next level. I gave it one last sigh before turning and following them. Halfway down to the 28th floor, I heard a cry. I quickened my step, but I only made it a few feet when I saw my girls racing back up. "Quick! Get him!" Sho pointed at me. Huh, the girls all leapt on top of me. At first, I was convinced something had somehow taken control of them and caused them to attack their master. But Lydia whispered in my ear as I realized they were starting to tie me up. The next level is very bad for master. What are you saying? We were warned about this before, Tara added. Lord Rain mentioned desire demons and succubus. The next floor is filled to the brim with beautiful naked women. Is that all girls? I am not a beast. I can handle it. Absolutely not, Xiao cried. I know Master best. You definitely can't handle an orgy of this magnitude. It's an orgy, shh. Don't tell him too much or he may grow tempted to look. They finished binding my hands, blindfolding me, and even gagging me for some reason. I thought it was all ridiculous, but I allowed it as they brought me down. As soon as I went down the last step, I could feel a warmth resonating out. It felt like a large amount of body heat. My ears were instantly assaulted by giggles, moans, and gasping. It's a man. I heard a female voice that I didn't recognize excitedly say, "Back!" Xiao shouted. "I'll fucking cut you!" "Back, you horny bitches!" I heard various hisses all around me. "We just want to play with him. Have my body. Sweetie, make me pregnant, please. I need your seed so bad." Various female voices seemed to be pressing in while my group of 5 kept them at bay. Even their words were laced with extreme seduction, and I found certain areas swelling with vigor. If I had pervert activated for any reason, it would have already been too late. I started to forgive my girls on their insight as we continued through what felt like, rather than a corridor, a large room filled to the brim with temptation. Oh. What is that girl doing with that coconut? Tara gasped. Ah. She's so stretchy. I should try that. Celeste murmured. Do you see that pile of naked women? What are they fighting in? Is that honey? It looks so sticky. Ah, that girl is using a toy. I've never seen a toy that big. Is it this level's treasure? Should we take it? I shouted out in a muffled voice as the girls continued to comment on the things they were seeing. Hush. Deke, Xiao patted my head. I actually may be able to learn a thing or to hear, "Oh ho, are you women interested in the craft? We desire demons are always open for students." Really, I want to know how you did that thing with your foot over your head. Over there you have 5 women getting off on a single toy. How are they managing that? I want to know. For a friend. Hey girls, if you really want to make your man happy, you should try something like this. Oh, wow. It went all the way in. I was shaking now as the girls' conversations were growing even more ridiculous. Just a sec. Master is being rowdy? It seems like hearing is too stimulating. I'll plug his ears. I shook my head. But she ended up grabbing me anyway. Just stay put. We're just having girl talk for a bit. He. Once I master this technique, Master will truly be happy. I heard Celeste giggling. Something was stuffed in my ears, no matter how much I struggled. In the end, I was left standing alone. As the girls seemed to abandon me. Chapter 565. An hour passed in isolation. I would have panicked more if I felt naked women starting to touch me, but strangely enough, that didn't happen. I had a deep fear that my girls had fallen to the temptation of the dungeon. If that was the case, then I was indeed on my own. I would need to break these bonds and then somehow save them. It was dreadful. I should have been more careful. Perhaps I should have given them strict orders to march right through. Things might not have turned out so bleak. Just as I was about to escape my bonds and desperately try to fight my way out of the dungeon, the plugs in my ears were removed. I instantly heard giggling from countless women. "Thank you so much. I learned a lot," I heard Lydia say. Hee. We're always happy to teach women the art of desire. Come back any time for more lessons. We will. Come, Deke. We're done here. This level is actually pretty small, so we're almost out. Mumph. Ah, sorry. Here, we'll take the gag out. We were afraid of you becoming tempted and making bad orders like with the siren before. Puh. Ah. I see. Can I see to, ah? No. Master will definitely cheat if he sees. Show sighed. However, if you promise not to look, I lend you your hands. Even if you say that. I still gave her my hands and allowed her to untie them. I was tempted. But I wasn't so bad that I would risk everything to look. As exciting as the sight sounded, it also left me worried too. Goodbye. Deke. I am sorry we couldn't have sex. I would have boinked your brains out. You could have put it in my butt if you wanted. Girls, you are incorrigible, Lydia said in exasperation. There was more giggling. I was led to the end of the level while the girls chatted away with desire demons and succubi as if they were close friends. Deke, you are lucky to have such eager-to-please women, a woman said. Since I've come to like them so much, I've decided to give you some assistance. The 29th floor and the 28th floor are twin floors, however, in reverse. It is filled with incubus and such. Although I don't think your women have the temperament to betray you, it wouldn't be fair to tempt them so. Ah! Thank you. I really appreciate your help. I held out my hand and grabbed her hand. It was soft and round. That's my boob. Oh, sorry. Here. That's my other boob. Ah, I mean... Here. That's my third boob. How many boobs do you have? Why don't you take off your blindfold and find out? Or better yet, use your mouth, Deke. Stop fondling the demon. He. I almost got him. I let go immediately and straightened as Xiaoke Man admonished me. I wasn't going to look. I seriously wasn't. Okay, we're at the stairway. It's right ahead, Lydia said. Good. I lifted up my hand and cast portal. All of you go. Now! A master! Through the portal! I shoved them all through and closed it immediately. Using my slave master ability to ascertain their positions despite the blindfold. With them gone, I pulled off my blindfold. As they said, I was staring down at a large staircase leading onto floor 29th. There was a menacing pink light coming from behind me. I took one step down onto the staircase. Then, with a breath, I looked back into the room of the desire demons. Humph! I've had greater temptations. You've all met my women. Thank you for treating them well. I had thought that this might be the key to the path of the true pervert, but it didn't give me that kind of feeling, so I rejected it. I turned back and headed down the stairway. It was only made slightly more difficult by my raging boner and shaking legs. Oh my. What a man. He really should have my babies. I headed down the 29th floor. Perhaps there were lessons I could learn too.